Good morning, everybody. This is Peggy. I called in to facilitate the Budget and Finance Committee Oversight budget hearing. Is there anybody on the call yet?
Good morning, Peggy. This is Laura.
Excuse me? I'm sorry. Everybody talking at once.
Go ahead.
Who is first?
This is Laura Johnson calling in from Office of the Controller.
Oh, okay. Laura, good morning. Are you going to be presenting the OOC budget?
I believe the Controller will be.
Oh, okay. Who else is on the call, please?
OMB, present.
Okay, and this is
Selena
from
again.
OMB. Oh, good morning, Selena.
Good morning.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
Good morning. This is Marty Ashley on the line with the Office of Navajo Tax Commission.
Okay, good. Thank you, Marty. Good morning.
Vice Chair Smith on board. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Vice Chair. For those programs that are on the call, maybe since it looks like OMB doesn't have the budget on their website, so I have members that will probably be relying on the internet. So I need to have your budget electronically sent to me, emailed to me. That would be great. The budgets that you have, and please make sure if it's fixed costs, like for instance, for example, if it's a separate budget from the controller's budget, that would be good if you could separate that. And then that way, when I receive them, I will email those out to the committee members. We have binders prepared,
Peggy.
but not everybody is picking up their binders. Yeah.
Chair's asking for the phone number, and I can't email or text him. I'm limited out here. He's asking for the phone number. I try to text him, but it's not going through. So if you give him the number, you can call in.
Okay. All right. I'll text to them. All right. So that's what I was requesting of you. The programs is to send in their electronic copy of their budget. I thought that OMB was going to upload everything, but it appears that that's not the case, because I checked the website and there's nothing on there unless there's another page or something like that I didn't see. So anyway, if you guys can help me with that, that would help yourselves too, because the chair may say, well, we're not ready because we don't have a copy of the budget or something like that. So you don't want to be held up with that. So can you
Peggy,
guys help me with that? Yes.
Peggy, I got a PDF or electronic copy from OMB on OMBs and tax commissions on one report. I can forward that to you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
And then you want us to forward you electronic copy of our budget that we turned in, the 10 copies that we turned in the other day?
Yes.
You want that one to electronic? Okay. All right.
Yeah, that'd be great, because that'll help, and then you'll be all set to go. That was the problem. Is we've just been this morning we got the OMB budget and the OMB review by OMB of their budget. So we're just barely getting things from programs. I set the deadline for Monday at 5, but I guess it didn't work. So anyway, we'll have a good day. So let me go on mute and text my committee members.
morning.
Good morning, Andrea. Good
Hi,
morning,
Peggy.
Andrea. Hi. We have several on the call right now, and I've asked programs, go ahead and make an electronic copy of your budget and send them to me, email them to me so I can email them out to the committee. It doesn't look like they're on the OMB website, so that's what I'm asking programs to do. If you could, please just email me the copies of the budgets that you submitted.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thanks,
And
Andrea.
then have you set up the list yet? Not yet?
For which one?
Oh, I was just asking if you set up the first come, first serve list.
It's really hard to say, because I know they're going to say, okay, do we have the electronic copies of the budget? Do we have everything in? It's going to be all based on that.
Okay.
So whoever sends it to me first, I guess they'll be first on the call.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All righty.
I've got to
right
take
now.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'll mute right now.
Me too. Thank you. Good morning. This is for the Budget and Finance Committee Oversight budget hearing that starts today, August 26, 2020. Are there any committee members besides the Vice Chair on the line?
Hi, good morning. This is Delegate Amber Canos-Bacrati. I'm on the line.
Good morning, Shadeja. We do have budget binders prepared, and they're sitting in the one of the cubicles over there at the steno office. If you happen to come into Window Rock, if you could get your binder. It has all of the hard copies that we've requested of programs, and right now the programs are electronic, are sending electronic copies of their budgets to us because it doesn't look like the OMB uploaded the budget as far as I could see on their website. So we're going to Plan B now. So we'll be getting those budgets soon. As soon as I get some emails, I'll send them out to each of the committee members. Okay?
Oh, yeah, I have it. I am driving into Window Rock to pick up the binder. So I'm making a stop at Starbucks. So send me your order if anybody wants a gift.
Actually, I'm at home. Some of us are still, all of the advisors were all still remotely working. So I don't know if any of the committee members are going in, but I know Hess is occupying the BNF conference, is what I was hearing yesterday. But you know where Ida Burnside's cubicle is at the steno office? It's the one right next to it is the one where the binders are sitting. And everything is in there. It's labeled. It has your name on it too, Shadeja.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, and I also, Cecilia, Vice Chair, I also have copies of the BIM now too. So we can put one of those BIM copies in your box. But I have them.
The BIM manuals will be ready for tomorrow. Is that what you said?
No, I have the BIM manuals, and I have them all at my house right now. But somebody's not muting their phone. But anyway, the binders that are still in the steno office, they all have the BIM copies. But for you, Cecilia, I can put one in your box, and that's going to be your copy. Okay?
Where's everybody at? It's supposed to be 8 o'clock. Should just started at 10 o'clock.
I know. That's what I'm saying, too. Where's everybody? The programs are ready, pretty much, I believe.
Well, I think for a budget hearing, we just need one member. So, Vice Chair, if you're ready, I suggest forward. I'm ready.
Well, there was a email that was sent out by Dana regarding the chair and vice chair. There's inconsistencies, and in that inconsistencies, we got to discuss which direction we're going to be going. So I don't want to get started until we find out which direction we're going to be going. One is what the OLC had given us direction on, and then there's another one that's in the mix that's basically not following the guidelines. So I'm wondering what BNF is going to do. So I need to wait for chair and the rest of the committee members to make a decision on that.
Remember when we had the discussion last week, we do have our own Budget and Finance Committee rules of order for budget hearings too. So we have two items that you as a committee need to decide. There's the guidelines that Kristen put together that Mariana Khan, I guess, drafted, and that's what they're suggesting that we use. And then we also have the Budget and Finance Committee rules of order, which were adopted by legislation from the Budget and Finance Committee. But this has been in place since '88, so I guess you have to decide that.
Peggy, this is Marty. I sent the ONTC's budget and the report from OMB to your email.
Okay, Marty, thank you. I haven't seen anything yet, but I did. Oh, yes, I did. I've got it here. So we have Andrea, Retirement Services, that sent all hers, and then Marty, your second. So if chair goes by first come, first serve, then we'll go in that order.
Good morning, Peggy. This is Laura from Controller's Office. We submitted everything yesterday, so those were all in the binders.
We're asking for electronic copies, Laura, because
we gave that to you on USB. It was taped right on top of the binders. We gave we had two USB Ziploc bag, and it had Peggy.
Can you send the electronic copy to us so that we can I can email it out? It's easier for me to do that because I've got a bunch of other stuff I need to take care of. Thank you.
So I'm assuming you didn't get the USBs, then do you know where those went?
I have them. Ramona gave them to me this morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
You.
This is Jamie.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Who's all on the line?
Okay, we have Marty Ashley with Tax Commission, and then we have Andrea from Retirement. We have Laura from the Office Controller, and somebody by the name of Jerry.
Okay, no committee members?
And then we have Vice Chair Smith, and Amber Crotty, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, we just need one more person to get a quorum, right?
Well, actually, for budget hearings, we haven't. We've always not had to have a quorum for budget hearings because basically you're just reviewing the budget, and then we have a special meeting there. You would have to have a quorum. That's how we've done it in the past. But I just follow the lead of the chair. If you wish to do a quorum, that's your choice, because this is your meeting. And then if you wish to when you get to reviewing the budgets, if you want to do amendments, ask for additional information or whatever, you can do that either by motion or just asking for those items. And then for revisits, that's what we'll deal with during that time for revisits.
Chair, this is Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Vice Chair, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, good morning. I bring this to attention that Dana Barbroff had sent an email to you and I, Chair and Vice Chair, regarding consistencies. That's why I didn't start the meeting. We need to be consistent because we were given instructions on behalf of the OLC on how we should do this. And I think in my mind that if we have a quorum, it's good, and we make amendments, and then we vote on the legislation, and then we act upon it. But if we just have a hearing, then when we have a special meeting, they're not going to hear all that, and it's going to be a repeat of, may I have a question? May I have an amendment? May I have this? And nada de nido. I think we should stick with what was in place on behalf of having just as a regular not hearing, but a meeting to do these accordingly as the way it should be. That's the way I look at it. Otherwise, like I said, we're going to be Monday morning and we have our pack Monday morning. We could take care of business just right after motion, second, any amendments, any changes, any questions. If not, vote on it and move forward. So that's up to the committee members, though. But this case, neither. That's why I was waiting for you to get on board, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. Did you get my message last night regarding my personal phone?
No, I didn't get anything.
Okay, I hauled 2 tons of water to Tojula yesterday, and I was checking on my brakes, trailer brakes, because it was eating up my vehicle brakes, so I had to check the wire and everything. I forgot. I guess it was my damn phone on the bed, and I drove off like that, and I actually drove over my phone. So my 505 no post right now, it's all checked up. So this is the only one I have in case they're trying to reach me. The 928-271-0350 is the only one I have available right now until I find out what to do with my personal phone. So with that though, I guess we do have 3 committee members, and right now I borrowed a trailer from Fort Defiance, 20-foot gooseneck, and I'm trying to take it back right now to drop it off. That's why it's kind of late, because I was getting some diesel here, and I'm at TNR right now. On my way to Fort Defiance to drop this off, so I wanted to call in to get this meeting started so we can move forward on it. But
Chair.
Yes, Peggy.
Yeah, Jay, I was going to interject and say that since you're coming out to Fort Defiance, maybe you can stop by at OLS and get your binder. That's just in case you want to use it, because we have materials in there. We have a copy of the BIM and other things. Right now, I'm trying to get electronic copies of their budget emailed to me, for these presentations. I checked the OMB website, and there aren't any budgets uploaded. So that's another thing that we are dealing with this morning.
Peggy, hi, this is Laura. I emailed the budget. Can you confirm if you got them?
Yes, I got it. I'm sending it out. Thank you, Laura.
Okay, thank you.
Kashina, thank you, Peggy. I'll stop by. I will stop by and pick up materials that are available.
Okay, it's in the second, Chair. It's in the second cubicle next to where Ida Burnside sits. Isha, all the binders are there, and your name is on it. All right?
Okay, Kashina, thanks. Man, there are truckloads of wood from Navajo going to TNR wood pile right now. There's 3 truckloads that just follow each other in here. This is where our wood resources are coming to TNR. Okay, committee members.
Yeah, that's a yearly, Chair, every year now wood producers, they take their shipment to TNR. I think think the policy question is, why hasn't Navajo developed a system to purchase wood from individuals, wood haulers, and is TNR making sure that these individuals have a valid permit that allows them to take wood off of Navajo? Thank you.
That's exactly what I've always been concerned about, is that we're just our natural resources are being shipped off and into the hands of non-Indian merchants who are profiting off of that, when we should be at the forefront. Thank you, Shima. Delegate Crowdy.
Chair, this is Kristen Lowell at OLC.
Go ahead, Kristen. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. I just wanted to let the committee members know that if you decide to proceed without a quorum, you're just going to be treating it as reports. So there won't be, you won't have the ability to make amendments. That'll all have to wait until the committee convenes a separate meeting. So I wanted to clarify that. And then I also wanted to say that I do recommend having a quorum throughout the budget process, because it could create an issue down the road when you have people who have not been present for, I'll call it the report stage of the process, and then they go to the meeting stage and they're asking questions and making amendments, and then the agents are not there. That's my recommendation. I understand that RDC and LOC are following a different process. HES is following the process that I outlined in my memo and described to the committee last Friday. But whichever process the committee chooses, ultimately the goal is to get to budget legislation. So however you want to do that. The other thing I wanted to point out to the committee's attention, and this may even be a more important issue, is that it's August 26th, and I have not been provided a copy of the final audit report from Moss Adams, and that until I get that, the legislation will not enter the 5-day comment period. Also recall that the code provides, it's a requirement before the comprehensive budget deliberations begin, that we get that approved by council. So I don't know, maybe it's on its way over here, but I'm just calling that to the committee's attention as well. So just wanted to highlight those two issues, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, for weighing in. And I do agree with Vice Chair Smith and yourself that we do need to have a quorum, and that way it makes it more efficient as we go through this public budget hearing process. Peggy, if you would contact controller.
Chair, this is controller. I'm on the line.
Good morning. So you heard Kristen's comments regarding the legislation for the audit.
Yeah, I can update if you want me to right now.
Let's go ahead while we're waiting for one more member. Go ahead.
So we were planning on getting the financial statement issued yesterday. However, these things happen last minute. We got DOJ updating their audit, what we call audit letter, and it was a substantial update, and so we kind of had to have our discussion with them. And long story short, the financial statement will be issued today, this morning. We're actually I'm signing the management rep letter, and then they should be able to crank out the final and date it for today. So I should be sending out the final financial statement that's dated for today over to Kristen as soon as I get it. So we had a last minute issue on the fund that had implications, material implications. So we were able to resolve that with DOJ, and so that kind of, because we were aiming to get it issued yesterday and then have a report out to Kristen yesterday. So that I just wanted to let the committee know that. We still have some outstanding, corrective action plan on the single audit side. But normally with the exhibits for the legislation, it normally is the financial statement. So that's, what we'll send over today. Just wanted to make everybody aware of what's going on with the audit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, I want the materials to send over to OLS for Kristen's review and the drafting. Let me know. Let me give you my phone number, Shmak Kirk. It's 928-271-0350. That's the phone I'm using right now.
Okay, 928-271-0350.
Oh, that's right. That's my tribal code phone. My other
Okay.
personal phone is no longer working, but I'm gonna see if I can find a replacement somewhere.
All right. Okay.
Ramona, are you on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Can you do a roll call for us?
Sure. The Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, August 26, 2020, Oversight budget hearing. Jamie Hino, your location, please.
I'm president. I'm presently at TNR on my way to Window.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr.
President, Cessa An, Janella, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Chanella. And Jimmy Yellowhair. Amber Kenneth-Bot-Crotty.
Yes, Shaded. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bot-Crotty. I'm calling in from the nation's capital, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shaded. Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, yeah, this is Coop. Delegate Brown here from Kayenta, Arizona. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Che. Can you repeat your location again? I didn't get that. Sorry.
Kayenta.
Oh, thank you, Che. Elmer P. Begay. Okay, Chairman, we have 4 members present.
Kashina, thank you, Ramona, for that. With that, we do have a quorum here. Delegate Yellowhair and Delegate Elmer Begay are, hopefully they'll join us later. They're usually at TNR. I don't see them here, so we'll continue on with our agenda. And with that, do invocation this morning to begin our little budget hearing, Ziggy. And with that, let me ask Marty, Ashley,
So, Abiga, here, national tie. Questions are the Shuba Henson. Anil Toya gets to the Zindahalonde. Question ya, Abehoni git Ayaku to the Zindahades. Jean Dolish Monosa, Yadeskishita, in your aid in Jopai. Equayos Kalibi, Kunque or Atlibi, Yakungich, Yananetza. Adona Kenits and Kua Quichekun, Nichin Linibentitze. Adoku, a dentin, shantin, Linibank, not eat lad. Adoku, Nilsan Linigi. When Shane the Kungich or Nane, Plyba Kenitsen, no Samba Cartney, da Quichen, a Kumba Kenitsen. I don't hear run Liniki Kunsesnagen, so Zetlago Street the Bensa, that now the Legion all in Kumba Cargone, da Quichen, I don't the Yen the Nedon Clinic who says, Kadedinish key, done it dead. Now yet is running, but just the Kunhan. Araku Archon Lock, who know they 2 Charles Dundee, Dodge on Lock, whom he may also son. The standard Lehekuna wait and Yajan Stokunja not this. The Kubis Hayos Kaddish air tips has others J1, Kuaki J Kungichet to Dilsen. Hayos cast with Kunjet to Dilsen, no they please, no they too. Last year's with Kunjet to Dilsen Kun. Equayos Katibi Kunja not this. Where your Kunshin so, Nahot even Naikun. Saki who need Londa Kunche and Ebe, Ekun, a Sanatle, Kunti and Lindin job. I kun no Samba Kai kun, no Samba Kai on Nanel Anje, is she not sneak at no kun, the cousin side, but that no dokun, so it any, but that no I kun not sneak, Epa, a Yakun Shin so, Nisha and Ebe, a Yakun Sanatle, a Sandatle, Kunti and Lindin job by kun. Why out I kun Sanana, a Sanatle, Kunti and Lindin job by kun, the never Washington has Ado. What out of a yado da niche kun executive branch, legislative, judicial branch, but that no. Out of baseball, the anakun, but anat neliki kun budget and finance committee. Ayakun naha hapik ekun sandat lekun based on nada that based on that. So dokun hashin so nada that don't ki Washington ye gasiki big baby this team. It's another jaggy quite a non Telecommunications link job by budget hearings, but that no Hashin so get a days yakun this not that late jot icon a slanny Telecommunications link job by Yat icon nke jeb the deal chin kinnet the deal chess in set case with the deal chess arot akun sa case in Zinigi where ishi banach wind ingi beso chudo in ligi the nen nanel j bes baba yard babik destiny adokun ashin so but na al George in lin job by Hale yakun nke yard linigi yana in dege ya no in lin job by jin ha ge dokun a katlejine but aro yard the net dying it's ya hutza pa but na il George na na bikiat kid open na ide kid yan juno chu don't eat ben ye jo chu don't eat ben ye hale des cargo nasko hol just in ha chine ye dat edo le nke peso no se lo that it is cargo yat o bahod no do need so ben na apa ni chid ob kid need nke na shide esa din din job pa jota kwa hashin so sa na tleki Juno Kianato Tekun ke Budget and Finance Committee members dan law yat eo ben sikke shabel dos check shabel dos check yat eo hat an linigi nato ni based on nada the dot ato na khego fiscal year but ni hanana khego ada chi don be nada ni so le Washington ye nana tato le din lin ke job ba dot kwa nana tle ba he ni zen Eba he needs and in job by besh pas an the committees and linigi, a satan linigi, yat el banana de do lead oversight and law be departments, programs, divisions and look at a daisy. Juno banana de do lead being budget and finance committee, but for the syndicate on Juno Edon Juno that or lead kupa he needs and in lin job by by a yat el get your nana seat or lifty or actually be or kilibi ye in lin job by quichin na he needs and na needs and on the nekun where is she not need to snow bash nege beng no do lekun it's a ye do lekun here yahut zagi the never kay up a kai yahut zagi yahon niki ba he needs and Jashi like it's on that is stay in the the kid and linigu but jeda stit in the yat donate nijaro taku they cannot not eat or lekun and I need or lekun get citizen in all blanket all in the nipe becade they need car in the job by taku this ahun shen being ado lekun in the job by arotayakun ke committee in the nana street or lekun dichido skado haishin haishin oljer skodo lekun in the job by aro becade na nishna da hot lon da shi na nishna da lekun in the job by aro presenters dan linki sto controllers office general services auditor general yat nke beso chuni inigi be isha da di ni sto yat nke committee in besis asi di do le in din by dai to the zembe ngich na ado le in din job by dai job by initsen dai ga job by initsen ibn da dai to the zembe ngich anana stit und nice in din job by ki edan lingi bet khadashi je adon ki monkey je nke kezen dan lini khabedos ne nke do nke ne dan lingi de yat de yat khabedos ne twi sani tske ke yat khabedos ne to yat khabenas ni to le pa khait zi to le panna isi khando le din job by but I che nice khando le di kwa hol je shi bi ye but I hi gan lingi sisna jen so just go street depends on the now the George in your great deal dot is it the chilet deal passion it deal yoda deal is deal does not answer on the rebe hojo kago na ne datole hojo dole hojo nasli
okay long you know kasabin zingi I hear le hota so this adam na chay anashi on tazo so da bilisi ba shi hele ko na chay ya di kodo di the budget hearing get call to order do Elmer's the gate delegate chinanta policy like I'll call in. Kasi do Jimmy yellow here, Dave Pass. Ados Kai Castle found us in the other brigade. It's Casino. Gashila. Gashik Adeya 986 Gita. Adam Nakodaina so a budget hearing by Adolf Chicago. Say recognizing guests and visiting officials. Kodo, we do have our controller, Miss Perlin Kirk on the line. Ado Marty Ashley with the Navajo Tax Commission. And then we do have Office of Management and Budget, I believe. Miss I think who's represent OMB?
Selena
Lower
McKay.
Johnson? Okay.
And
Lower
Cedar
Johnson.
Largo.
Cedar Largo, okay. Though we do have our Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Kristen Lowell, on the line with us also. And then do we have Department of Justice on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Mel. I'm on the line.
Hello,
Good morning,
Mel.
everyone.
Good morning, Mel. And then do we have, I would believe we have Ms. Andrea Holmes with Navajo Nation Retirement Services on the line. Are you still there, Ms. Holmes?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Do we have any other programs on the line?
Insurance services?
Insurance services, okay. Good morning.
This is Dominic Dial.
All right. Good morning, Dominic. Good to hear your voice
morning.
this morning. I believe we have an agenda before us, and we do have our staff, Peggy Nakai and Ramona Nelson, also with us. So, Peggy, would you read the agenda for us today?
Good morning, everybody. This is the proposed agenda for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Council for budget hearings, and we have our budget hearing today, August 26, 2020, and then it goes to August 27th, 2020, prior to NABI meeting at 10 a.m., and then August 28, 2020, Oversight budget hearing. And it starts at 8 a.m. each day via teleconference. Teleconference call number is on the agenda. Presiding is Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. One call the budget hearing to order, the roll call, the invitation announcement. Recognize guests and visiting officials. Can someone please mute your phone? And then 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review the hearing guidelines presented by the legislative advisor. 5, oversight budget hearing. A, Office of the Controller. The legislation number 0186-20 is there. 1 is OMB budget and performance summary report. 2, Controller's budget overview. First one is Office of the Controller. B is Purchasing Department. C, Property Management Department. D, Office Supply Center Proprietary Funds. E, Credit Services Department Proprietary Funds. First, the small I is the home loan program. The double I is personal loan program. F, Office of the Controller Special Revenue Funds. The small I is Navajo Nation Permanent Fund. Double I is Judicial Public Safety Facilities Project. Triple I is Investment Fees, and quadruple is Finance Accounting Scholarship Program. 3 is BFC Discussion and Action. B, Division of General Services, legislation number 0187-20 is there. 1 is OMB Budget and Performance Summary Report. 2, Insurance Services Department. 3, Risk Management Safety Loss Program or Safety Loss Control. 4, Employee Benefits. 5, Workers' Compensation Program. 6, BFC Discussion Action. C, Office of the Auditor General, legislation number 0192-20. 1 is OMB Budget and Performance Summary Report. 2, Director's Budget Overview. And then 3, BFC Discussion Action. Going to the third page, D is Office of the Tax Commission, legislation number 0195-20. E, Office of Management and, 1, OMB Budget and Performance Summary Reports. 2, Director's Budget Overview. 3, BFC Discussion Action. E, Office of Management and Budget, legislation number 0196-20. 1 is OMB Budget and Performance Summary Report. 2 is Director's Budget Overview. 3, BFC Discussion Action. F, Division of Human Resources, legislation number 0199-20. 1 is OMB Budget and Performance Summary Reports. 2, Retirement Funds. 3, Retirement Services. 4, Retirement Plan Administration Committee. 5 is BFC Discussion Action. And then G, Fixed Costs, legislation number 0200-20. And the first is OMB Budget and performance summary reports. 2, judicial branch. First bullet is NN Justice Information Sharing System. 3 is Department of Justice Attorney General Fixed Cost Litigation, Hopi Partition Land Rental. 4 is Division of Human Resources Retirement Office, Retirement Plan Account. Can someone mute their phone, please? 5 is Office of Management and Budget, Indirect Cost Plan. 6 is Office of the Controller, A, Annual Audit. B, Office Machines, Building Maintenance. F is FRC, FMIS, Debt Service. And then D is Investment Fees, E, FMIS, Maintenance Services. 7 is Division of General Services. A, Insurance Premiums. B, Utilities. C, Telecommunications. D, Radio Communications. E, Facilities Maintenance. F, Information Technology. G is BFC Discussion Action. And then 6 is the revisits and the final recommendation. 7 is adjournment. So that's the agenda for the 3 days oversight budget hearing.
Agustina, thank you for that reading, Peggy. With this, committee members, any questions or comments regarding the agenda that's been read to us? I'm not hearing anything, so we'll move forward with our agenda. And committee members, who do have 5 members for formality? I'll ask for a motion to accept the agenda.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion to accept the agenda.
Again, so therefore, I'm offering that motion to accept the agenda. Is there a second?
Second, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith seconds that. So with that, we do have our agenda is read. Any questions or comments, committee members? Today, I'll call for the question. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Vice Chair Smith?
Green.
Okay. Delegate Amber Crotty. Delegate Amber Crotty. Senate Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay, with that, we have 2 in favor.
Quorum.
Lost quorum of 3. So with chair not voting, we'll go one more time. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Amber Crotty. We have Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay.
Chair.
Yes.
I think those other 2 members or the 3 members that come on board that came on late, I think they're thinking possibly it's just a hearing, so they're not really conducive with the quorum issue. I think that needs to be stated like we talked about earlier. That way we have business and we don't want to be going back through I think that should be where chair you would be able to let them know quorum is an issue on behalf of moving these legislations and amendments and thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. And I do agree with you that we do agree that we do need to I guess you could say, take our position seriously. Being as a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is an important time of the year. We have programs and staff members that have been waiting for us since 8 o'clock, or even before 8. As my time we're still we're just not unable to conduct business at the scheduled time, and so committee members, we do need to take our job seriously here. As we have programs and people listening in also from the audience. So. Vice Peggy, go ahead.
Chair, do you accept text messages saying that they vote in favor of the agenda? Because Delegate Elmer Begay has a text that says that he votes to approve the agenda.
Again, as the Vice Chair and myself, we're stating that we do need to be listening in live. This will be acceptable to approve the agenda. Hopefully, Delegate Elmer Begay's listening in. But we do need to move forward. So with that, Peggy, if you would go over the guidelines for us.
Okay, Chair. Do you so you want to go along with the Legislative Council's draft guidelines that were presented to us? The procedures, is that that you wish to go over?
No, go ahead.
Or do you want to go with the, we have the memo and then the guidelines. Let me see, hold on a second. I'm trying to find the guidelines because I don't have it here. Let me see. Alrighty. We have a copy of the memo that were given to us. Okay, not the resources and development. If you look at your emails that you had gotten from last Friday, then Lowell had sent us had provided a report. He had draft budget guidelines. Those are the ones that I will be reviewing with you then. Rule 1, the chairperson of the committee shall preside over the hearings and maintain a quorum and order. The vice chairperson of the committee shall preside in the absence of the chairperson. The committee may select a pro tempore chairperson in the absence of both the committee chairperson and vice chairperson. Rule 2, all members of the committee shall be allowed to ask questions of the presenters. At the discretion of the presiding chairperson, representatives of the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Office of the Attorney General, or the Office of the Auditor General may be permitted to direct questions during the hearing. Rule 3, formal rules of evidence and procedures shall not apply to the budget hearing. The chairperson may exclude testimony, evidence, or irrelevant documents inconsistent with the budget instruction manual. Rule 4, the Office of Management and Budget personnel is encouraged to electronically read into the record prior to the budget hearing the funding summary for the divisions, departments, and programs prior to commencing with presentation by presenters. The Office of Management and Budget personnel shall be present to answer committee members' questions. Rule 5, all presenters shall be sworn to tell the truth. 6, prior to testifying, presenters shall be given a maximum of 10 minutes for oral testimony. This period may be extended by any committee member. In addition to oral testimony, presenters shall be allowed to submit written testimony, including any other documents and materials in support of their testimony. The presenter shall identify such materials and documents for the record. 8, Rule 8, testimony shall be pertinent to the issues identified by the committee. Testimony shall not include matters that are currently in litigation or in the grievance process, except as they relate to the financial impact for budget hearing. Rule 9, with regards to the budget hearing, recommendations shall be rendered by the committee in accordance with the fiscal year budget manual. Rule 10, all hearings shall be open to the public. In the event the committee determines that all issues and matters presented to the committee are sensitive and confidential in nature, the committee may convene into an executive session. So those are the rules. We have 10 rules for the draft budget guidelines.
Sarah, this is Kristen. That was the draft, and we didn't discuss I don't recall anyway, discussing Rule 5, if we were going to waive the oath or if you were going to enforce it. I know Hess did not put people under oath. I don't know what the other committees are doing, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Kristen. Peggy, thank you too for reading the rules to us. Committee members, are there any questions or comments on the rules that have been read to us?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Go ahead, Shananta, Delegate Brown.
I know that even we as delegates, we have limitations during this time as far as teleconference and Zoom. And I think taking text messages, because sometimes when we're muted and sometimes we're trying to vote, and I know in this case that's not the same, but I think if we can take the text messages as voting, especially during this time, we are going through a pandemic that is challenging the nation. And I think this also shows we as leadership where the deficits of the nations are as far as broadband and a lot of the other limitations. I know that my colleagues, some of them are on their way to Winderock, so I know that they'll get back on the call soon. And I think, Shannon, we have our people listening all the time. I think if we can have some sort of cohesiveness and to just support each other and not so quick to almost say bring out all these guidelines. I think we are aware of them. All I'm asking is if we can just stick together. There has to be other ways and means, and I know that everyone's trying their best. So that's all I'm requesting. If we can take the text messages and have some sort of decorum, even when people are listening. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it.
Augustine Shenandoah, Delegate Brown, for your comments. Committee members, one question that was posed by our legislative council is the oath. And does the committee still feel that we need to administer the oath due to the fact that we are not in person, but we are talking from different locations and our presenters are probably in their offices? So the question out there is, the committee, do you still feel that we do need to administer the oath or not? Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the memorandum, I'm glad I got a binder, and this really helps. And in that binder, it has the August 19th memorandum to the Honorable Council delegates across the board from our principal attorney from Office of Legislative Counsel, Kristen Lowell. In there, it has the number 3, and it's in bold. Number 4. No oath is required to be administered at the budget hearing. We discussed that because how are we going to have an oath and how are we going to have that presented? And that's going to be awkward and complicated. Now, if we were in a regular meeting setting, yeah, we would have everybody stand and then they would take an oath and we'd know who's all been sworn in, and then we would proceed. But with this teleconference, that makes it awkward. So in that number 4, it says hold such hearings. The Navajo Nation Code authorized committees to hold such hearings and have the power to subpoena the attendance and testimony of such witnesses under Title Navajo Nation Code 8 subsection Title 2. Subsection 18 or 185C, and it says that we really don't need to have an oath. So I think Rule 5 can be omitted at this point in time because we're in this situation of not having a full-blown meeting at a setting like we used to have. So that's what I'm looking at on number 4, Shenandoah. Thank you.
For your comments regarding the administering of the oath. Committee members, who's this?
Peggy.
Okay, hold on. Let me get committee members to weigh in on this. Shenandoah, Delegate Yellowhair, welcome to your budget hearing.
Oh, yeah, I'm very sorry. I was just driving fast and blah, so I couldn't make it. Finally made it in, my friend. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Our Budget Finance Committee, and we're all there to listen to a very important budget for 2021. Here, National Fund. Thank you for everyone.
Okay, earlier we discussed that we do need to have a quorum to begin our hearing, and so we were just waiting for a while to finally got a quorum here. But as the oath is concerned, again, do you feel we still need to administer the oath or waive it? Delegate Yellowhair.
It's very important to be honest and integrity as a Navajo Nation government. Oath is important. I think we should take oath because people have taken oath. They have confidence to be honest and to bring important matters. That's what we're doing. I think oath, we have to do it. I think it's traditional always. Budget Finance Committee. We can't waive that one. So anyway, we need to take oath, my friend. Our chair and vice chair. Let's do it that way. And you also have confidence to people who will come before you. Budget testimony is important all the way like that. So I go for the oath, but don't waive it. So 3 chairs, stay with it. Let's go with the oath. Appreciate it. My colleagues, thank you very much to the chair.
Delegate Yellowhair. Shema, Delegate Amber Cloudy, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chairman Henyo. I've been on the line, but I did step off with speaker regarding the Navajo Cares. I'm concerned that we haven't spent $1, so we're hoping to have that. So I apologize if a vote or a conference. I think in terms of the oath, I would ask for a compromise. As maybe the presenters can just send us an email verifying or checking off that they're doing the oath instead of, because if you think about it, the way it's done is the chair says a sentence, then everybody repeats, and then another sentence, and individually we all say a name. So I think in this time of telecommunication and in terms of compromise, anyone who is going to provide information regarding their budget can submit that oath electronically to Peggy and Ramona for the record. I know there's challenges listening and getting service. And so I'm here at Window Rock and my service is still spotty. So I just wanted to maybe bring that compromise. And I'm also fine either way, but I think we should be a little bit, this is going to be a long process. And so whatever the committee feels, I will move forward with that. And I'm sorry to hear about your vehicle and your trailer. I know I've used my own personal equipment for donations, and actually my car is full of PPE supplies right now. and I am gonna have to get a new tire. So thank you.
We do have to make some sacrifices for weighing in on this conversation. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, your thoughts on the oath?
I did not think about the compromising like Delegate Crotty stated. I do agree with that. I think that's an excellent idea. I was going to suggest they can still do over the phone, but I can understand it will just, it'll just be a bunch of noise and people trying to talk over each other. So I think the email would be better, and that will avoid interruption with the limited connection that some of us might have. So I would like to maybe, I don't know if Peggy, maybe just that part cut and paste and send them to each of the presenters, and then they can e-sign it, just type in their name and then a date and maybe a time, and that will give us a record of when they are taking the oath. I think that's an excellent idea. Yeah.
Delegate Elmer Begay, your thoughts on the oath? Delegate Elmer Begay, are you still on the line with us? Okay, going back to Peggy, did you have a comment?
Chair, previously in the past, and I'm not sure what the Legislative Council will say about this, but the committee has proceeded to adopt their hearing guideline as a guide for doing the budget hearings. And so then when they do that motion and second, and then after that, if they want to waive or suspend a rule that's in their guidelines, then they suspend that and say they won't use that, and they usually do that by motion. We've had previous budget and finance committees do that, where like if they decide that they're not going to administer the oath, they've gone ahead and suspended that rule so they don't have to administer the oath. They've done that in the past. So that's just a recommendation to how you might proceed.
Thank you, Peggy. And then also to Kristen, you've heard the comments from our committee members. What are your thoughts?
Chair. Thank you. What I did, I think the email affirmation to the legislative advisor is reasonable. And so what I did is I updated Rule 5 to read as follows. All presenters shall submit an email to the legislative advisor for the record that they swear, in parentheses, or affirm that their testimony shall be the truth. Chair.
Same with that. Committee members, Ms. Lowell's recommendation and the rules that have been read to us. Is there a motion to accept the rules?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion to approve the rules.
Delegate Brown motions to accept the rules with the clarification of rule number 5 for the email from presenters. Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second, committee members?
Chair, this is Vice Chair. I'll second. Chair, and you. This is Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
He might be in a no-fly zone.
Okay, is there a motion? I accidentally turned my phone off. I was trying to press my unmute button here. Is there who seconded it?
Vice Chair Smith?
Vice Chair
I don't know if I'm being heard. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm just saying there's a motion and a second to accept the rules as read with the number 5 with the oath will be verified through the email from our presenters. Emailing them back to Ms. Nakai. Any questions or comments, committee members, on the rules? I'll call for the question on accepting the rules as read with the clarification on rule number 5. Shinanta, Delegate Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Ado Shinanta, Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Ado Shinanta, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Chair, I'll vote Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Ado Shinanta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. I just got the guideline email, so thank you. Looks good.
Ado Shinanta, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Okay. With that, we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. So move forward with we accepted our guidelines. Though our presenters, if you have a copy of the guidelines, we'll send the new revised guidelines out for your reference. Moving forward, back to Peggy. Were you keeping track of who called in first? Which presenter called in first?
Chair, what I did is this morning when we were having our discussion, we had when we were just starting, I asked the programs to email their budgets because at the time, some of the committee members were not going to use their binders and they were just going to go using their phones and their laptops. And so the first one that responded with their budget was the retirement services. Thereafter, it was tax commission and controller's office. So that's who responded. And then thereafter, I believe it was the OMB also gave me a budget, you see here. And so do you want to just go with that for now? How do you want to proceed, Chair?
Okay.
Before we start, though, I'd like to kind of give a little overview of what we've prepared so that you can know what's in your binders, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
If that's all right. Thank you. In your binders, you will have a copy of the fiscal year 2021 Budget Instructions Manual. We just got those this morning. And then you have a table of content and so it's the procedures for the fiscal year 2021 Oversight Budget Hearings, guidelines for conducting budget hearings, the draft. That's the one that the memo dated August 19, 2020 from Kristen Lowell, Legislative Counsel. And then the second one, we have a memo for tab 2, we have a memo, President and Vice President Fiscal Year 2021 Budget Message. That was provided to the Budget and Finance by President Nez. And so I believe he sent that out to everybody that's going to be attending our oversight budget hearing. And then the third one is tab 3 is the agenda for the oversight budget hearing. And then for the fourth tab, it's the Office of the Controller. We'll have a copy of the OMB report. The legislation will be there. Legislation number 0186-20, and then the budget. So then the fifth tab is the Office of General Services. The sixth is and it has basically the same content. 6, Office of the Auditor General. 7 is the Office of the Tax Commission. 8 is the Office of Management and Budget. 9 is the Division of Human Resources. That includes the insurance, or that's General Services. Actually, Human Resources is retirement. And so then number 10, we have fixed costs, and 11 is a copy of the Budget and Finance Committee Rules of Order. So that we had those included just basically because that was approved by Budget and Finance Committee resolution, and that's one that we had used previously, but the guidelines will do just fine. And so that's what we have. And I emailed everyone a copy of the budget, the electronic copy. I sent those to you, and some of them include the OMB performance report. But there are some OMB performance reports that we have yet to receive from OMB, so I'm not sure how we're going to do that. If OMB will just chime in and show us a PowerPoint, or I'm not sure how they're doing those presentations. So that's the extent of my overview as far as your budget binders go, Mr. Chair. Does anyone have any questions?
As committee members, who has a copy of their binder? Delegate Yellow here, do you have their binder?
That I don't have that one binder, budget binder. I don't know. Yesterday I was there, but they was not ready yet.
Mr. Yellowhair, your binder is this morning. I saw it. I believe it's behind the plexiglass in the steno office. You can see the binder through the plexiglass. It was sitting there. If it was moved, it would be in the second cubicle next to Ida Burnside's desk in the steno office. That's where everyone's budget binders are. We have one for Mel Rodas, and we have one for Kristen Lowell, as well as the committee.
Okay. I'll pick it up right now. I'm not too far from there. I'll be listening to you at cell phone right here to same time driving. I'll pick it up. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. I believe Vice Chair Smith has his binder. Another Shemont Delegate Amber Crotty should have her binder. She's in Window Rock. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, do you have the binder?
No, I don't, but I can pick it up sometimes, maybe later today or tomorrow.
Okay, Delegate Amber Begay, are you still on the line with us? Okay, now as for me, I'm on my way to Window Rock. I'm gonna be picking up my binder. I'm still here at TNR. I don't want to lose signal. So with this, so let's move forward. Committee members, I believe that we have had programs that have put everything together right away. They were here early, and if it's okay with the committee members, we could still move forward. That's the first come, first serve. I believe we did that last year when by the sign-in sheet. And so with that, though, let's move forward with our Division of Retirement Services. I believe, according to Peggy, they were the first one on the line and the first one to submit their budget. So let's reward them with moving them first and then hearing them, and then we can go from there. But the question that's still on my mind here with Dominic Bial is that Forms 1 and 2, is that all we'll be looking at, Mr. Bial? Mr. Bial, are you on the line? Dominic Bial?
Hello.
Yes, there you are, sir. Question was that, are we still taking your recommendation of only Forms 1 and 2 for the presentation?
Well, Mr. Chair, committee members, although that was the recommendation all along, there was never any decision that I recall that approved that or accepted that. Therefore, all programs divisions have been submitting the entire budget packet, Mr. Chair.
Like to see, allow Mr. Bial for that clarification. So with that, we'll move forward, committee members. So that recommendation that was posed, we never accepted that. So we'll move forward with our regular hearing process with the full budget. So with that, Andrea Holmes, are you on the line with us?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I am.
Okay. With that, we do have Department of Retirement Services up front first with their budget. So going through the process, OMB, is there a summary report for the retirement services? Office of Management and Budget, are you still there?
This is OMB Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst. The one that takes care of that one is Emmett Francis. He's on another Oversight budget hearing right now at this time.
Okay, so there's no summary report then?
Chair, perhaps Dominic or Lisa, someone could step in and provide a summary, please, just to go over it.
I don't know where they're at on the agenda.
If we could just remind everyone to mute your phones. We did receive a memo from the President, Jonathan Nez, that executive was ready with their budget. So we're prepared to hear your budget. Thank you.
Yes, please mute your phone. We don't want to hear any rude comments in case you get to mute your phone.
Chair, this is Kristen. Chair, we don't have copies of OMB's performance summary. Could they email that to us, please, for the retirement service?
Okay, Peggy, which programs do we not have performance summary reports?
Okay, we don't have fixed costs, and we don't have retirement services, and hold on, I did write a memo or an email to people this morning. Let's see. I believe those are the main ones that we haven't got reports from.
Chair,
Okay,
Chair, this is Kristen.
who's this?
This is Kristen.
Kristen, go ahead.
We also need, if we're going to act on the legislation as you're going along, then we also need to read the legislation into the record. So I wasn't sure if that was clear or not, so I just wanted to let the committees know. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's move forward. Let's just follow our agenda then, since we don't have a summary report from OMB. If you could, Mr. Bial, please provide that to the committee so we won't be holding up the show here. So is there a performance summary report for a Controller's Office?
Yes, this is Selena Begay.
There is.
I have the, excuse me, sorry.
Yes, we do have a copy in the tab 1 for the Controller's Office complete. We have the OMB performance summary report.
Okay, so that we do have a legislation for the controller's office too, right?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay, if you would read the legislation into the record.
So we're not going to do first come, first serve. We're just going to go with the controller's office?
Well, if the summary report is not available for the retirement services, we can't move forward on. We'd have to have that. So,
okay, Chair.
So I'm following back on our agenda, the way you read it, the way that committee accepted it. So I believe the controller's office is first on the agenda, right?
Yes, Chair. Let's see if you will turn to trying to find the legislation now in my binder. I'm going by the binder. We have it follows the OMB performance summary report. This is a proposed standing committee resolution, and it's assigned to Budget and Finance Committee's 24th Navajo Nation Council, second year 2020, introduced by Jamie Hinyo, co-sponsored by Jimmy Yellowhair, tracking number 0186-20, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Office of the Controller to be included in the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget for fiscal year 2021. So this legislation has the exhibits A through E, and there were no comments from the Internet Public Review, and it has been electronically read into the record, Chair.
Augustine, thank you. With that, committee members, is there a motion?
This is Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Okay, there's a motion by Delegate Brown. Is there a second?
This is Delegate Crotty. I'll second.
Augustine Shimar. There's a second. Motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second by Delegate Amber Crotty. But this presenters, Ms. Kirk, if you would, but we'll go with OMB first with their performance summary report. So, Mr. Bell, if you have a representative from your office.
Chair, so when are you going to administer the oath, or how are we doing this?
We accepted the guidelines. They would be emailed, a signed copy emailed to you for record.
Okay, so far in my email, I see that retirement has accepted the oath, but I don't have one from the controller yet, or OMB.
Shema, Ms. Controller Kirk is on the line.
Tiaj, getting on my computer to get that done right now.
Good seeing with that. Mr. Bial, are you still on the line with us?
Mr. Bial is away from his desk at the moment.
Okay. Is there somebody to provide the summary report for the controller's office?
I'm listening to you. They won't get to it till later, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. This is Selena McGay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the FY 2021 OMB report for controllers. The second page has the table of contents. A, FY 2021 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2020 Third Quarter Status Report. C, FY 2020 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2020 Third Quarter Plan of Operations Status Report. E, FY 2020 Third Quarter Condition Appropriation Summary Report. The next page is A, FY 2021 Fund Type Budget Summary. Then the next page has a worksheet that is listed by general funds, and the first one is general funds business units. I will be reading the total on the bottom. The first one is general fund total. If you NNC approved it, FY 20 general fund budget has a total of $4,119,633. Personal lab funds, $14,819. And the next row over is FY 21 proposed general fund budget, $4,119,633. Indirect cost total $2,830,66. Total is $6,949,699. And the next row down, which has the business unit by all the special revenue, fiduciary, proprietary totals. NNC approved it. FY 20 general fund budget, $21,303,918. proprietary fund, $1,060,000. Fiduciary fund, $17,110,870. Special revenue fund, internal, $5,560,000. Total is $23,730,870. Then the next row has all the investment totals, which is by business unit as well. I will give you the total for that one. That one is NNC approved the FY20 general fund budget, $8,126,659. Fiduciary proprietary fund has a total of $45,838. Fiduciary fund, $8,973,075. Special revenue fund internal, $965,913. Total is $9,984,826. And on the the next row has all the funds total. The next page is the FY 2020 third quarter budget status report. And the next page has the award sheet, has the budget status report as of June 30, 2020. On the general fund total, original budget was $7,159,837. Revised budget $8,982,607.35. Actual $5,083,472.42. Encumbered $749,039.09. Budget available $3,150,095.84. Percentage expended of total is 64.93%. The next column has the special revenue funds of total. Original amount was $20,183,918. Revised budget $24,178,998.56. Actual $11,281,391.81. Encumbered $3,986,520.84. Budget availability $8,911,085.91. Percent expended of total 63.815. Then the next row, proprietary funds total, original budget $1,120,000. Revised budget $1,142,802. Actual $765,522.19. Encumbered $2,995.18. Budget availability is $374,284.63. Percentage is 67.25. The next pages will show the budget status report by using the LOD4 for each business unit. And going to the tab C, 2020. The tab C, good morning, Chair and BNF Committee. Tab C is 2020 third quarter report assessment for the Office of the Controller. For first quarter, the total for the office is 2.35. Second quarter is 2.53. Third quarter total is 2.17. The scoring, 3 is exceeding, 2 is meeting goals and measures, 1 is not meeting the measures, 0 is no report. So OOC meeting above the goals and measures. D is third quarter plan operation status report. 1 business unit 270 to top, plan of 2 of them. Business unit 407001, their plan of op is outdated. Business 509008, out of date also. And then OOC, there's an asterisk on the note saying what DA creation summary. Legislative concern number 14, and that completes OMB's report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Office of Management Budget staff. With our committee members, we'll move forward to our presentation from their. Any questions or comments regarding the summary report, committee members? If not, we'll move forward to.
This is Delegate Crowdy with the question.
Oh, go ahead, Delegate Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am just looking over the plans of operation. It looks like the areas that are shaded, if OMB can give us, are these recommended to be updated? the shaded areas. I can't refer to a page, but it's letter D, third quarter plan of operation status report. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Question,
members of the
back
committee.
to the Office of Management Budget response.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Amber Crotty, yes, the shaded areas, those, they need attention. They either need to be updated or they need to come up with a...
Okay, thank you for that response. Any other questions or comments regarding the summary report for OMB committee members? Hearing none, so let's move forward to our presentation. Mr. Munt, Controller Perlin Kirk.
Okay. Chair, the controller has verified that she accepts the oath.
Okay, with that, Ms. Smith, are you still on the line? Vice Chair Smith, are you there?
Yes, I'm on the line, Chair. Slow on the phone over here.
Okay, I'm gonna make my way to Window Rock right now. So in between, I'm gonna lose signal for momentarily right before Black Cat. And so, if you don't hear from me, if you would take over, but I'll be back on as soon as I get to Window Rock signal area. But with this, I'll start off with our controller. Ms. Kirk, are you there?
Oh, good morning, I'm here.
Okay, we'll start your presentation for the budget.
Okay, Yate Bennett, Chair, and then Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Yate Bennett, and then I can start with a quick overview. There are a number of business units that our office is responsible for. Auto, the main one is the big business unit that has most of the sections, and we operate with general funds and then also IDC. And so Auto, just to kind of give a few highlights, by statute, we are organized under Title 12, and we're charged with the nation's financial duties and responsibilities for all three branches. Auto, we have a number of sections. I believe we have 8 sections. We have separate business units for purchasing and property, and then we have the main business unit that takes care of contract accounting, purchasing, general accounting, accounts payable, cashier's accounts receivable. We also have proprietary funds, which is credit services. They are charged with giving out personal and home loans. So that's how we're set up. Altogether, I usually say on average we have about 120 positions. So that's kind of a quick overview. We do have a number of business units. We do have an investment section that takes care of the nation's investment, including the master trust and the defined benefit plan. And there are a number of business units that's associated with that regarding our various trust funds, and so you'll see all those different business units. Auto, there's a number of things just to highlight on the budget status report. We have budgets available. The reports were at the end of June. We're almost nearing the end of August, so 2 months between June and August does not reflect those reports. And then I will say that the biggest expenditure that we will be expending for the rest of the fiscal year is all payroll personnel related expenses. So we anticipate expending all those dollars going forward. So, and then the other thing about plan of operations, I know regarding property, we did do a draft, and we did present to DOJ, and then I believe we need to change up the format and take some of those comments into consideration. So those are still being worked on. So those are just kind of the highlights on what was presented by OMB just now. There are a couple of ones on the program performance assessment scores. The good thing is that there's some 3s regarding credit services. They really made a push. There is some 1s in the supply center. I will say that 1 is going off some system issues that we were just discussing just now. It's more of a system issue that needs to be corrected, and that's why we have 1 for supply center. So those are just kind of the highlights. I will say overall, I will say there is a legislative concern, also, and, we did make a, improvement with veterans. We've been working with the veterans program. Generally speaking, our accounts payable, they do pay, approximately, if there's a payment document with all the supporting documents that come in, it usually gets paid, within, 45 days, which is, between 30 and 45 days is good. But where the problems lie is where, depending on, and I know Veterans Program had made great improvements on their end, but we rely on programs, departments, and divisions to submit their documents to us. And so I usually talk about this when we don't know about invoices that are sitting out there, and then we have vendors calling saying they haven't been paid, then the program side really needs to submit their payment documents. They need to do it accurately and also completely. And so some of those problems need to be addressed on that side. So that those types of situations do happen. So, but I know Accounts Payable has been working with Veterans Program, and I know that the Veterans Program had made great strides in getting on 6B and training some of their staff to kind of help the situation. So, Otto, in terms of vacancies, I will say that we have a number of vacancies. Of course, with the pandemic that started with the government, the nation shut down back in May or March, it kind of put a lot of things on hold. Of course, our office is essential, so my staff has been working throughout the closure, the government closure. We had rolling schedules. We really had to adjust to work from home. I know the payroll section had to still maintain a biweekly payroll schedule despite, having the shutdown, and then also, processing overtime and special duty pay. AP has still been working, obviously, to make sure payments still get out. And so my office has been operational throughout the shutdown. And with that, it was challenging to hire people. Even now, a lot of challenges in hiring people during these times. A lot of people, they don't want to come to work. They don't want to be exposed. And then also there is a time lag in the hiring process. So you advertise, and then by the time you start to hire, they find other jobs. And then also the challenge of trying to entice them to come work for us, because they'll easily find other jobs that pay more. So, and then also with the shutdown, it was hard to, go through the hiring process as well. So we just recently started trying to fill some of those positions. So that's kind of the update on the personnel. Just to highlight some of the report in the front. And so I will just say, generally speaking, regarding our budgets, whether it's purchasing property or the Office of Controller main business unit, because we got the same allocation from last year, it's challenging to budget because obviously the biggest expenditure is for our positions, our personnel related expenditure is the biggest expenditure, and between last year and now, there's the GWA increase, and then also any type of merit increases. So those will make your personnel payroll costs increase. And so if we're being allocated the same amount of money from the same amount of budget from last year, then we're going to end up being short on personnel. So the way we prepared our budgets was going full on 3/4 of personnel, and so we're short on 1/4 of personnel expenditures, and so so we were able to fund 3/4, and then whatever remaining dollars we were able to put towards operational costs, but we're short on 1/4 of personnel, and so that's how we approach the budget. So I can go. I think everybody has their hard copy. I can go through the big business unit, which is the 107022, and so that's where we are budgeting for 94 positions and then 2 vehicles. And as you can see, most of the $5,883,398. And so out of that, $5,819,921 is budgeted for personnel expenses. So you can see what I just was talking about. Because we're getting the same allocation from last year, we tried our best to put as much of it as possible towards personnel expense. And then we have special transactions of $63,477. So that's in essence our budget. And then we have some in proposed budget, which is 4.6 on personnel, 85,000 as travel expense, 373,000 as supplies, 34,000 in lease and rental, 130,000 repairs and maintenance and contractual services, 429,000 and special transaction, 73,000. So that is our proposed budget, and essentially the difference is about 1.1 million. So that's kind of our budget. Our unmet needs budget is, I believe, we put that in the back. So like a few pages down, there is an unneeds budget prepared, and so the unneeds budget in the back has is for 1.5 million, $1,510,689, and that is for personnel basically of $1,496,063 is for the personnel expenses. So that's where I was talking about. We tried the best to put as much as we can into 3/4 of personnel, and then we are out that 1/4, and that would be mostly what makes up our unneeds budget. So the only other thing on the unneeds budget is the $14,627, which is mainly the insurance and workers' comp and so forth. So that's what we have. And so that, in essence, is our budget that we have presented. So I don't know, Chair, if we just go through each business unit. I think per the agenda, this is the main business unit, this 107022. So that's under the agenda. It's 5A to small a. I just went over that. So I don't know if you want to stop for questions.
Vice Chair, I think you're in charge.
Okay, it's all the report on the item A, the budget. At this point in time, committee members, are there any questions for the controller?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Pushing, Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members, staff on the line. Good morning, to Controller Kurt. I appreciate you acknowledging some of the concerns regarding the Tribal Office Supply Center. Not only Are there low marks on the performance? The budget as printed off does look like there's been an over expenditure. Can you help me understand actually what's happening there? I'm going to ask like 5 questions, and I have them written down. And so the first question really, was there a reduction or increase in your overall budget? It doesn't look, well, I may be wrong. Please let me know if there's a reduction or an increase in your general funds budget. Please identify any under or over expenditures, and I believe you addressed some of them, but I would need to know for over expenditures, the property or the supply center. You did go over your positions. I just need to clarify over your entire division, are there any proposed positions that will be either transferred out or reduced, or if there's any increase? The other areas is, and I'm trying to remember if you stated your division priorities for the future and what this budget is going to reflect. Please let us know how COVID has impacted your budget and how it will impact the next fiscal year. And lastly, in terms of a program, I am very committed to the housing needs of our Navajo people. And so in looking at the credit services home loan program, please explain, it looks like that, I just need to be clear, the $440,000, is that funding that is used that they generate through interest, or give me a better idea of what the need is and some of the challenges credit service may have when providing home loans to Navajos. And the last thing was, I was hearing when you said there was an improvement from the veterans and that they're on 6B. Can you give us a time frame on what is the average now that a veteran should expect their check? Thank you very much.
Agushni Honorable Karate, 5 questions. Turn the floor back over to the controller to respond.
Okay. There are a number of questions. I tried my best to write all of them down, so if I don't answer any, let me know. I believe the first one is the supply center. When I highlighted that the 1.09 on the program performance, we were just discussing that with my staff, and it's so you have to know a little bit of accounting. So for those of you that do, that would be great. It's what they call cost of goods sold. So when you go sell something, you buy it at, and that's your cost, right? But you also do a markup to sell it for a higher price. So I believe what's happening is that cost of goods sold is not rolling off the revenue. So it's not rolling off the revenue until they're sold later. Yeah. So even now we're trying to discuss it, but essentially there's the way it was set up originally, because you account for it with between your cost of goods sold and your inventory as well as your revenues when you eventually sell it. That whole formula is not accurate in the setup. So that is why your cost of goods sold keep growing, and so it needs to be fixed on our FMIS side, and so it needs to be fixed correctly, so that the cost of goods sold rolls off the sales, the revenue, as it should be. I think right now it's not doing that. So that's why regarding the program performance, you'll see the ones. I do have Jeremy Ben here. If he, I believe he emailed Peggy and said did the oath, so maybe he can explain it a little bit better on the supply center side. He is the relevant manager, so let me turn over to him to explain it.
Good morning, everybody, Chair, Vice Chair.
Before you start, Vice Chair, Peggy, did you get an oath on this?
Yes, I did, Vice Chair.
Okay.
Jeremy.
Okay. You can proceed now. Just want to make sure we're in line. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair, Sheriff is still there, members of the committee, everybody online. Just to kind of talk about Supply Center, the question I think was, I'll go ahead and go back to the performance. The reason it was low is because of the sales numbers were low because of the COVID-19. So when Supply Center is not able to sell with a lot of these departments not, operating or nobody's buying products, and then those numbers will go down. We do expect it to go back up. I did talk with my staff from Supply Center, so she's already seen numbers increase now that departments are coming back into the office. So we should see those numbers increase for the fourth quarter. The second thing I believe was the way the numbers look. It looks like it's an over expenditure. I guess in the past the way it was set up is we have a cost type to where we charge purchases that we make for Supply Center. Those are items that we're going to sell for the future, and it hits our budget, so it looks like it's an over expenditure. However, we do recover those funds once we sell those products, so it goes back into the revenue. So I just wanted to make that clear. And if there's any more questions on that, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
So in order to fix that within our system, then there's a series of steps that needs to happen, and I believe we can do that so the numbers really reflect what's happening. As Jeremy said, that it does look like an over expenditure because of that cost of goods sold, but once the sale happens, it rolls off of that. And so, but until the sale happens, then it looks like there's an over expenditure. And so that would explain an over expenditure if you're just looking at the report. But I will say, I think the other question was if there's over or under of expenditures for property and supply and so forth. And so in general, your property budget and your purchasing budget, they are small. They are smaller amounts relative to the other business units. So normally those business units, the managers do watch their expending because sometimes they don't have a lot to work with. So we try to expend and utilize those budgets as much as we can in a given year. So trying to remember. Okay, I quickly jotted down some questions. I think the other question was on positions, division-wide, whether any of these got transferred out or if they will be phased out or etc. Here at OOC, we always have a need for positions. We do have our challenges in trying to hire personnel, especially qualified personnel. Sometimes we have the same people applying also. That does happen. But in terms of personnel changing up within the division, I know we did reassign fixed assets. Was that this year? Within the year, we did assign fixed asset personnel. They were here at Admin 1, and it's just good business to have them with property. So that's something we are working on in terms of budget-wise to make sure those positions are reflected in property instead of the general OOC business unit. Fixed asset does belong with property, and part of the reason, number one, it should be there within property. Number two, in terms of space, we needed the space here to expand, contract accounting and some of the other hirings we were doing. So space can become a problem here at OOC. That was the only transferring of positions between the big OOC business unit and property. So but I do not anticipate phasing out any positions. As I mentioned, every position we need. And again, as mentioned before, COVID-19 pandemic had its challenges in the hiring process, and it's even tough to recruit. Before the pandemic, we already have our challenges in recruiting and hiring, because in this area, regarding finance and accounting, it's hard to find people. If there are Navajos that are qualified, they can make more somewhere else than here. So we try our best to and tell them to attract them or retain people based on not just salary, but for example the experience, the benefits, and so forth. But with throwing a pandemic in there, then it's even more harder, because sometimes we'll go through the hiring process, we'll interview someone, and then they'll decline, or they can find a higher pay somewhere else. So, or they just decide they don't want to come and risk, COVID-19. So we have those situations as well. We've also lost people, those want to retire, those, there's a couple, where, because of COVID-19, I can think of like 2 people that just decided they don't want to work during this time, and so those things happen. Right now, I think the other question was a division-wide goal. I can talk about all the challenges of COVID-19, but one of the positive things for us as a division is the pandemic has brought out we're almost forced to work remotely, and those are some of the things at least our division, our office has been pushing for some time, and so it's kind of pushing our goals and objectives to the forefront, and which is good. For example, I mentioned payroll earlier. We really literally have to get everybody on board. I know it's happening in my other sections, contract accounting, and AP and purchasing, to get everybody to start working remotely, because you just never know. During the shutdown, our office has closed 3 times, and we've remediated our office 4 times. We've had close calls, and so forth. But we didn't skip a beat. Payroll still got processed, AP still processing, and so forth. So the remote working, what I'm getting at is the automation projects that we have, the importance of being paperless, all of those things that we try to push pre-pandemic, where it just gets highlighted during the pandemic, during these times, so that everybody's focused on those things. We were forced to accept documents electronically, and really work electronically via email. Obviously, I'm always on the phone. Kind of music to our ears. For a long time, we've been trying to push that. So as a division, we're excited that we're on the verge of pushing some of these things that we've been trying to push for a number of years. It just helps us. So if there's any silver lining, that's that. So in terms of like your 6Bs and some of these document retentions, all of those things, those are all highlighted, and that we'd like to keep pursuing those things. We did this year, we got our policy and procedures approved, which is great for compliance purposes in dealing with federal funding agencies. The other thing, we do have a lot of work on our hands with the CARES funding. So not only do we have to do the normal operational things that we're charged with, but then add the 714 on top of everything and all the compliance that it will require. We're September starting, so our time frame is shortened, and it's going to be a lot of work. We're anticipating that, and you know, we're rising up to that challenge. And I have a good staff on board. I have some well-qualified managers, and so we've been working on some of these types of projects, and now it's kind of pushed to the forefront on some of these things. So the vision goals is keeping on the automation, working electronic, improving our process. If any of you were at our audit work session, one of the things that at least my staff is very proud of was the ability for the nation to issue its own financial statement. That we achieved a couple of years ago, but what more importantly was when the auditors point out that we had no adjustment entries, which means, you know, we the nation, we're doing our job, because I believe in 2011 there was, I want to say 200 AGEs, which is your adjusting entries, and so the numbers just went down to 0 this year. And what that means is for our external auditors, it makes their job a lot easier. But it shows that my staff has been, not only are we hiring really good staff, but also that we're doing our part, and we're not relying on the auditors to do the adjusting entries, and so forth. So that was, and then also you see the trend from that work session. You see the single audit findings going down, and so that's one of the things, when I say the CARES funds is a challenge, is to maintain that trend, so it doesn't go back up, because the reason why it's important is on the external fund side, we are on a reimbursement basis and we're high risk, and we would like to get the nation off of that at some point in time, and this is chipping away at it. So those are all our division goal, is making sure the audit gets done. And earlier today I did say that the financial audit should be sent out today. It should be issued today, and so meeting the audit requirement for the bond purposes, for the single audit requirements, all of those during the pandemic is a big accomplishment, especially because we've changed auditors as well. We went from KPMG to Moss Adams. That in of itself, you know, is a big accomplishment. So we just need to continue those trends and continue improving the financial processes and meeting the compliance goals. So those are our overall division goals. COVID has impacted us in terms of our workforce, the way we work. I have to say, my staff, I'm proud of my staff. All of the managers have worked every day alongside myself, although some of their staff we have to have rolling schedules, but we got the work done nonetheless, and we were forced to remote work, and we did, and we still maintained our regular work, like we got the audit done. We're going to go through the budgets, and now we're tackling the CARES fund as well. So, so nonetheless, it's a new way of working. I say we always clean every day. Like I said, we shut down 3 times. We know what to do when we have to shut the office down. You know, if we have a potential exposure situation, but nonetheless, we get the job done. So I'm proud of my staff. The other question, I believe, is credit services. The $400K in revenues regarding, so that's a proprietary fund. So the way that would work is they do operate by the revenues generate, and so they would make revenues off their late fee and their interests and so forth. In terms of challenge for credit services, and they'll present later on also, they had to shut down, and so some of the challenges or the impact was because of COVID-19. There are a number of account holders that were behind, or they have payment issues. They paid late. I know my staff, they tried their best to work with the account holders. Sometimes they would have to help in a sense that they won't assess their late fees, and so they were more than accommodating with account holders. The other thing that we've done, which is a party, was I know we were helping the donation branch, which was headed by DOJ for the command center. We managed to get the donations, credit card payment on the website with the nation's merchant provider, and so we wanted to expand that how we did that to other programs that accept payments on behalf of the nation. And so after we set up the donation website with the payment mechanism, I've asked Credit Services Manager to work on that. So while Credit Services shut down, Credit Services is the one that was down in terms of business. They weren't accepting any new applications and so forth. So most of what they've done was service that account. So during that time, the manager there worked on getting the ability for account holders to pay via a website, and so that's been accomplished. And I believe that for us, that's a good story, because then that way we don't have account holders coming to the office. They can actually just pay on their loan through the website. And we're starting to work with other programs where we can do the same thing. And I think we should be doing those types of things, because they're overall, wherever you go, even more critical during these times. So that's what we're doing with credit services, and the impact and the challenges. And in terms of 6B, I know there are a number of programs that are on 6B. I know Accounts Payable has helped the Veterans Program to get on 6B, and I believe that made a lot of improvement. And so again, it does take 45 days from when, generally speaking, because there's 13 payment types, and so in general, it takes at least about 45 days to get a payment out. But as for veteran payments, our office usually prioritizes those. And I have to say, 45 days from when a payment document comes in, there's nothing wrong with it and it's ready to go. A lot of times that doesn't happen. So either something's missing, there's no signature, there's a wrong account code, the supporting documents are all not there. There's various things that can go wrong with it, and we have to send those back and so forth. So it doesn't just take our office; it takes programs and personnel at the program level to really, be in partnership with us, because the better they are, then the quicker things happen. So that's where we try to do our part in educating, and then it just depends on the programs themselves. Some are really good at it, some are not, and then sometimes transitions happen. Sometimes they're good, and then a person leaves, and then the new person has to come in, and things don't go as well. And so there's lots of scenarios that way. And so we rely on them to do their part to reconcile their budgets, and then also to make sure they have enough budget in their business units, because that's another holdup, is if they don't keep track of their budget and they don't keep track of what they're spending, then they may not have the budget. So then they have to do budget transfers and so forth. So sometimes, some programs, they rely on us, and it shouldn't really be the case because we can't do their job. And so that's not to say some programs are really good. There are programs that are really good. They keep track of everything. They are on top of it, and there's no problems. They send their stuff in, and it goes through our process. And just so you know, depending on the type of funds that is going to be used to expend, it either goes to contract accounting, and then it goes to, depending on the type, if it's a procurement, if it's goods and services. Goods, it may just go to accounts payable. If it's services, it goes to purchasing, and everybody has to follow the rules for procurement. So some of them have, there's also a misunderstanding that things get submitted to our office, then it just goes straight for accounts payable. That's not the case. So we still have to do our reviews. Contract accounting takes care of the K accounts, the external funds, and so they have to do their part, and then purchasing takes care of the procurement and contracts and so forth. So there's a number of steps that happen before it goes to accounts payable. So those are the processes in general, and that's what I wrote down. So I don't know if I left out any other questions. So I'll stop right there.
Okay, thank you, Controller, on your answers back to Honorable Karate. Did that answer your questions out, Honorable Karate?
Vice Chair, thank you. That does answer my questions. I appreciate the response. And I will be asking similar questions to all of the divisions on the hearing schedule. So if you could incorporate that to your executive report, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, any other questions before we proceed for the Controller?
Ska.
Oh, da.
Yeah, good morning. It's Anna Ska. I don't know the BNF delegates committees. I don't because Maya kita Miss Kirk no but this so I know that she brought up she brought the $714 million implementation on top of it, or addition. That's what we're doing now. Yeah, on the article. So I don't know if she mentioned about the hiring of the people qualified to help her. So I know that OMB. Maybe I can go back to OMB. I know that all these budget legislation and then the resolution for the CARES Act funding. So OMB they set up their business unit for each of these, all those how this expenditure will be going. Is set up that year. So right now, set up that year. To start the payment or expending this money, when is that going to happen? Or are they going to be how are they going to be communicating? Is it going to be who's going to be looking at this whole project? See who's going to say that this is in compliance with this expenditure or this project. Basically, the reason why I'm saying this, people over here, the question that they have is how that there's this others I don't know if president just can be that there's this project because the I don't think the area other base bad to the that's the question. So as a budget and finance committee, how are we taking care of this money with OC and then OMB? out on the air with the programs. This is my question: is when is it? What's the how's that coordination going? As each business unit should that then out on the air, but the communication between OC is these projects or who's going to be evaluating and then who is going to be saying that this project is okay, this project is going to go now. But I don't know that vendors and then I know that they took over budget about 110. I guess today the priority. You see the priority today is spending that money. But we need to start spending this money. That's a priority that should be a Navajo Nation priority overall. The nursing government. So you see so you see now so the net on that is that is covered and then that is the issue and the house ego that don't make them as a relief fund, so that has a timeline. So that's my question. Before we go over anything else again, I think this is the priority of the Navajo Nation. How we're going to be, how we're spending this money, how is it in line now? Is it streamlined? I think that's my question for. I know that the chapters are listening in. You see, has a place on the has in that you need to know that people. You see, but I just keep on the I think that's the outline, the Southwest Portage Reservation. That's the question they're asking. So, that was my question.
That's a question of the CARES Act, the capabilities of getting these things underway. You have that fiscal year 2021 fund date. But I'll go ahead and let the controller answer your question on that since the chapters are listening in. But make it short and brief, right to the point, Ashwada. Controller, you have the line.
Okay, Vice Chair Otto, and I'll try my best to be brief. The CARES Fund, I always say this, these are federal dollars, federal financial assistance. So because they're federal financial assistance, federal government, spend back in the big done. So we call it uniform guidance, the actual CARES legislation, Treasury guidance, frequently asked questions, in that big so because of that, it's not like CHSN or permanent fund or even general fund. So 3 months ago, with the first legislation, CMY 44-28, we did outsource some consulting work because we knew that on the the 120 staff, we already have our job cut out, and then to add pretty much quadruple our work capacity. So we outsourced some of that work. 3 months. CMY 44-20, even we were discussing that again last week on Friday. Good legislation. So so we're responsible for it. So no matter whether one legislation is not good or not, we are responsible for the compliance, for processing those payments. So from the beginning, on the Treasury guidance, so so infrastructure, it's really hard to do with these funds. We're finding that out even now. So because federal government so but we do know, just because I say it's infrastructure doesn't mean that the needs are out there. There are needs, and the Navajo Nation is unique in that sense. We have those needs, and that could help with the COVID-19 and the pandemic. 4 months every week. So I do know that we have to have backup plans as well. So on some of these projects, COVID-19, we're still dealing with it. So winter, so the projects, sometimes they're so because these are federal dollars, then to get these projects done. But nonetheless, our office, when we outsource some of the work that we have, a lot of the work that we have, we're looking into those things. Backup plan, some of these assistance programs. Right now, just so you know what I'm dealing with, trying to get that contract finalized. President and the Attorney General visit $60 million for the economic development to do the small business assistance program. We're ready to go on that, and that takes a lot of work. We're anticipating 12 people for DED to work 8 hours a day for 7 weeks to get that rolled out, and that's not including the hours that OOC is going to incur to get that done. And so it is a lot of work, and that's just one component of it. And so imagine at some point if we have to do a hardship program, and the window of time is closing up on us. 4 months. So, in terms of our communication with OMB, we do need them. I say this because OOC, we're the last stop. We're the ones that send out the payment. But we can't do that with, earlier I mentioned we depend on the program. So we also depend on OMB. So budget, they have to put in the budget for us so that we can cut a check. So, and then on top of that, anybody who's responsible for some of these, the way these monies will be spent, they have to work with us as well, and OMB. So we all have to rely on each other. In addition, we have to rely on DOJ too. Some of the things we're working on is what we call subrecipient agreement, grant agreement. We're trying to figure out the process, despite, CMY 44-20. And so, from legislation CJ in -4720. So it has an expiration date of the 31st of this month. So what we're trying to do is trying to get that I know that, and I'm sure OMB has their own update, but there is $2.5 million for the financial system. I'm trying to get the contract signed so the budget's already been set up since last week. And as soon as the contract's signed, I want to be the first person to make a payment out of the CARES money. But we haven't spent anything, and to me, if we can spend something this week, that would be a goal of ours to do. So that's how long it takes, but we're hoping that once we worked out all the kinks on the process, getting the budgets in and having everybody start expending, we're hoping that happens soon, because of the timeline. So I
don't know if CARES back continue. And I remember, of course, remember we're on the budget.
Vice Chair Smith?
Chair, go ahead.
I'm back.
Okay, I'll turn the gavel over to you. We're still with the controller and having questions.
Are there any questions, committee members?
Chair, this is Kristen. If the committee I would like to ask a question when the committee members are done, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Vice Chair Smith, you have a question?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Christina, go ahead, Shema.
Thank you. I'm reviewing the budget forms, and on Form 1, most of the departments have on their Part 2, they have an unmet need, but I'm looking at personnel budgeted at 1,908 hours. Can you explain what that means and help me understand if that should be a concern area? And also, I'm looking at your other program that their hours. It doesn't seem that it matches the average personnel budgeted at 180 hours for purchasing services. Please help me understand, or is there a K account that supplements these personnel hours? Thank you.
Ms. Kirk, you have a response?
So in terms of our Office of the Controller budget, that's budgeted at 9 months, and then I believe the one for purchasing, that's budgeted at, as Ms. Crotty, Delegate Crotty pointed out, 1,908 hours as
Unmet needs to cover the other half.
Okay. So we have the unmet needs budget, but again, as I mentioned earlier, we have the same allocation as we did last year. So we have to essentially put as much as we can to personnel, and then I know for the OOC budget, we have it up to 9 months, and then purchase has it as 1908, a little over 9 months. Property, how did I don't know if I answered the question, but we did 9 months on OOC's budget and then 1908 on purchasing, and I believe they did as much as they can in putting everything towards personnel.
Chairman Henyo, I heard the answer. I just don't understand. So I understand that you may not have all of the budget needed for 12 months. What does that mean for that employee? Are you giving them a 9-month contract, or is there an expectation of funding will come from another source to pay for 12 months? What I don't want to do is approve a budget that only gives 9 months salary, or I'm not sure if that's how it's generally done. Are they contracted? I need a little bit more guidance on what we're doing here with personnel costs. I know that there was some challenges because there was a general wage adjustment, and if this is what we should expect for every division, I need to know what the solutions or answers are. Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, going back to our controller, your response?
So in terms of whether there's a 9-month contract, we don't have those. We just have enough. We have what we have, so we can only fund for that time frame. And I guess you can call it an expectation. That is why we have the unmet need budget. So if we don't get it, then I believe we have to cut positions.
So our controller, what the question I guess related to that would be is, what is your vacancy rate look like on your positions?
So I know we have a listing, and I believe there was 20 on the listing, but there are in various stages. When I say that, there's probably some in awaiting background check, some are being currently advertised, and some they're being re-advertised. I know I signed some of those documents, and And as I mentioned before, this is the COVID-19 impact was, we just recently started advertising on some of these positions. There's no doubt that we need these positions. And we've added positions just to make improvements. We did get some IDC dollars a few years back, and we were able to do some of these things. So for us to cut more positions will just not. What was this?
Vacancies, that's the dollar amount, still not enough.
I don't understand. Do you want to say something? Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie.
Make sure you sent your.
I did. I sent you I sent the oath to Peggy. So, as far as the vacancy listings go for OOC, it is in the binder, behind the, OOC budget. The dollar amount is only $640,000, so that's still not enough to cover, the shortfall for OOC. Just to clarify on that point also, sir. Thank you.
So basically, even if we cut out all the whole vacancy list, it's only 640,000. So that's not enough to cover the 1.1 million. So that's only half of it. Just kind of anecdotally, this is the reason why the payroll support program is important. That and then also using CARES dollar for the first quarter of the next fiscal year. For these reasons, it would supplement our operating budget. That's why I advocated for that.
I can say
I think if I can say something else, I think at least
Go ahead.
two other. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Controller.
Okay. I believe this is I would say this is not going to be a unique situation to OOC. I think you will find out that other programs will be in the same situation as us.
Committee members, is there any other questions?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Shimon.
Thank you, Chair. So just clarification, and thank you, Controller, for your answer. I think as a committee, we need to understand some of these shortfalls and how that may impact employees. And so I think the push should be, if an employee is currently hired, that they should be 100% funded. And if there's an area that needs to only be funded like 9 months, then that's a vacant position. I just want to make sure that's what we're doing here, and that that's clear, so that we're not shortchanging employees. And the second area is, if that is the case, maybe Chair, in my suggestion is that we issue out a memo to all of the different, the 3 branches, that if the committee agrees that currently employed Navajo Nation employees should have their hours fully funded and not have, it's stressful as it is. Like they should know if they have a job, they have the hours funded, and then we could look at these vacancies and start pulling down, maybe either recapturing the dollars with the vacancies, or looking at when they might be hired, and at least 1 quarter of that funding go to the permanent positions. I'm thinking out loud. I apologize to the committee, but someone should have a say. And so if it has to be the committee, that's what I'm at. Awesome. Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Chair, this is Delegate Yell here.
Yell here, go ahead, Chantal.
Yeah, just to let go, Vice Chair, to my colleagues, our Budget Finance Committee, and also employees and controllers, Javeda Perlin Kirk, OMB, Legislative Office, Attorney General, everybody who on the line with me. I had a question for pertains to a position and assignment based on a budget binder that was put together. There is about 17 positions that are vacant right now on the controller. There's one position, program project, that is it's been vacancy to senior management analysis is vacant, and then accounting supervisor 1, payroll technician 1, accountant 3, associate accountant 2, and maintenance specialist 1, and also there is a program project specialist 1. So there's altogether is about 17 positions of vacant in the controller. I was just thinking that how many times have these positions have been advertised? Have these positions, all positions have been advertised? And that's my question on controller. Aro, ani mayajna this honorable Crowdy. Valet ila aspo option the Hayashmiya. They all been get paid with 12 months, 2000 and 88 hours, a full position is going to be paid for a because the position that we can get to create the advertisement that I about each one, because it's very important. You have to control it and how to put it all and for the all youth and of course it all noise at the yet out of the and so that's what needed all this. I don't see accounts payable that any accounts receivable that any data illegal purchase department nothing we make all these PR and purchase order. Equipment just kid off again with the done the create the position advertising that $1,000 not only budget finance committee because credit state of to create the advertise that I could echo. Chair. Thank you. I'll go back on mute now. Thank you.
Is that Kurt? Do you have a response?
Just kind of, Daisy United Kitty, why not just fund the 12 months for the positions that are, there are hired and so forth? If we do that, we're still going to be short the 600,000. So we don't have enough to cover everybody. We would still have an unmet needs budget. And so either we can do that, but then we have to probably have layoffs or some sort if we are still short 600,000. So that's, unless we find the money. So the United Kitty, these vacant positions, I'm not sure if you were on the call earlier. With the shutdown back in March, government shutdown, auto COVID-19, so with the government shutdown, we did have plans we were, either advertising or had plans to hire or, address these vacancies. We always have to address these vacancies because our office, we always have need for people to work for us. So it is a process, as you're aware of. For example, the senior management analyst was vacant, and I pretty much had to just stop. Not only because of the shutdown, but DPM may not be allowing us to hire. So everything just came to a halt and a standstill. So it's not until recently that we were able to say we're essential and we really have a need for this position. Please let us advertise. So I would say in the last month, that's what we are able to do. And so thankfully DPM is allowing us to kind of pursue some of these things that we need to do on the position. But it almost has to, for a few months there, you can't do anything. So I just want to point that out. There are that's not to say that there are some positions here and there that are vacant. There's some, and I don't know if you were on the call earlier when I mentioned that there are some, personnel that either they recently left. I believe there's a supervisor position, that's the case. And then I know on the buyer's position, those are some we advertised, I don't know how many times, 3 times. And, in those situations, people either already find a job or we can't pay them enough, and they'll leave us to go somewhere else, or they'll turn us down to accept another job somewhere else. I know on the senior management analyst, I did interview, and that was the case. I couldn't compete with, high-paying jobs. And so I just wanted to say that, in general, the COVID-19, the government shutdown kind of brought our hiring process to a halt. And then even to this day, even if we're able to interview and advertise, or we make an offer, I know one position in cashiers, I just signed off on the documents. We had one person referred, and we made the offer, and the person already accepted another position. And then I know of others where the person just said, well, no thanks, so they may have applied applied earlier, and then now they're rethinking. And I did get a couple of vacant positions that came up during the government shutdown, where people just said, you know what, I don't want to work. I know of 2 situations like that where they just would rather just walk away because of the pandemic. And so we're dealing with all those even with the best intentions of trying to hire. We have situations where people don't want to work because they would rather stay home and not risk it. So we have those situations. So that's, if there's other more specific questions I can answer, by position. So those are my responses, Shahab.
Okay, committee members, any other questions or comments for Controller Ms. Kirk?
Chair, y'all here again. Yate.
Go ahead, Shana.
So, Shady Quad, I'd like to have controllers, these 17 positions. Maybe there's more, I don't know. But I'd like to request, when are these positions are vacant? When was it starting effective, these positions? I want to have this information report back to us, each one. When was effective? Control, on party list, list to stand being a committee. Even though probably all the program will be probably talking about COVID-19, that will be the excuse. COVID-19 position controller. Being a committee, press for a control to bring this position that were vacant when was effective in how long that was in other plus we're going to verify with the also with the personnel office too with this vacant position. It was verified that the and so on
with that, any other questions or comments, committee members?
And I've got another question, Chair.
On your first one, what's your timeline? When do you want this report from the controller on vacancy?
Before the budget's over, with this, probably within maybe within 10 days, no more than 10 days. Budget we have to come back and go budget, follow budget. 10 days, no more than 10 days.
Go ahead. Other question.
So, question ke media within our action later Mr. Albert Gay. So it only ends with husband the care act fund to give a coco function. Peso it's when they not cheat or we like to spend this money the quicker we can. But there'll be some issue there's infrastructure also because the duration date is only very short. It's December 30. The federal fund the way they Washington the president Donald Trump on the Budget Finance Committee. We probably have to change everything around, and whatever difference, we may as well just pay per capita to our people up there. In a very small tribe there with us. We don't want to turn this money back into U.S. Treasury. We're not educated or Washington, the Chinese NATO. Also, whatever in the week, I don't see that on the show, but I get basically or people. It never to that all. Isn't that up on 6 years of the Budget Finance Committee. Let's use this money to carry to our people, Navajo Nation. About these things, and I couldn't hear no little cheaper. No, or by let's move that way too. I'm pretty sure there's a legislation coming somewhere too by my honorable colleagues. When it's about Steve, chair, what about one of them control it is now she one cheat of hand. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to the controller for a response, Ms. Kirk.
If there's a report requested, we have no problem sending that out. Just for an example, I was just looking at the senior management position, analyst position. I think that was the specific one that Delegate Yellowhair Zeta pointed out. That was vacant around last year, around July, August, and I do know that from that time to March, it's been advertised, and I interviewed twice, and both times I made offers, and both times they didn't accept my offer because in one situation they had a better salary, way high salary. So that's the type of situation that we deal with all the time. And then when the government shut down, I opted not, obviously the government shut down. So that's how, that's just not unique to our situation. I know, like, for buyer positions, we've advertised it 3 times. We just don't have enough. I think we tried to up the salary scale as well, just so that we can compete with other programs. And again, sometimes we do have to compete with other programs, which programs, if they're federally funded, they can pay higher, but they don't do the work. So it's, we have to compete in that way. So, and some of these are recent vacancies, but we certainly don't have a problem submitting a report. I think that's it. That's my response, unless I missed a question in there somewhere. Yeah.
Okay.
Chair.
For that response.
Chair.
Sunandayo.
Chair, whoever do a number one to be picked to as a qualified for the positions, there's always number one choice. If the choice is declined, number one, you always look into your second, third, or fourth. You make your priority, rank them who's second. Not just you just don't look at number one priority. Who was it? You pick and decline that. You go to second, third, fourth. Not even any about this function. What orders that higher does, what orders are recorded does, what orders are record that is for division, director that so that's my response back to Kurt, controller. I want to yeah, thank you very much. Go back on mute now.
Okay, any other questions or comments, committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. So, at these hearings, what my request is, and I know that there's a lot of work that's put into these budgets, but I'm concerned that we have Navajo Nation employees that are not fully budgeted, and I haven't heard of dollars that we could use to help fully fund them. So I'm going to have to ask the controller to redo the budget, like purchasing services, so that they're fully funded. And where is that money going to be pulled out of? I'm assuming maybe travel or other non-personnel dollars. And then the suggestion is that the vacant positions decrease those hours. We know that they're not going to be hired on October 1st. And also then to consider if the trend is that position is never funded, maybe the proposal is to either get a consultant or look at working with DPM, and I know this is a challenge, so I want to recognize, to reevaluate those positions so that we can have pay that is, what's that word that was used? Competitive, because for the committee, personal lapse fund is a sign. It's a symptom. It's a symptom of all of the vacant positions and all of the personnel money that was not used, maybe like for fourth quarter. But if you times that by 3, that's how much money is out there. And those are positions we need to hire. So we talk about high employment, and so maybe this is a time where we start looking at getting a hiring consultant, getting someone to, a headhunter, someone to let us know what it takes to get someone in these positions, and as we telecommunicate, or as we're able now to, do this work over the phone, maybe this individual can work out of Phoenix or Albuquerque and work for the Navajo Nation in this capacity. I don't know, but I think at this point we should be innovative, and so I'll need to know what it'll take to properly fund all of these positions for this budget. Thank you, Chair, committee members.
So, with this, Shemart Delegate Amber Crotty, are you wishing to table this legislation then?
Chairman Henyo, I will wait for the response, and then if we could make that motion afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, Viva, thank you. With that, one more before I go back to our presenter, Vice Chair Smith.
Controller, though, staff. I'm looking at the list of positions.
Chair,
a little louder, Vice Chair.
Okay. According to the hours on the proposed budget for the positions, it has 2,088 hours, and I thought a full-time employee makes 2,080 hours. What's the extra 8 hours for? Could that be explained on that portion? Thank you.
Okay, with that, back to our controller. We have Shemart Delegate Amber Crotty and Vice Chair Smith asking questions. Your response.
What's going on right now is we just don't have enough allocated to us. So we can certainly redo the budget so that I guess everybody can be funded, but not everybody's going to be funded. I believe just looking at the number from earlier, with our unmet needs, we're still short 600,000. So we can do the budgets, but we'll still be short 600,000 or so, even if all of it goes to the current position personnel that we have. So I just want to make it clear. And so I guess we can then, create a layoff list, because that's the only other option if we can't fund our existing people. So we don't have the money to fund everybody, so we can certainly redo the budget so that we can fund everybody except who we have on the layoff list or of some sort. I think that's been done in the past. We've done that a year ago. And only a year ago, OPVP had their own fund, and we had to fight for the fund there at that level. So that's my comments on that. I think in terms of getting help, it's hard to try to entice a prospective employee if they're getting better offers somewhere else. We've done our part in working with DPM to say, let's reclassify this position, etc. But there's also limitations to that. For example, you can only go so much, reclassification without changing the qualification. So some team might require a high school degree, but to make another jump to something, a couple of years of college, those requirements change with the reclassification. So that's some of the reasons why we're limited in reclassifying, but still it's not enough. I'm going to point to the buyer position, that's one. And then, sometimes you don't have any applicants. Shazada asked, well, why not go with number 2? What happens if there's no number 2? I only have one applicant to work with. That's why you re-advertise these things. For example, right now I got a position in cashier, and they basically said only one person applied. So there's lots of different scenarios, and so but we can certainly look at those positions where they seem to be vacant all the time. I know the buyer position is one that we have a hard time, and mostly it's because nobody wants that position at that pay. And for us to up it, you have to start requiring more qualifications. So we have to work with DPM on some of these things. We've tried the best we can. Like, for example, in the past, we've tried in accounts payable, we created a new position, and that has helped. I have to admit that has helped. So we've done those things. in terms of Vice Chair's question regarding the 288, that's actually in the BIM that got approved. And normally, the reason why that happens is because we deal with it. For this fiscal year 2020, the number was 296, and that is important because on the federal funding side, the K account, they literally go by days. They count the days on the federal side. So it doesn't matter, and I have to say that the Navajo Nation, our workforce, I would say a good portion of our positions are funded by external accounts. So it does matter to the federal fund side, and therefore we have to actually manually count the dates. And this fiscal year 2021, we have 1 day extra. So that's how it gets incorporated into the BIM. So that is the number to work with for those reasons. So those are my responses. Yeah.
Okay, Shalom. Ms. Kirk, for your response, back to the committee. Any questions or comments?
Chair, this is Kristen. I do have a question.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for OMB. I need to clarify the Exhibit A of the legislation is different than what OMB indicates in its report for the Office of Controller budget. And I'm not sure if it's related to the 9 months versus 12 months spending issue or if there's another discrepancy. But I just would like for OMB to verify that the Exhibit A in the legislation and if we need to make any corrections or adjustments to that. And then the other issue I had is Exhibit E of the legislation, unmet needs. I would like OOC to look at that and see if that is what they want for unmet needs. I thought I heard something different when the controller was speaking, but I didn't catch it all. So I just want to verify and determine if any amendments need to be made. And if so, then OOC can make those changes at the revisit, and that can be incorporated into the tabling motion, Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that advice, Ms. Lowell. Is there any other questions or comments, committee members?
Chair, this is Yellow Hair again.
Go ahead, Shananta.
Yeah, in the chair, thank you very much, Controller Saveda. On your budget form 1, program budget summary, and the budget, the 2020 budget. We have more personal money in there set this year, $5,819,921. The new proposed 2021, you have $4,634,749, excuse me. And your difference are short is $1,185,172. Of course, Nana, this year, you put more money in there, travel expense, $85,000. I'll just run it off, $86,000. Supplies, you have $374,000. Rentals and lease and rental, you have $35,000. Repair and maintenance, $130,000. Contractual services, $429,000. Special transactions, $74,000. That leaves a total to this 2021 proposed budget. You have $5,761,904. To compare that, the bottom line, you are decreasing by $1,174,658. Credit, now just kidding. Now, the higher register, there's other budget you also use besides this general fund. There's other funds that you use, like anything, supplies, operating supplies. These are the source of other data controller money. General fund you use it as yeah. Budget. Of course, my colleagues on Budget Finance Committee. Yes, this year there's a total hours 2,088 hours. Yeah, of course. 8 hours extra. It's not extra. It's one of those days with 2021. It's going to be 2,088. So this 8 hours is going to be additional to personnel position. That is going to take some money out from codes operating expense only. Okay, taking more money 8 hours into personnel with French benefits. That increase in personnel. $100. Here on the other skip, space on flat Canada besides this general fund to total up your budget, how much you use. If even not just skip chair, correct basis of that using the whole area is all the personnel they spread out the money, other operating money. Yeah, not skip to not only lesson. Thank you, controller. Jonas Gladly, chair. Go back on mute.
Okay, Gushinas. What's that now? Question. Any other comments or questions, committee members?
Excuse me, this is delegate again. Yellow hair.
Well, go ahead.
Not hard to say operating money. It's hard to say chitashi, huh? It's all the hot. Kade halabani not just keep. That's thank you, Chair.
Gushinas. That back to you, Shema. Controller, Ms. Kirk.
Shiaz Chair, and then to say that so the way this works, and we've done it in the past, was, and I think United Kids, in the past when we don't have any money for those positions that are occupied for our personnel, we've done it the other way, the way Shadeja would like to see, where we fund our people. We've done that in the past, just so you know. We don't have enough money to fund everybody, and we've done it where we ended up having to create a layoff list. And although we only use position numbers, so it's not really identifiable, somehow that information does get out before it gets finalized or anything, because we know sometimes things work out, we get more money, somebody gives us unmet needs dollars, but at the front end, you try your best to cover everybody, but that doesn't always happen. So then we're forced to write a list of people that are potentily could be laid off. It gets out, and then the morale of the people, so this is what we decided to do, was to do the 3 months, and so we can do it the other way, but in the past that's been our experience. So they aim that to try to come up with a 3-month budget and then try to get our unmet needs in. The other question. And that's where we decided to try to do the 3 months and then put Sibi Ogi into some operational category. That's how we did it, and that's how this budget is set up. And then earlier I was saying, even if we try it the other way, and then I think the other question Shazeda was asking about was, are there other funds that we use? We do use the general fund, and then we do use the indirect cost dollars. So, and then normally those indirect costs, for example, if we collect more than we budgeted for, those come in a little bit later. For example, for fiscal year 2021, we work with a budgeted amount, and depending on if the actual collected IDC is higher, then we don't get those things in until about December, and then depending on how it goes through the process with OMB and so forth, they usually allocate the IDC from the preceding fiscal year. So that does help us supplement our budget and so forth. But we also, if you look at our budget form, it does talk about how much we are allocated in general funds, and then how much in our budgeted amount that we think will be collected for indirect costs. So those are the things, the estimates we work with. For example, one of the things we're looking at would be with how the CARES fund would impact indirect costs in the future if we were able to have a payroll support program. So those are some of the questions that impact our indirect costs. So that's how our office works with. So it's not just general funds, it's IDC, and then also the preceding year actual IDC allocation. Those come in around the end of the calendar year or so. So those generally supplement our office. And then also, as I mentioned, either if we try to put all our allocation to our existing occupied positions, we can't afford everybody, and then we're forced to create a layoff list. And those layoff lists get out to our people, and it does impact the morale of my staff. That's happened in the past, and which is why we try to go do the 3-month route. So, but we can do either one. We can go the other way as David may recommend. So, I believe that's my responses. Yeah.
Christina, thank you for that response on Controller Kurt. Any other comments or questions, committee members?
Chairman Henyo, this is Crotty.
Christina, we'll go with Shema, Delegate Amber Crotty, and then Mr. Delegate Yellow Hair. So go ahead, Shema.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, Controller. Shada, I think my intention is not to spark fear of the employees. So I will retract the recommendation to redo the budget to fully fund the employees, understanding that you don't have a budget. Currently don't have that allocation to do that. And what I want to bring that up to the committee members is we should be clear with the public on what this budget, the downfalls of this budget. And so I'm hearing some feedback on my side, if everybody can mute their line, because I'm reading the Navajo Nation President and Vice President message to legislative and the judicial branch dated August 24th. And in this document, Chair Henyo, I do not read any type of indication that there will be a shortage of funding our Navajo Nation employees. While I do not want the morale to go low, what I would ask then for the controller is to, and if it has to be unofficial or informal, I need to know the impact of this budget so that I could look for funding to help meet your unmet needs to fully fund these positions. I think we have time to do that, but there is not a well that I can dip into right now, but I do need to know what that looks like. And also referring to this memo, there's really not a lot of guidance in terms of what to expect from the executive budget. So what I'll need, Chairman Henyo, is there a pool of funding? Well, historically, maybe the last 5 years, Office of the President, Vice President has kept a pool of funding. Sometimes it's $3 million, sometimes it's $10 million. Is there a current pool of funding? And are these departments going to be able to access those dollars? And we will need a response from the President's office on how they plan with this budget to fully fund these employees' positions. I would say that's part of why this comprehensive budget was proposed. And I want to direct the committee to the second to the last paragraph, where he states we can kick can down the road with a partial budget, referring to the continuing resolution, or we can take up our leadership roles to enact an annual budget that prepares us to handle unpredictable future. I agree. What I need is a budget that reflects that, and that's why I will hold fast that this committee should expect that these positions are funded, and also that we are preparing these workplaces not only to have virtual workstations that requires like broadband, having a secure line, but how are we going to keep our employees safe? So, Chair, I'll rescind that request to modify the budget forms today, but as this comes up and preparing for next Monday, I expect there to be a plan to fully fund these positions, or at least identify funding. So I don't know at what time do we start looking at the personal lapse savings fund. But it's my understanding that this is going to be across the board, that there's going to be a shortage for employee salaries. And so does that mean we pull all of operation costs, travel, supplies, other areas to cover the cost? And then what I haven't asked is, what is possibly, how can we use CARES funding to reimburse the partial line item veto? And so can we just use CARES funding to help with the first quarter of the fiscal budget, so we're not in the position of partially funding these employees? My personal opinion, that's not good leadership. That's not a good decision, and I can't support budgets that only partially fund the employees. They're hired, we have vacant positions, and apply and operating. Chair, back on mute.
Gashing with that, thank you for that. Somebody needs to mute the phone. We could hear that real bad echo. Okay, back to Controller, Ms. Turk.
You may be on mute. We can't hear you.
Okay, I was trying to, I hate that feedback. Not your feedback, but the echoing feedback thing. I believe last year we had the same situation. We only had enough to essentially fund personnel. I don't believe we had operating expenses. And as I mentioned earlier, we do get supplemented by the preceding year's actual versus budget IDC. So that actually helps us. Sometimes we get the allocation late, meaning like well into the second quarter. But sometimes we do get it in December. So that's how we survive basically. As sometimes for the first quarter of the fiscal year, we have hardly any operating expense budget that we can use. But in terms of any other funds, I was just asking about an update to our UUFD, which is one of the things on my to-do list. In terms of the payroll support program, I know we are working on that. That should help regarding any future UFDs. And then, as I mentioned earlier, if we could use some CARES money to free up general funds for those frontline workers or certain workers, then that's something, that we can free up general fund dollars, which is the whole reason why we put together the payroll support program. Simply because I think a lot of the programs and divisions have we're in the same boat as, they're in the same boat as us. So all we're trying to do is fund our current personnel. I'm not sure if I heard any questions from the last comment. If I didn't answer a question, let me, Cordia.
Okay, thank you for that response. Any other questions or comments, committee members? Sorry.
Yeah, this is Delegate Yell Hurricane.
Oh, go ahead, Shannon.
Budget 2021 as a proposed budget. I'm looking at form number 1 as there's no indirect cost money in here. The 2021 data. Controller. Though it be in the committee, indirect cost money to be so that that should be eliminated. Coco, this budget machine, major cutting, detail, creation, now, you get consultant, you get the price of the court, it is a hundred dollars. They all have to buy the consultant, what the controller is not in Shiati on the have there's a lot of money consult. This is all you can select. AARC should be this 429,208. I think they should be looking at it. Cut down back on consulting. I don't know what they really do for the controller. Controller layoff. What about us, councilmen? With these vacant positions, they're all money be put in for full salary all the way. But these positions, it's not going to be fulfilled. But they should be targeted. When these positions will be hired, you should just be by those positions vacancies that some probably will be higher into December, which means 1/4 of the payroll will be reduced each one. That will save some money. Council, the clinic, Jordan, you got vacant so up on the 8 or still don't need that. It's going to be a lot of money saving there for the next year on the 12 months budget. So we need to use this money for savings, so to prevent the layoff. Because layoff here is what in the committee. Because you're up with on the doors, you're $8,000. I don't control the bar doors. You see, because you consult all you buy, so needed a $100 but this year not quite. Control up this financial in the up that they can do the job to be the acquire also these honest indeed under a description and specifications of a under an LOD number 7 and under a 6300 up to code with this is not on your issue is at the practice in the Jonas John Dolly. We might just have to table this budget and Mr. if you guys agree on the crowd issue, I'm a crowd that's in John Wisconsin. Additional equity, because we have a position with our vacancy, they can reduce it and then look at those savings and what we can do with the operating and other shorthand and 1 million. Whatever the Huntsville, the our response is that our controller care act money. Just key our gay. It ought to all a per capita income. Overton that all the hit and that. I be into the water trout at electricity behind our lane. COVID 19, but it died down. Huntsville has the thank you, Hannah.
Delegate Yellow Hair. So back to our controller, Vice Chair Smith. Go ahead. Thank you, Chair. I was looking at the OMB and was following along what Legislative Council was asking. That popped up on the question. The figures aren't corresponding. I think there was another question that was posed at OMB. Let's not forget what OMB, how they drafted this up and how this is all done before we end up tabling this, because it looks like it's going to end up getting tabled. And we need to make it correct and make it right on behalf of FY 2021 budget, because President wrote a memorandum saying no more kicking the cans, and I see that in his memo. And he's saying that it's just basically the same budget as of last year, 2020, and we're just rehashing out 2021 with the same amount, $167 million. So, Chair, if you could have OMB answer that. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for that question. So we have one question to our controller, Ms. Kurt, from Delegate Yellow Hair. Then also from Delegate Amber Crotty, there was one question that she posed, and it will be the controller to be able to answer that. When do we realize the amount of the personnel lapse fund? I believe there has to be some closeouts to be made before we can actually, BNF can actually keep track of what the figure is. If you can share us a timeline on that. And then there's one question for OMB from Vice Chair Smith. We'll go with our controller first. Controller, we'll go ahead.
Okay, so in terms of the personal lapse fund, I believe OMB did ask our Mr. Willie here about some questions, and I think you want to talk to it?
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance. This is Robert Willie.
Your oath?
Yes, I did. Yes. I've been working with Dominic and his crew on the DW or the personal lapse. We're missing one item, and hopefully they get that into the system so that way we can have a more accurate number. Currently, without that number, we're about 2.5 maybe short. So I need that number to be put into the system for this year. That number, once we calculate it, it's just an estimate. That should be released probably within the next couple of weeks. I know that the controllers, Department of Personnel Management, and Office of Management and Budget need to agree on that number also. So that agreement needs to take place also before we release the number. Thank you.
And then Otto, I believe today they had some questions on consultants and whether I'm just shelling out work to my consultant. There are a number, and then there was another question on indirect costs. If you look at the budget form the budget form 1 on your left-hand side, it does have the indirect cost numbers in there. So, for example, on our purchasing, it does fund 28% of the overall budget at $159,343. And then also for property, it does fund 43% of their budget at $269,527, and then it does fund the main business unit, OOC's business unit, to about 42%, and that we do get an allocation of $2,401,196. So we do get those IDC factored in addition to the general funds. And also, as I mentioned before, for the OOC budget, we did make that decision to fund three quarters and then the rest in operating. But even if you take all of those operating expenses, we're still short overall. So we put them in operational line items, and we do use contractual services. There are a number of areas where we use contractual services. If you look at our budget, for example, we do have fixed cost budget for FMIS. We do utilize a number of consultants for our FMIS system. I believe there's 4 of them, and we continually work with these consultants on a daily basis. There's a whole history with that. At one point, the nation was trying to do it in-house, and it was a failure in essence. And so right now, we outsource the work, the maintenance, and the updates that need to happen with FMIS. And that takes care of any automation projects that we're working on, any like online payroll, timesheets, expense management, documentation, retention services. All of those things are all having to do with FMIS, and so that's under the fixed cost budget. Those are all the consultants we work with. And then the other thing, any other consultant, obviously everybody's aware that the nation has to have an external auditor, and so we do have that under fixed cost as well. Moss Adams, we changed from KPMG, so we have to have an external auditor, and that's under consulting services. So the other consultant that we have a Navajo-owned business, Noon and Associates. They're 100% Navajo CPA firm, and so they do a lot of audit prep work with us, and so we have been working with them for a number of years. They were hired prior to my time. They do good work. Without them, we would have a much harder time getting through our audit process. For example, we are able to get through our audits every year, and even more so this year, even during a pandemic. So they do. The reason why I outsource that is because I'm slowly getting qualified people to the extent that I can. First of all, I have the problem of trying to recruit people just simply because I can't pay them enough. And because they can always go somewhere else to work and for higher pay. So that has been an audit finding on our financial statement. For a long time, we didn't have degreed accountants. That's important. And so to the extent we don't have it in-house, I have to outsource that. And that is what Noon and Associates does. So in my mind, they're value added tremendously. Earlier, I spoke about the trend in our single audit going down. Also, I spoke about zero audit adjustment. That's probably, I would say, a direct result of outsourcing some of this work because we don't have it in-house. And I can't recruit qualified degreed accountants until recently. I know that the financial statement audit of having degreed accountants, I believe last year's audit, it finally rolled off as a finding. So that's why I have to outsource. They don't do my job. In fact, it's the opposite. I tell them and that's how it should work. ultimately I'm responsible for the office, and so I'm responsible for the audit being timely, and also I'm responsible for every closeout every month and so forth. So the other consultants that we have, they're all in different, as I said, most of them are all in fixed cost budget. And then we have our FMIS, which is also fixed cost. And then we have our financial consultant, Noon and Associates. And then as of late, we did hire some consultants, which I've told everybody about, that is going to be helping the nation deploy the $714 million. We cannot do that ourselves, and I need a consultant that has the resources, which they do. We have portals ready to go. It's a lot of work, a lot of compliance work. I know, Shazada, you've worked with federal funds. You know the work that's required of that. And so the other consultant regarding CARES Fund, we went through an RFP. Immediately after that, CMY 44-20 went out, just because I know we were already behind. If it were me, we would have hired 2 months prior to that. But early June, we got people on board, and that's what we're doing on the CARES Fund. Those are the usage of the consultants. Everywhere you go, especially with Navajo, if I don't have anybody in-house, I have to outsource. And it's very hard to find qualified people or attract them to come work here with the nation. It's just hard. Any qualified people I have to compete with outside. I know Navajos that work for CPA firms. I know, they make a lot of money elsewhere. So it's very hard, very rare to find someone motivated, degreed, with advanced degrees, good experience, to have them come home. Most of the time they come home because they want to help a family out, or they're sick of being elsewhere. So I get lucky sometimes. I did make some really good hires, which is why, as I mentioned earlier, the audit finding of having degreed accountants that rolled off our financial statement findings. So that's kind of my response to those questions. If I missed, if I didn't answer any of the questions, let me know. Yeah.
Sheena, with that, committee members, any other questions or comments regarding this?
I have another question for Delegate Yellen here. Okay. Overlook practice responding indirect costs. Could you go on the Part 2 funding source? As you be on the critical on the right side, you got Part 3, epi in the left peso. So could the agent on indirect cost of car a blank ya? Could the epi hits the critical? Could the epi also acquire I don't know in the critical Part 2 funding source? A craggy. A good answer. I also like the in it. Quite on other kid consultant gear. In a show, yeah. A quatiki position. But now the auditor, internal auditor, now the copy 59,842. I said on cut of Eddie the consultant auditor. I said on cut of beneath this is it. But 11 ready internal auditors. But now I'm stuck on the other thing to go on cut of this. She's in some case. Respectfully, she out and 50 yes. 11 not just they want to degree the hundred they no other they're really good and also a computer technician than that I see we don't need a hundred auditors program manager than that so they do have understand the job descriptions and they should do the job do a job instead of just another internal auditors or this could be you somewhere else too. The auditors, you can know the budget, not on the question. A credit, yes, is Adida. But 11 in you, the auditor, consultant, and another auditors, put out any year. I and she budget on. When you process the expenditures for the program for the Navajo Nation, you see what the description is for. Job offers and auto, you input these as proper object line items. What area, what are now you know the process. ora te yuna e tri ka ni na da so it na this kita so leto my colleague okay I should be adira could have even the internal auditors stuff ya ako era to apa yes to the internal audit 11 years okay you all on kata English I think yana study program director and many acquire the payroll manager and the question manager there are expedite and then the manager that a will supervise the initial audit going this is a little bit kind of expensive and they should do the job and what's off on this case should all be machine it could it don't not just keep out of credit out of jail and the care on the and this is stress is very hard so be rahaf so in hope could that or the legend that or the vision of the people the not we don't want to pay back to the United States Treasury. We have to spend this money. Is it better return back the money to U.S. Treasury? We've got to just use off and make another avenue to take care of these for people at the grassroots out there. So thank you. Thank you very much for giving the floor. Thank you very much. Also, go back on mute.
Okay, Delegate Ella here. Any other comments or questions, committee members? Chair. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. Since we're deliberating and debating on the Office of Controllers, I keep hearing added, I guess, for lack of terms, it sounds like the budget that's presented in front of us is kind of padded the way Chiche is talking about. Consultant, though, Honda Lishigi. Is it feasible that if the B&F committee, just a question, maybe to Legislative Council, could that be amended and then redirected to utilize that additional funding to put it in a different location for purposes of direct services? Is that possible? Is that before I know this may end up getting tabled, but that's a question in the back of our minds since we're actually got a quorum and we got legislation, we can do amendments and we can do this, and is that feasible? I'm just trying to help out Che, because he keeps bringing that up, and is there a remedy to making that, maybe make a compromise with Troller too, based on Aegis and Niligi. Someone needs to mute their phone. I can hear TV or commercial going on. Okay, with that, Chair, just for clarification, because we're going to be having other programs, departments, divisions coming in, and it set the stage for our way of dealing with certain programs on behalf of that. Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Smith. Okay, we'll take your direction to Office of Legislative Council. I believe one option the committee has is on the revisit. You can table with instructions to the program or directive, and then bring this back up for a revisit at the end of our hearings. So that's one option. But hold on, let me see who's walking here. See that bag? You started walking. Those are one of the programs. Can you mute your phone, please? He's talking in the background. There you go. So this will be to Kristen from Vice Chair Smith.
Chair, in answer to Vice Chair Smith's question, yes, we can make amendments to the budget. I'm not sure exactly what direct services were contemplated. I'm not sure what direct services OOC provides, or if this is supposed to go somewhere else completely within the executive branch. So I'm not clear on that. Yes, amendments can be made to budget. In years past, we've had them get down in details from one object code to another. And then the committee direct the program to make changes to the budget. Then the committee would come back for a revisit. I also get confirmation from OMB. This is the question that I asked earlier. They emailed me back, Lena Begay emailed me back that the document presented and Exhibit A need to conform. So this will need to be tabled for a revisit for that. And then also my question remains about Exhibit E of the legislation, and if that is what OOC is standing with, or if they needed to make amendments to that, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Back to the controller. You have Delegate Yola here, requesting for a response from me regarding his questions.
Okay, Chair, Adoshiyaz, Adoshizada, Bendai Dotkidiki. So I believe the question was how many auditors there are, why are we hiring all these in-house and out-house, I guess is the question. Specifically to the internal auditor, if you don't know anything about internal controls is basically our lifeblood for us financial and accounting people, and I'm sure Shazada knows that. So having an internal auditor, which is totally different than an external auditor. Internal auditors, obviously, as it's described, internal entity in the organization. For example, an internal auditor for the whole Navajo Nation is the Auditor General's office under the legislative side. So having an internal auditor within OOC is actually a good thing in terms of internal control, because not only do our external auditors look at it and they do what they call a risk assessment. They say, okay, how's your internal control environment? Are there checks and balances? And so that is the reason why it's always a good idea, it's a great idea to have an internal auditor within an organization. We do have it for the Auditor General, for the Navajo Nation. Obviously, as everybody's aware, Auditor General, their plate is full. So we did add an internal auditor position. And then the other reason, one of the biggest reasons for adding an internal auditor position was last administration, there was a big move to have a public corruption task force, was what it was called. It was headed by DOJ, and it spanned several offices, including white-collar crime, a prosecutor's office, Auditor General, our office, risk management, and so forth. Ethics, I believe, was involved, and I believe the task force under a different name, but it's still existing. So one of the biggest tasks was how do we address obviously any waste, fraud, waste, and abuse. And so in any governmental situation like the Navajo Nation, it's a good idea to have that. And one of the biggest reasons to have internal controls, and then also look at obviously public corruption issues, is to have a tip line. And so it's a cost-effective manner to have a tip line, and so OOC has created that. However, I needed someone to manage the tip line. So that was one big reason, not only in addition to the obvious reasons of having internal controls, is to have an internal auditor, but also to someone to manage the tip line. And so that was one of the reasons also to hire an internal auditor position. So overall, it is a good signal to our federal funding agencies, our funding agencies at all levels with the federal government that give us, grant us dollars. It's a good signal for them to tell them that we do have an internal auditor. And then also in terms of any audit that comes through, not only just our external auditor that's required by all our funding sources, we have to have an external audit. And so we have to pay for all those external auditors' work, especially with the amount of federal funding that our nation gets. And it's just accountability and transparency to the public, because we are using the public's money. And so we have the external audit, we have internal auditor, and it's not uncommon to have those. An internal auditor, in fact, it sends a good messaging to all stakeholders, including the federal funding funding agencies, our external auditors, our programs. We do deal with programmatic audits from our federal funding sources, and so that's what the internal auditor is for. So the internal auditor does look into certain transactions that come across, for example, like P-card transactions, and we do coordinate with all the different offices, anywhere from white-collar crime to ethics office, Auditor General's office, and so forth. So that's how it works. It's in the best interest of the nation, obviously, because because of the number of dollars that we deal with on a daily basis at all levels. So that's the internal auditor, which is totally separate from our external auditor, which is required by federal law due to the fact that we administer, multi-million-dollar grants on an annual basis, and so we have to have a single audit. And then also we do have a bond that's out there. The bondholders require a financial audit, and our audit, the Navajo Nation audit on an annual basis, obviously having been one of the biggest tribes in the nation, this is a huge annual audit exercise that we go through. So that's just to kind of clarify why we have an internal audit and the distinction between internal and external. I think, what was the other question? Ms. had a question? The only other thing I will add, we put the numbers in as operating. Obviously, our assumption was we would fund 3/4 of personnel. So as I mentioned earlier, which Deja, Ms. Delga Crotty, we can do it the other way, where we're fully putting everything that we're allotted into personnel. We will still have an unmet need. And so what we did with this budget, again, we funded 3/4, and then we put what's left over in operational line items. We can do it the other way, where we're funding as much as we can on the personnel. We will still be short, and with being short, then we're going to have to identify some positions, which, as I mentioned earlier, poses morale problems and so forth. So either way, I mean, we've done it before, and last year, I think our last year's budget was purely personnel. So we had no contractual expenses, nothing. So in fact, I believe we used IDC monies for operational once they came in close to December. So just so you're aware of what happened last year, and it looks like it'll happen again this year. So yeah.
Okay, with that, back to our committee members. We have been on this budget for 2.5 hours now. Any questions or comment? Further questions or comment?
Chair, this is Yellow here again.
Go ahead, Shananta.
the principal unity here is to the control here. But on the the quick or the budget machine, the immediate in the financial seven the FMIS budget financial information management system. I only wish that was far with this budget, because in the later on they transfer money and how much money they're in different other line items. That really tells what's the total budget in FMIS system. Database for the up-to-date financial information system. That's what is really needed with this report. I don't need eternal audit. Yes, we do have auditor. Navajo Nation auditor here. They used to upstairs of the office. They can hide of the office. It create but they create internal. You have program director and many program manager. You have budget process. They almost making 70,000. They start. They make a good money. Then before we have, when I was there, so the greed also we hardly work with auditors. Yeah, we do got external auditors take care of the funnels. That's the only thing they do. I don't see any auditors or consultants sit with us 380 days of them. 365 days, then what 8 then collect Alan Soy over this case, on the answers case, within my mind that how was it? Because we're trying to do away with using these computers. Epic or I thought that is enough time to all that process PR, ICR, POs about it's been not done. All your person or you know, could the internal auditor position it should be deleted. So I don't that the consultant money should be cut half. It all so auto credit position 17 position one other region that is a mail credit the other region the mail credit is on social Halian not social yeah got all yeah a auto easy one position auto it auto also vacancy position reduction and the credit budget finance committee if we can target these one should be higher instead of giving right now 2,088 hours in those no Bukaya. They don't when will be the best target, it will be higher. Maybe some will be higher until November 1st, harshing the higher that they had a good advertise. I think the difference can be also savings to eliminate these layoffs. But even in our tables, they shoot us on case not only and the children yes, table plus Maya Chili Bishop, Amber Crowley, Amber Crowley. Oh, yeah, what's about the I don't that they are chair at Manidas by ST. She's a toy kid, the air of a net, not to the Chimaraja, and thought and I cannot hard on she. By young kids, in two of the water. Water is number one in good care at Mania of Steve. About Ari, every kid could have, or she's not a sad story on this care act. So, it all hashing horse that the care money that it also in title. What else you want next? I don't up it on the because you can water that a Tobe not get a Tobe not even the was water trust that it is what the it's basic cheese and a slice of one. What is it? The what other business that that legislation for election. That's the budget. That's the proposal on the care fund. Because they thought the internal auditor and the consultancy that should be cut. You know, about the other program on program manager.
Hi, come in.
Come on. Sure. Vice Chair, my colleagues, thank you.
Chair Henry.
Let me find out who's making that
Chair
noise.
Henry.
Hold on, Vice Chair. Can you mute your phone if you're listening in? If you're talking. Okay, so, delegate, delegate here. So tabling behind seat tabling this legislation. Ik ga een budget table in there because we have tomorrow morning, other Friday, revisit. Not the hot one. So how do that table in there? Delegate yellow hair.
I was on mute. I was on immediate on. So I'd like to give it to our advisory, not kind, and we'll wait the best time to give it back. She's our advisory. Friday, I'll be the Friday, I'll be the chair.
Okay, Aldo, what's your instructions to our controller?
My instruction is to reduce the consultant money. Also eliminate auditor that money that was there position number. Hold on, let me get this position. Position number is 244228. Internal auditor 59,842. Auto and Nana consultant 99 items. 429,000 and they should be cut in half to a consultant because we don't need all the consultants to work for us. There could a program manager and anybody because they get paid for it, they got their degree. As you accounting at these class. As you read the national controller. None the third one is these vacant positions which are 17. They should be cut and when should be higher. That saving can be used for operating. So they thought the money's going to go back into personal line items. Short those are three items. Thank you, Chair.
Delegate Ella, there's a motion. Committee members, there's a motion to table this legislation with
Chair.
and also
Kristen?
and timeline. Hold on. Timeline with to be worked out with our advisor, Ms. Peggy Nate. So is there a second, committee members?
Chair, before you second, we can't debate. There's a question I'd like to ask.
Okay, I'll hold off on recognizing the tabling motion then. With that, who is wanting to speak before Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
This is Kristen.
Okay, Vice Chair
Can
Smith,
I?
go ahead. Vice Chair Smith, are you there?
Yes, sir. Hi, next.
Go ahead, and after that, Kristen will be speaking after you.
Okay, Shenandoah, just for clarification, on legislation 018620 bond date, there's a motion and there's a second. And in this budget hearing that we're doing, we just heard just the controllers say, yeah. We haven't heard purchasing department, we haven't heard property management, we haven't heard office centers, and all the way down to 3 or 4 scholarship accounting, or no, personal loan program. Okay, maybe I'm reading this wrong on my agenda, but shouldn't we hear these departments? That way we can give a directive or make it known to them that certain items in there, like we had identified with the controller, there might be certain items in purchasing department, might be certain items in management department. That's my question, Chair. I'm not trying to delay the table in motion, but just as guidance. We haven't heard the rest, but this is going to take all the whole report on this on the controller. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. With this, I'll defer to Kristen. Lowell, go ahead.
Chair, yeah, my idea was that before table the legislation, if we could, I'm trying to think of a way to do this, but I'll need to know the business unit, the object code, and the dollar amount of where something's being taken out and where it's going. And the other thing is, it's probably best to go over all of the documents, as Vice Chair Smith was saying, before we table it, because if it's tabled for Friday and then other amendments be made, the only way we're going to be able to do that is to go into recess because we can't do a tabling motion twice. Otherwise, it's permanently deleted from the agenda. So what I would say is to give a directive to the Office of the Controller for Delegate Yellowhair to give a directive to business unit, object code, and dollar amount that's being deleted and changed to, so that this way all the directs are gathered up, and then we can do a revisit so that the program can prepare the document for the committee. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice
Chair, the controller, if I can make a comment, I would appreciate it.
Hold on. So with that, back to Delegate Yellowhair. You've heard the comments by Vice Chair Smith, from Attorney Kristen Lowe. So on your motion, Nikki,
brother, you talking to me? Please, Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay. You're requesting to, you're offering the motion to table. I haven't recognized it yet. To give instructions to the controller. You listen to Vice Chair Smith. But this legislation also entails other departments, not just only the controller, but the other departments under there. Our attorney, Kristen Lowe, they know that you can issue a directive to the controller based on what your comments were under how you wish to proceed with this. Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay. Number one, I understand my grandson too, Mr. Smith, Vice Chair. We have to do it by business unit number. This business unit number is 107022. We have to go by that one. So we can't do all one lump sum to tail end. We have to keep consistent, understand the budget by business unit number. Thank you for that background. We have to do by business unit numbers. Chair. Now can I get be a directive to budget internal auditor. I thought internal auditor on the upstairs. Navajo Nations have that one. They do have it. I don't know why they had it separate. If you're going to do a separate program for auditor, may as well do for all divisions internal auditor. They I thought Navajo Nation have their own internal audit. Position number under subcode 1204. Position number 244228 and job type 1668 internal auditor. Call employee ID number 220469. AA peso is in 59,842. It can go back to auditor department, so we're not losing money. This person belongs to all the Navajo Nation internal audit. Can audit chapters, audit. They need help of the regular audit department. They will be deleted. I'm asking for a consultant. For you peso consultant money. It's legal out there. Now just consultant the program manager. They're smart up there. We don't even need a consultant to help us. Consultant program manager can do the job. Now 429,208. Half of that, and maybe use it for others. Travel employees' salaries, like for others, the shortening that shouldn't crash my ears. That's my directive, Chair. That money is coming out from a program business unit number is 107022, and the budget line item is 6520 for consultant fee. 429,208. Half of that should be used somewhere that Honorable Craig is concerned about it. This will really help not to have a layoff. Item number 3. There's 17 positions in here. They're all on full 12-month salaries in there. I think they should be cut at least. Maybe when will be the best target. These positions will be higher. The actual amount of hours that one will be higher. They should know about that one too. The difference can be used for somewhere. It's concerned about Honorable Crowdy. We don't want to have a layoff. Even going to talk about Chair, Mr. Henry will go back on mute.
So you're just going to issue that directive then. Kushina, with that, we have a directive from Delegate Jimmy Yellen here. Is there a second to that directive?
Chair, I have a question.
Okay, is there a second to that directive?
Chair, this is Vice Chair. I'll second the directive, but I need more clarification exactly which items. I was trying to follow along. I do have the binder, but I'll go ahead and second just for the clarification of wanted to ensure that Shea does get this as a directive. Thank you.
I'll just see now with that. There's a second. Back to you, Shananta. Delegate Yellow here. Are you back online?
Yeah, right now I'm back online.
There's a question for clarification. As joking, which budget unit number are you talking about, and which line item position numbers you were talking about? Even that's just so Vice Chair could mark it on his binder, and other committee members will follow along.
It's in the listing of positions assigned by position unit number. That is on page 3 of 4. Under a sub account 1204, should choose page 3 of 4 on the budget form. Listing of positions and assignment by business unit because page 3 of 4. There can take it down to subcode column when there. Subcode 1204. Position number 244228. Job type number 168. Position title, the internal auditor. Para to begin the auto employee RP number, the Slinky, the employee RP 20469. A peso is indicate $59,612.80. In now next with French benefit rate ADT. In the auditor, which is this Navajo Nation auditor. I know they're underfunded and they need positions up there. They are the now the way our budget on the budget by Page 8, what's that about corner, just not page 8. Okay, excuse me. Page 9, handwriting there, question 9 of 10. ADA consulting service provided to OOC on a heat level under a line up to code 6528 $352,367. Expense 76841. 80 out of up to code auto. Yeah, I don't know what that's blank. 80 Snido. Acohotida Snido Sun Sohoti 429,000 meter 215,000 need to be picked up from there for the total of 6520. On the last 1A position, 17 positions, they're vacancy. Harder she hired. Let's say these will be hired until December 1st. The harder she. The other thought, she don't take but special, not the full amount of salary because they'll be hired sometime unless they will be hired by October 1st of the chair. So to Honorable Smith, that's my clarification to hope you understand. I should have this not by not this. Did not create either. One trouble, another chair, my cousin and my colleagues.
Chair, this is Controller. If I would like to make some comments, I would appreciate it.
Hold on. So with this, Vice Chair Smith, is that clarification enough?
Sí, señor. Muy bien. Thank you. Yes, Biga.
With that, we have a motion and a second for a directive from Delegate Yellow Hair. With that, committee members, any questions or comments regarding this? I'll go back to our controller, Ms. Kirk. Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure I make my comments on the record. So since we're on the record, I have a huge problem with this directive. First and foremost, the internal auditor position is currently filled by an individual. So we're talking about essentially constructively terminating someone, in my opinion. And so that's a problem for me, and to me that's administrative matters. I do not know why, but I do know why. For the record, and I want all of the committee to know and the public to know that the particular business unit 107022, which Delegate Yellowhair is proposing these directives, I want to be on the record to say that Mr. Yellowhair, Delegate Yellowhair, an elected official, has a conflict of interest, in my opinion, because his spouse works for me, and his spouse is working under this business unit. So I've been more than patient with this, but I think this is pretty much up there in administrative matters. I also feel like if there's any retaliatory intent or motivation, that's playing out. So especially on this position of the internal auditor where there is a person occupying that position. So I do not like it, but I wanted to be on record to state those facts. I think this is a conflict of interest for this particular elected official, and I just want to state that. Also, I think telling me about whether I need to outsource some of the work is also right up there, as well as telling me when to hire, these vacant positions. I'm open to changing the budget to reflect that every person occupying a position within my division, we can stretch the allocation to cover that. We talked about this earlier with Shadeja, Delegate Crotty. That's the other option we can do. So when we do that, we wipe out all the other operational expenses. So I can do that if everybody's worried about the contractual expense. But at the end of the day, I do not like that this directive is telling me to get rid of a person filling a position. position, and I feel like that is a conflict of interest in this particular situation by an elected official simply because his spouse works for me. So I have a huge problem with that. So I just want to make sure that's on the record. So I appreciate the opportunity.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Chair, this is Delegate Yellow.
Committee members, we just received a notification that we are almost at our time limit on this call here. So it's going to shut us off in 1 minute. So if you would, everybody, committee members, let's all log off, and then once we log off, and then let's all call back in, because otherwise it's going to automatically terminate our conversation. So wait responsibly when you call back in. Committee members and everybody on the line, let's log off and then call back in. Do a roll call in 2 minutes to see who's back on, which committee members are back on the line.
Okay, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, August 26, 2020, Oversight Budget Hearing. Our PJ, Nathaniel Brown, Amber Tinesbot-Claudy, Jamie Hino.
I'm present here in Window Rock.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Present.
Okay, Mr. Yellowhair, where are you calling in from, please?
Window Rock here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Chairman, we have 2 members present at the moment.
Somebody, can you mute your phone? We can hear you walking down the street. Okay, Ramona, I could barely hear you. What was it?
Okay, I'm sorry, Chairman. You have 2 members present, yourself and Honorable Yellowhair, that are present at the moment.
Okay, thank you for that, Ramona. We still need 2 more members. Vice Chair Smith, are you back online?
I just barely got on. My other phone went.
Okay, so Vice Chair Smith is online now. Ramona?
Hi, this is Delegate Amber Tinesbot-Claudy. I'm on the line, Chair. I apologize.
Okay, so Ramona?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, we do have Vice Chair Smith back on the line, and Delegate Amber Claudy back on the line too.
Okay, thank you. That is 4 members present.
Okay, and do we have our controller, Ms. Kurt, back on the line?
So, I'm here, Shiaj. Yeah.
Okay, with that, back to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. On your response, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I'd like to respond. The conflict of interest, the first thing is her mind control. This is not right to do the budget. And this is not my first rodeo to doing this kind of budget. I'm looking at based on line by line audit budget is what I'm looking at it. But it is all been just case of a hospital. So in the hospital, I hold it up a hospital. Because the conflict need to see some other things. This has nothing to do with my wife. I'm working for the people, the community up there, for the people. The best of anybody else. Additionally, Navajo, but position, this person had to go back to auditor's office. Audit organization. Navajo, I said this position is going to be eliminated, but it's going to be eliminated from your office and position while we return back to the auditor's office. With that position, with the person that's in there, I'm doing this diligently for the people. This is the people's money, so they can be used. So I know auditors, Navajo Nation auditors, they're behind. There's on chapter auditors, and they're way behind. They need help over there. It's all Jesus, no, can't get you program manager. You had these positions with you. They're way up there, and they need to do their job. external auditor from the outside, and then at least I said give half back to consultant give it is it all is new thing. It's so program manager can sit there 8 hours a day and do their job. It's not a conflict yet on us in the never better again in Hazona. This is what I think with Kahon just on. I don't the best of 17 position, but it's not I'm going by this budget deep in that shit and everything that yes in cities kids audition is there. This how I do my exam on this book and doing research at the same time. And thank you for your concerns, there. There's nothing to do with my wife. That's total different. I blinked that one and had nothing to do. This is my job. All the people who vote me in. Thank you. Because there's different budget too. So French benefit rate increased too. That increase taking some money in personnel to get out from operating expense. So on it, that's it. I'm very honest about this budget. Colleagues, it's not signed up because the Kodohan $90 person that is not signed. I want to go back. I'm very careful. Thank you very much. This is my feedback. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, shake your last time, Delegate Yellow Hair. Any questions or comments for this directive, committee members?
Chair, this is Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm using a third phone for the record. Deeded directive. I think Che had 17 vacant positions. I'm looking at the business unit listing of positions by assignment, and in there I'm counting 16 vacancies, not 17. I'm wondering where if I heard it wrong or if I understood his directive 17 Shanina. 16. Of course, somebody needs to mute their phone.
Yes, please mute your phone. It's being disruptive.
It's not me. Of course, 16 on page 1 through 4. 17. Thank you. Did we lose Chair Henio?
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
My question was to Shache. I think the directive was 17 vacancies, and I was looking at the job listing of positions, and it says 16 positions. Thank you.
Question Delegate Yellow Hair.
Chair.
Question, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Chair. Okay, here see page 1 of 4, bottom page cut on that form get a position number, positions get on first that page there's 7 vacant positions. That page 1 of 4, there's 7. Page number 3 of 4 because I got 10 positions. 10 positions vacant. So the last page 4 of 4, I got 1 position vacant. So what are you?
Okay, back to Vice Chair Smith. You okay with the response?
Thank you, Chair. On my page, on behalf of Che Yahatzi, page 3 of 4 is only 9. It's not 10. Although the first page, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. And the last page, 1. I don't know if we got the right forms.
Page 3 of 4. There's the last one, the last second number that vacant key, which is associate accountant. 80 stands for. Because I highlighted it. You can highlight it. Because it's the best. Because it's making the highlight on the page 3 or 4.
So that committee members, any other questions or comments on the directive?
Chair, this is Controller. I have a comment.
Committee members, no other comment? Let's go back to our Controller. Go ahead.
I have to make those comments on the record so the record can reflect those facts. Otto, in terms of this directive, as I mentioned earlier, if I am directed to eliminate the budget for this internal auditor position, which is not vacant, there is an individual in there, and I don't know how Zeta said send her back to Auditor General, but again, for the record, that's retaliatory in my opinion. I also believe that that is a grievable situation, and as I understand, it's grievable and it's tough for the nation to defend that grievance, that potential grievance situation, given a directive. So I just want that for the record, so that the committee is aware of what's happening. Again, I will stress, I think Vice Chair Smith is asking about it. We have these contractual dollars in there as operating revenue. That's because we chose to go fund all the filled positions for the first 3 quarters. We can do it the other way. We can take all the dollars and put it into personnel. That addresses the eliminating or cutting or whatever the contractual expenses, and put essentially you're in essence putting a hiring freeze on all those vacant positions. So that's essentially what you're asking. But despite not putting any money in contractual services or not hiring anybody, my budget will not cover everybody who is working right now. I will still be short. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that we can change those budgets, but we're still short. So I just want to make sure you're aware of it. Right now, I'm trying to find out, because on that vacancy listing, we have, I know in one particular case, we have made an offer. The person accepted the offer, and we're waiting for background check. So I don't know what that does, what this directive does for me in that situation, whether I also have another grievable situation in that instance. And that's just one I'm aware of. I'm confirming with my staff if there's other situations in that scenario where we're awaiting background checks after we offer to, a prospective employee. So I just want the committee to be aware of that as well. For these reasons, I feel like it is important to point out what I pointed out earlier. It is the people's money. We're here for the people. We are a government, and for transparency purposes,
Okay, so back to on our director, Kristen Lowell. Do you have any comments regarding the directive and the intent of the internal auditor position?
Chair, as far as whether it constituted conflict, I don't have enough factual information. I'm not sure what the committee wants to do with this. If it would be something we need to discuss in an executive session, just by virtue of the fact that Delegate Yellowhair's wife works at the Office of Controller, that wouldn't rise to the level of it being a conflict necessarily. But from what the controller has described, I feel like there might be other issues going on, and I don't think I have all the facts. I don't know if DOJ has more information than I have on the issue and can weigh in on it, Chair.
Okay, Kristen, the question I was posing was not on the conflict, but the internal auditor position. And with Delegate Yellowhair's directive is to send that position back across to legislative branches, Auditor General. So essentially what I'm picking up is taking the position, not the person, but the position from the Controller's office and to the Auditor General. Is that allowable to branches?
No, that's not allowable, Chair. Has to stay executive.
Okay, but that's Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, let me respond critical well first. Your response answer is not right. You're wrong, because this budget can be transferred by being the committee, and you know that. You're responding. I don't disagree with you. This is the day's budget for 2021. We're talking about the budget. I'm not saying this person is going to be the lead or be a let go. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is a business position, statute auditor position, and the department that the person is in there will be transferred with the auditor. That's not. It still pertains to the Navajo Nation operation budget. So it can be used for all spread out in Navajo Nation audit, legislative, executive branch, and also judicial side. This is what I asked for. It's not. Your answer is wrong. I totally disagree with you, Kristen. And I'm talking about the budget. Let's do the budget right, and that's what I'm saying. Yes, everybody's going to defend their budget positions. Everybody does. Everybody gets hurt. For me, I'm doing my own thinking of this budget based on budget I have today. I'm not using another person, and that's not right for me. That's a conflict. I don't even thought about my wife. She's dead. I'm talking about just the controller's budget. If this person's in her mind or his mind, that means there's something in her mind that conflicts. There's something they never come to what you need on it. Because she thought never on to the kids of you conflict you doesn't educated or just or this not conflict. That's what it is. This is not. I'm talking to not to have a control, have their layoff. Steve Chrisman, I totally disagree with you. Now, budget being a committee, you have that authority, and you know that one. Okay, thank you very much. I hope somebody pick it up too, being a committee. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Chair, I have additional information on that. This is Kristen.
I'll get on here. The issue here is transferring the money or positions between branches, like executive and legislative branch. AD on that is what Kristen was saying. It goes against nomination code. So AD, Bansin case, on your directive for the internal auditor position again. Kristen, go ahead.
Yes, Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The reference is 12 NNC 840A, and it's the third sentence in that section that provides the Oversight Committee shall make recommendations concerning the budget and pass resolutions recommending appropriations and conditions of appropriation for activities within their respective areas of oversight to the Budget and Finance Committee pursuant to the timelines established in the Budget Instruction Annual. And here's the relevant sentence. Oversight Committee recommendations shall not exceed the base planning amounts set pursuant to 838. So the base planning amounts, as you know, were established in the BIM when you that budget legislation that you approved, that sets the base planning amount. So once those are established, you can't go back and forth between them. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Kristen, for that. Committee members, any other questions on the directive?
Chairman Henyo, may I ask, is the directive in order? Thank you.
Part of it, part of the directive is in order, half of it. The first part is on your directive, that's why I was asking if you could reconsider your directive. On the internal auditor, it can't be transferred between branches. So AD, because if you're saying that, send it back over, send that position back to the Auditor General to know about that. Auditor General is under legislative branch, and it has to remain with executive. So, although as stated by the controller, there's already somebody in that position that will be impacted if we directive goes through to take that position out though. So, I'll allow the on the consultant fee. Delegate Ayler here.
Oh, let me respond now. Okay, in that matter, if the budget cannot be transferred right now, and I thought from these budget preparations, comprehensive budget, these can be done. But those what Kristen talked about, when that budget was already set that way, that can't be done. But it still can go through an oversight committee to accept those during the regular budget season. Others, I thought, yeah, when they do a transfer money from judicial to legislative one time, and during the regular budget operation, the council had done approved that. Even all that what error left off, but when the internal auditor give the budget council mentioned the data into so I just let it be right now as the budget right now. Since we don't have any alternative to do anything about it, I thought we had the leverage to be in that committee can do the budget that way too, because the budget change and it can be heard before the council too. It without Spanish. I thought they told all I did. We just listen to our attorney and to see tell us what to do with it about their opinion. That's such about it. With us, so they're my concerns on that one. I'll let it go right now, but I'll let you keep with me before the council. I have 20 sessions on sessions on interaction by teach down any hazard any person give by ST. I started person or had an initial with us and not on that cover. Your questions start even in ID has to or not a kind of basically as your in that he started this is a being that committee so share. Thank you. For now, or leave it as is. Conscious that American control staff JG in that is what Washington now all this kind of. I like to still keep going before the council without in this different solution. Because auditors are behind on chapter article 2 don't even solution. I have problems with our chapters up there too. Yeah, continue helping auditors office. Thank you for this. Yes, thank you. I think it's treating a hard of this. Just kid on me thank you, Chair. Go back on mute now.
So Delegate Yellowhair, are you withdrawing your motion on the directive then? Delegate Yellowhair, are you withdrawing your motion on the directive or modifying it?
No, I'll modify it. I still maintain with my motion. I'd like to go ahead and withdraw the auditor transfer from a financial services to auditor departments. They withdrew that one on that one position. Leave it in auditor. But I would like to maintain this position all the way to the council. I would like to ask for it from here. Thank you for now. I'll just withdrew that. Not about the auditors when the consultant they have to be $215,000 to reduce it. Thank you.
Okay, that motion has been modified on the directive to delete the reference to the internal auditor, but remaining on the directive is the cutting the consultant budget by half. I believe 215,000 is the figure that Delegate Yellowhair is using. With that, Vice Chair Smith, you have the second. Are you continuing your second with that modification?
Thank you, Chair. Those Shay. Deeded Franciscus. Should be a hold.
Yeah. With that, there's still a motion and second with modified. Huh? Go ahead.
She's dead, so, and I told him the supervisor was supposed to provide information. I think that was the request.
Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair.
Yes.
Yes.
You're studying.
So there's nothing. So which we really can't help it with anything anyway. So we just gonna hold it.
Chairman Henyo, it does sound like someone's coaching Delegate Yellowhair. I'd like to know who's providing that information. Thank you.
Yes, that's why you should mute yourself so the whole world doesn't hear what the conversations are. Somebody mute their phone. Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second on the directive.
Chair Smith, on the directive for the 215,000, I think it should be clear. Yes, we're going to divide half of that, but where's the other half going? I think that should be clear before we vote on this. I understand that there's 17 vacancies, but yet on my document, I looked through it, it's 16. So it's, I don't know why it's showing 16 on the vacancies, and then the 215,000 from the fees of consultant and the amount of 215,000. Where's the other half? I think that should be clear from Shenandoah. Hajj based on this. Okay, directive A you have being done. So be Ahazan. Efficient dollar Astro, the controller. Ado nuts out. A without beso being done. So beso. Shadow Liki Ahazan. Kade you had oh Kedo Kasto do Ahazan the Hash beso. The Ohan. Hajj Basili. Okay, do you Ada. Now this should be the directive. Let's want
so now Delegate Yellow Hair, are you still on the line? Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, I'm back on the line. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Did you hear the question of Vice Chair Smith?
Number one, correction for my part is it's 16 instead of 17. I'll count one more as a vacant that was on a vacant. So 16 is correct. Honorable Smith. 215,000 hardanto misla no shahati. I'll just give it to the controller where would be the best you could use it. Operating money. Operating machine they don't. It looks like they need money and operating money. That's my answer, Chair.
Okay, now Delegate Yellow here. Vice Chair Smith, are you good on that response?
I should say, didn't Chair, though to say, you're the best, that's okay, so, Halashinto, the control the body, so has the, then out with, then in, the peso, the Vigata, without directive Iliago, I didn't say, not all that, the out with Ada, not hit the door, Ebony, now, this, die peso ba hoki ايش حال دوتني ايش حال اي حابتشا دوتني ايش حال سنندو اني كني هورني ابننا directive اوبشن اول ان ادي نطلع بن عهد ايدون كده دوتني اي نادش ندي ده شيء كده لا
Kashina, one more response. I will call for the question. We spent a lot of time on this directive. It'll go either way, green or red. So back to Ms. Delegate Yellow here, reference to Vice Chair Smith's question. Then Delegate Yellow here.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry I was on. Put the money into travel expenses. Right now they have 85,776, and then put some money into half of that. Remaining to under lease and rentals. Right now I have 34,680. Auto one is for special transactions under right now they have 73,991. Put a difference in there. That should remain 5,761,904. Good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Mel. May I ask a question, please, sir?
Okay, back to Vice Chair Smith. Are you good with the response? Okay. I need to call for the question about Mel Rodis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon. Mr. Chair, my question is to Controller, and I think that the committee well knows that there is a requirement under federal law as well as under Navajo law that the nation's finances are audited on an annual basis. That audit is done by the nation's independent auditor, so it is a consultant. So my question to Controller is, if this money is cut for the independent auditor, are we going to be in compliance with the law? Are you going to be able to, will the auditor be able to perform the single audit on half the budget, or are we going to be in violation of the federal law and Navajo Nation law? That's my question. Thank you.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay. Chair. And then thank you, Mel DOJ, for the question. Essentially, in regards to this business unit, we do fund our financial consultant, which is Noon and Associates. They're 100% Navajo owned. They're the only Priority 1 CPA firm. So essentially, what you would do with cutting this budget out is scaling back the work that they do. They've been with us for a number of years, and mainly what they're charged with is audit prep work. which is not uncommon to do. Essentially, they make the audit work that Moss Adams does more seamless, and they also, and I didn't mention this before, they are also charged with helping property management. As Budget and Finance Committee members are aware, over the years, we had a number of property management audit findings. Those audit findings are not reflective not only on OOC, but it's also reflective of program. Programs are responsible for a number of things under property procedures and so forth. So we made great strides in the last few years. That was one of my goals when I came on board, was to decrease those property audit findings for the single audit. And so, and I mentioned before, federal government, all our funding sources, they look at our audit findings. So if I'm unable to fund my financial consultant, who literally right now, we have to do our inventory count before the end of September, and it's really critical because Noonan Associates, our financial consultant, they play a major role in getting that done, and they help not only property management, but they help all the major what we call major programs that we know will get audited. So that's what we're talking about. If I don't have a budget and I don't have the resources to fund these types of work, that's where I'm outsourcing this type of work, and altogether it helps the nation. And if we don't have the outsourced work done, then it falls on us. And if I have a hiring freeze, then we will get behind on our audit. On the single audit, we have 6 months to upload to the federal clearinghouse our single audit. And so every year we've been meeting those deadlines. But if I get these positions cut or hiring freeze or not funding contractual services, those in single audits are impacted. So we'll be kind of backsliding, and I'm grateful we got the resources we have in the last few years, but if it swings back the other way, then the nation overall will get more audit findings, or audit potentially could be late to upload to the federal clearinghouse. Especially right now, I would caution the committee because, as everybody's aware, we have to deal with the CARES Act money, and so next year's audit is very critical. So, if you take away resources, then that's how it will be reflected with the external audits, which is required, and then also anything else coming down the pipeline. Because keep in mind, with the CARES Fund, Treasury is going to come out. They're going to come out probably in October. And I know, being the largest recipient, we're probably first on their line. And then to add to everything else, we're talking about infrastructure projects. We're really going to be on the top of their list to come out and audit and visit us. So we have the Inspector General for Treasury that will probably be coming around. With the CARES dollar, we can get a head start on the external audit. I plan to do that. And so contractual services is critical. Noonan Associates is critical. So CARES money just adds to all the audit work. If Delegate Yellowhair's is not really keen on paying a bunch of outside consultants and talking about audits, we're starting to audit. We're going to probably double, triple the amount of audit work that we have to do, simply because we have $714 million in CARES funding, and so we're going to be coming out of our ears with auditors. So I just want everybody to be aware. Keep those things in mind. So I thank DOJ for that question. Otto, if you have.
Christina, thank you for that response. Let's go to the question now. The directive with a second by Delegate Yellowhair. For this, I'll call for the question. Shinanta Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Christina Ado, Shinanta Vice Chair Smith.
I'll vote red.
Christina Ado, Shinama. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty, red.
Ado, Shinanta. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red. Yeah.
Ado, Shinanta. Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote red.
Christina. With that, we have 1 in favor and 4 opposed. Motion on the director fails. Okay, moving forward, Nassau Bishop. Controller's office, committee member. Are we done with the controller's office? Okay, it looks like we are. So let's move forward. Next, Peggy, who's next on the listing for under this legislation?
Purchasing Department, Chair.
Okay,
So we're
purchasing.
staying under that.
Purchasing Department. Who's the program director for that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Jeremy from OOC Purchasing.
Yes, Jeremy, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, everybody on the speaker here. My name is Jeremy Ben. I'm the purchasing manager for OOC Purchasing Section. I'm just going to go ahead and go over the budget real quick for FY 2021 Business Unit 107020. Allocation for FY 2021 is $566,304. That's a split between general funds and IDC in direct costs. As stated before, the budget, as it shows now, is budgeted only at 1,908 hours. I'll go ahead and go over to Part 3. So Part 3 is basically, if we look at column A, it's going to show the FY 2020 allocation, which was $586,590 compared to the column B proposed budget. This is the FY 2021 allocation. Again, it's $566,304. Part 4 refers to our positions. Still have 10 positions, which you will see listed on the next sheet. If you go to page 2, page 2 is going to, this page 2 is going to be the performance criteria. So, Mr. Chair, do you want me to read through these goals and statements?
First, Mr. Ben, have you completed the oath and emailed it back to Ms. Nake?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. The email was received by Ms. Nake.
Okay, and also I think we skipped that one part. Office of Management and Budget. Is there a performance report for this program?
Chair, the O&B already did the performance report for the entire legislature.
Okay, Hakushina, thank you for that, Peggy. With that, go ahead, Mr. Ben. What you have to present.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and go through page 2 real quickly, which is basically the goal statements for each quarter. Goal statement number 1, educate OOC staff and Navajo Nation employees on the nation's procurement rules and regs. The measure to that is to train Navajo Nation employees on the procurement rules and regulations. Second goal statement is to educate OOC staff and Navajo Nation employees on the FMIS 6B, the online procurement process. The goal measure to that is to provide training, refresher training to OOC staff and Navajo Nation employees on the 6B procurement process, OR process. Goal statement number 3, improve processing number of POs, blanket POs, and subcontracts. So the measure to that is to report the number of online requisitions, blanket POs, and contracts that we issue from purchasing section. Goal statement number 4 is to create a bidding track report for number of bids processed. The measure to that is just to maintain a bidding process, 3 to 10 days for advertisement per quarter. And then the last goal statement is to record and improve the processing of all receiving records. The measure to that is to maintain, report, and record all the receiving records that are processed for that quarter. So moving to page 3 of the budget, it's going to show the personnel for FY 2021. I just wanted to make mention that there was 2 positions listed as vacant. One of the positions, well, let me back up here and say that kind of a brief history behind this was we had trouble hiring for this one only because the salary class was too low. So what we had to do was work with DPM in terms of reclassifying the position to increase the salary level. That was completed. So we have one position that is currently advertised now and is on DPM's website. I believe the closing date is today. The other position, because the salary was increased, we wanted to internally promote somebody. That is subject to DPM's approval in terms of whether they accept the assessment or not. Total personnel is going to total to $394,692. Moving on to page 4. Page 4 is just going to show the personnel expenses along with the fringe. As indicated earlier, the positions is only budgeted at 1,908 hours. Total amount for personnel at that rate is $360,659. You have to include fringe with that at 46.56%. Fringe alone is $167,928. Total personnel for fringe, for regular plus fringe is going to be $528,597. Moving on to page 5, it's going to be some operating costs. We have travel expenses here. This is merely for any trainings that we have to do for programs in terms of the nation's procurement rules and regs or any federal regulations, CFR. And then the supplies, basic operating supplies for our day-to-day operations. Travel is going to be at $4,000, and then supplies is going to be at $17,158. Moving on to page 6, this is the remaining of the operating and then partial insurance. So part of the funds is going to be used for repair and maintenance for our copiers, scanners, which we use to print our POs. So total repair and maintenance is at $5,000, parts and maintenance. And then moving down is $7,000 is going to be the special transactions. This is for our program costs, training, and then employee-related expenses for like background checks. Total cost for this one is $11,549. The last area is just your insurance, which is required under the BIM for workers' comp and then general liability. Total for that is, well, it's included with the 7,000 objects. And then I guess moving on to the next page, you're going to see the unmet needs budget portion, which is the remaining 108 hours needed to cover the full hours. Total amount for this one is $50,333. This is just for the salaries and then fringe, insurance, and then the workers' comp. So if you move to the next page, you'll see the breakout in terms of the personnel at 180 hours with total $34,025 plus fringe. Going to be $49,807 salaries plus fringe, and then you add in the insurance premium for the personnel there. So the total for that unmet needs is $50,333. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's all I have to report for purchasing, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I have a quick question. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the report, Shiaj. Can I get guidance on where I could find the unmet needs? I'm looking through the budget. Is there a certain tab or a page number? Thank you.
Okay, so the unmet needs budget is, it should be within the binder. It's actually, if you can pull the first budget, if you look at the last page, it'll say page 6 of 6. The following page after that will be a new budget form. This is purchasing budget, and it's labeled unmet needs, but this one it's only 2 pages, so you'll see page 1 of 2.
Chairman Henyo, I found the page 1 of 2. I'm trying to understand it. My page, after your page 6 of 6, so I'm going on page 1 of 2. It still says general funds. I'm just trying to find your unmet needs. I see the 2 pages, but it's still, on mine, it still says, is your unmet need 50,000, or what's your unmet need?
Hey, Mr. Ben, what's the unmet need?
Okay, yes, Delegate Crotty, the page you're looking at is the correct. The 50,000 is the unmet needs portion. So it does state general funds on there, but a couple of lines down, it'll say unmet needs, and then it'll give the remaining hours needed to cover.
Chairman Henyo, if I may request, thank you for the budget form, Shiaj. I'm now following. I would need an Exhibit E. Is there an Exhibit E to this budget that gives us a high-level summary of the unmet need? Thank you. That's my question, Chairman.
Okay, so back to Mr. Ben, Exhibit E.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Delegate Crotty, the Exhibit E is, it's part of, it's right after OMB's report in the binder. It's going to be the last page of OMB's report, that section. That's Exhibit E.
So I have, Chairman Henyo, I apologize, and committee members. I have the OMB report. I have the binder. I have it here. And the last thing on the OMB report is legislative concerns. And now I'm trying to find your unmet needs. Is there a tab that I should be looking under? I have the Office of the Controller under my tab 4, but I do not see Exhibit E. Chair or staff, or if someone can give me guidance. Oh, well, actually.
Chair.
Peggy,
This is Peggy.
you on this one?
Okay, Delegate Crotty, look at the legislation, and you'll find it as legislation 186-20, and it's all of the budgets that are under the controller's office are together, and so Exhibit E shows 107020 purchasing services, unmet need of 50,333. Unmet need for purchasing services department. It says in the explanation. That's all it says. And then it has property management also has one, and then the Office of the Controller, which you know about, for $1,510,689. Did you find it? It's right before Kristen's letter.
I found it. Thank you, Shada. So it's on the legislation. Thank you. I do have the document.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Ben, are you done with your presentation, or do you have more information for us?
Mr. Chair, this is Jeremy. That concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Okay, with that, thank you, Mr. Ben. Committee members, any questions, comments?
Chair Hanio, this is Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and also BNF committee members, Yate, Navajo, the purchasing services, Jeremy, Ben. Question is, you have 10 positions budgeted, and the original budget at the time was $586,590,000. Wait a minute, $586,590. That was the original budget, and then the proposed one is $566,304 rather. And in the memo that the president wrote is $167 million that we were working with. Trying to figure out why you are asking for unmet needs. When the $167,000, the three-branch government, or $167 million, the three-branch agreed upon, would be enough for FY 2021. And now I see that you need 50,000 for additional hours. How does that work? Because under your Form 1 of 6, Budget Form 1, you have personal expense. The original was at $562,131, and then you proposed that $528,597 with a cut of $33,534. Why is that? If we're getting the same amount, it should be basically almost the same amount of budgeting. That's my question on that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Ben, you have a response?
Okay, thank you again, the Chair, Vice Chair. Just to answer, I guess, the question, so the way it's budgeted, it's only budgeted for a partial of those hours. So if we were to increase the hours, pay them out as the full 2,080 hours, the budget itself would go into the minus, and this is just only for personnel, fringe, and the insurance that goes with it. So the budget, I see what you're saying. Is it's higher last time, but it's about 2,000 lower this year. But still, even at 9 months, that's kind of all we can recover at this time. So it's kind of similar to the controller's, I guess, statement regarding the OOC budget, where they can only budget 9 months just to cover partial of the personnel. So purchasing is pretty much in the same boat as OOC's budget.
Back to you, Vice Chair Smith. You good with that response?
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, it does answer that question. May I ask another question? Is on your budget form here, you have supplies, and it's an increase from your last FY 2020. That increase jumped up from 7,303 to 17,000. That's almost a $10,000 increase. Now, you know that some of these employees are employees. There's 10 of them, and in there you're requesting for office supplies, non-capital assets, and operating supplies. could that have been a mechanism to request through the CARES Act money for the operation to continue, or what is all this for? That's an increase of almost 10,000. You could have put that 10,000 into your personnel. That way you wouldn't be asking for 50,000. You'd be asking for maybe 40,000. Shave here, put over here, and cut a little bit over here and put in here. Is that possible? If that's possible, then I'd like to see that take place, because according to OMB's on that legislation, the total amount requested under Exhibit E, including yours, is officer controllers asking for 1.5, and then property management is asking for 102,000, and the purchasing services asking for 50,000. So we're almost asking for 1.7 or 1.6. My math is right, around 1.7 million. That's something that I have a question on, not for you to answer, officer controllers or property management, but on behalf of the 50,000 who on the supplies. Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate that. Are there any other questions or comments, committee members?
This is Yellow Hair again.
Go ahead, Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, that is good afternoon. Budget represent non-Beneki. Kudoya, so Jeremy Ben, you have one position. Yeah, you already state that one position vacancy is a buyer, which is one position. One of the questions I have is under page 4 of 6 on the budget forms. You have it's asking for a regular budget for 300. Budget needs budget needs under a up to code 2110 for regular. You asked for $34,000 and for 10 positions and 180 hours plus expense benefit rate 15,000. That makes $50,333. Can you explain that? Why is that 180 hours for 10 positions? Chair, back to you. Go back on mute.
Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Back to Mr. Ben. You have 2 delegates response.
Yes, the Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair and Honorable Yellow Hair. Going to Mr. Smith's question on the $10,000 office equipment increase. Part of that, was to try to get staff more, equipment to be able to work remotely. Because during the COVID-19, a lot of the staff here don't have the equipment or the internet to be able to work remotely. So that's part of the increase, was to try to just cover that. It's kind of uncertain, in terms of the CARES Act money. So this portion to try to help the staff and to try to mitigate COVID-19. I think that's where the increase in the office equipment and the office supplies was going to go to, and that explains, the increase what we're trying to do for the staff. For Mr. Honorable Yellow Hair, the explanation for the 180 hours is only because the first, the original budget only covers 1,908 hours, which is partial of the hours for the year. If we were to fund, the full year, we wouldn't have funds basically in operating. We wipe out all of operating. We still would be in the negative, negative about 20,000. So what the unmet need is supposed to do was requesting for to cover that portion to where we can fund the majority of the staff at 1,908 hours and give them some operating costs to work with, and then the unmet needs portion was to fill that the remaining hours needed to cover them for the year. So that's why it shows as separately, and that's what the unmet needs was kind of geared towards, recover that remaining hours. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Committee members, simply lost signal here. I'm back home. Any other questions, committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Yellow here.
Go ahead, Shinanta.
It under a script justification. So it don't make no explanations on that. Here we talk about auditor by AP. Auditor audit no. He budget justification with all his there's no justification on what Mr. Ben had said then. It just explains to have 10 position at 180 hours. Even now, auditor by SPN. There's no explanation. The auditor couldn't just call on in the Skana. The budget just big program director, mini manager. Anybody can read this explanation. Well, found it, and there's no classifications in here. As you know, all you on even the archer, program manager, we don't even need too many consultants to do our job and give it this explanation. This should be discussion on the economic request. The old job of everybody can do this and put money in always. But just like that, preparing no classification. That's my concerns, Chair. That'll be it for me for this budget. Go back on me.
Okay, with that, committee members, any other questions or comments for Mr. Ben?
Sure.
Mr. Ben, you have a Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Shenandoah. Under the list of positions, assignments by business unit, page 1 of 1, you have a subtotal of $394,692. Can you explain how that is? Because in the page 4 of 6, budget form 4, you have $360,000 minus the fringe. This number here on the list position is reflecting $394,692. But then when you look at page 4 of 6 under the budget form, you've got it marked as $360,669. Is that with the full hours of 2,088? You're getting a total of $394,692. Thank you.
Chair, this is Delegate Yeller here.
Go ahead, Shenandoah. Delegate Yeller here.
Craigie, the budget. The budget form, critical position type, hours, 2,088. When they're not of the scholars or 1 year, no, so could this change? Could Jeremy, I get 1,900 hours. Yes. There'll be short pay. No, so means 360,669. We need this budget. No, because this budget of
go ahead.
Craig, there's a conflict. Budget conflict right here, though. This one budget. This is a full salary on the listing of position in the summit by business unit number. On any old salaries, these are regular salaries. I don't know this budget schedule on the pin. Other these salaries are could a short pay. No, put all these let's see this not only so budget or a full high law need could anything journal the salaries and then other salaries if we go by scheduled salaries on this or the unmet needs out 1,000 hours less than 2,000 1,908 hours no budget Chair.
Back to you, Mr. Ben.
I did check the budget. I want to check their salaries. Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Ben. You have a response?
Take it, Mr. Chair, and then members of the committee. Just to go back to answer Honorable Smith's question on the hours. So he was asking on budget sheet on page 3, the total amount on there is $394,692. This is based off of the hours, which is at 2,088 hours. That's the full year. On page 4, the reason that's a little bit shorter, 366,000, because the hours are only budgeted at 1,908 hours. So that's the reason why they're different. And just to kind of, I guess, get into a little bit of Honorable Yellowhair's question, or I guess it's a question, but if we were to take the amount on page 3, which is the $394,692, that's the personnel for the full year, and if we include the fringe to that, the total allocation for just, or total amount for just the full year and then the fringe is at $574,533, which is more than, if we go back to page 1, which is more than the FY 2021 allocation at $576,000. So it's going to be in the minus if we show it that way. That's why the hours have to be separated. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you for that. Vice Chair Smith?
Vice Chair.
So can you take over for a little bit? I need to take a break here real quick.
But sure, before you take a break, could we do a recess? Here's purchasing for maybe about 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Some of the people probably, grab eaters. They might not be at their home or they might be elsewhere. In consideration, we'll get back on our budget here.
Okay, let's finish with this, then we'll take a recess. Any more questions for Mr. Ben? I don't hear any, so let's move forward. Who's next on our agenda?
It's property.
Property. Okay, let's take a 30-minute recess. It's 2:20, and come back at 10 minutes till 3 o'clock. 30 minutes, so get something to eat, stretch, and so then we'll begin with property at that time, committee members. So let's take a short break here.
Yeah.
30 minutes, yeah.
Oh, 30 minutes. Come back at 10 minutes till 3.
All right. Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
Actually, do you have your binders?
Oh, it's over at Steno. Addison, on top of that white box.
Today's okay.
Sean did this morning. I got my binder. Oh, there's Delegate Sound and Nihikido, Mel Road is 3 this and then left. So, Arsenal.
All right, Hagashina.
All right, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
All right.
Hi, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm sorry, did we adjourn or we're waiting for some documents? Thank you.
Recess for 30 minutes, Crowdy.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Hello? Anybody on here?
I think they rescheduled Roy.
You think so? I wonder who would know. Peggy?
Yeah, I'm trying to email her.
Oh, okay.
We skipped back on the other call with Radford.
They adjourned it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, so they're tabling it.
Budget and Finance Committee is on a 30-minute recess. They'll be back at 2:50.
Oh, okay. Who is this? This is Royetta from DIT.
Hi, Royetta. This is Martha.
Hey, Martha. Hi. So have they
Hi.
started? Hi, dear. Have they started
I'm
on
just listening
anything?
in, so I'm not advising. I'm just listening in.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't know what's going on because we just now jumped on the call. We were on our regular DIT budget with HES committee. So they just tabled it. We jumped on this one. They haven't started anything yet, you know?
They actually are on the controllers section. They just finished up with purchasing. So I think the next group that's coming up is property.
Do you know when Department of Information is coming up under DGS?
I don't know. Let me check the agenda here.
Because they didn't forward an agenda to, I guess it's on the website. Huh? Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, it has Office of the Controller, Purchasing, followed by Property, and Office Supply Center, Credit Services Department, Home Loan Program, Personal Loan Program. But I don't see information anywhere. Let me see. There's more. Division of General Services is the next legislation. And then Office of the Auditor General, Tax Commission, Management and Budgets, Division of Human Resources. Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh, no, it is the right one. Let me see. I had two agendas. I'm lucky.
Okay.
There's Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, I don't see information. You guys are under
General Services. I heard you say General Services.
You know what? I don't see General Services under Division of General Services. That's legislation number 18720. And there is Insurance Services, Risk Management, Employee Benefits, Workers' Compensation, and then it ends with the BFC discussion.
This is Pearl with TU. Royetta, it's on page 3 of the, actually page 4. We're at the very end.
Oh.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ladies.
I was talking till Friday, maybe.
Oh, my God. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Pearl.
Okay, Royetta. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye-bye. I'm going to go on mute then. Thank you, guys.
Hello, anybody back on board?
Well, sure. I haven't heard anybody else.
Anybody back on board?
Good afternoon, Honorable Yellow Hair. This is Ramona.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Anybody back on board?
As far as I know, I think it's only you and Mr. Smith.
All right. Okay. I thought the line was just cut off and I redialed the whole thing. Thank you, Ramona.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. We are in a recess for the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearing. And the next program that we are going to be hearing is property. So do we have the program presenter here, and have they emailed me indicating that they will provide truthful information to the committee? We're not doing oaths, but the committee just directed that programs can, whoever's presenting the budgets, that they can email me stating that they affirm the oath and that they are telling the truth, something to that extent. Anyway, how many committee members do we have here now?
Jamie and Babe coming back on.
Good afternoon. This is Francis King from Property Management. Who do I email that information to?
Peggy Nakai.
I'm sorry.
At Navajo-nsn.gov.
He Nakai?
My full name, Peggy Nakai, Ggynnakai, at Navajo-nsn.gov. Thank you.
Ramona, are you there?
Yes, Chairman Henyo.
Can you do roll call?
Sure. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, August 26, 2020. Roll call at 2:58 p.m. Return from recess. Jamie Henyo?
I'm present.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Raymond
Smith Jr.? Okay, thank you. Raymond Smith Jr.?
Present, same location, Nala.
Okay, thank you.
Same trees. On the
Jimmy
same trees. The same location.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay, Nathaniel Brown, Amber Kenneth Crotty. Chairman, we have 4 members present upon returning from recess.
Kashina, with that, we'll continue moving forward with our next program that's on the agenda is Francis King with Navajo Nation Property. Ate Francis, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, Chair Delegate Henyo. I just sent my email to Ms. Nakai as far as the oath.
Okay, and Peggy, have you received it?
Yes, I did, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. With that, go ahead, Francis, and move forward with your presentation to the committee.
Thank you again. Good afternoon, Chairman Henyo and Vice Chairman Mr. Smith, and then members of the committee. My leadership, Ms. Kurt, Controller, be presenting the budget for Property Management, Business Unit number 107021. My name is Francis King Jr., the Program Manager 1. That's who I am. And my office is here in Fort Defiance, Property Management Office, next to the NTUA and Navajo Food Distribution Complex. I started here last October 2019, and can't believe it's already almost a year. But with the happenings with COVID-19, it comes down to like 6 months of work, really. We all understand that. So going forward, on part 2 on the page 1, property management general funds is $351,964, which is 57% of the budget, and then also the indirect cost funding, $269,527, which is 43%. So in total, $621,491 is allocated to property management for FY 2021. So we go over to part 3, of page 1, the breakdown of the budget summary, personnel expense. For this upcoming year, we are proposing, or the amount is $631,947. Right off the bat, you see that our salary budget is exceeding the allocation that we were given of $10,456. However, going forward, the travel expense we're proposing is $31,957. Supplies, $4,000. Communication and utilities, $20,000. Repairs and maintenance, $5,000. Contractual service, $2,000. Special transactions, 11,728. That totals in column B. That totals to $706,632. Our current year budget total is $809,594. So there's a difference of $102,962 less in the coming year. Part 4 to this form as well. We have 14 positions currently under property management. 2020. 2021, we will have 16. So adding two staff members that were transferred from OC, I think General Accounting, Fixed Asset Section. They're now over in property management. They'll be falling under property management department. They are already located here in Fort Defiant. So I have 2 staff members that was added to our budget. And we have 6 vehicles total, which is no change there. Okay, anybody have any questions on page 1? Okay, if not, Chair Henio and Vice Chair Smith and members of the board, budget form number 2. These are the goals for the program. Our plan of action, our plan of operation is still currently being reviewed and in the update process being updated. That's a work in progress. We'd like to prioritize that for the upcoming fiscal year 2021. That'll be one of our major things to do as far as plan of operation. Part 3, program performance criteria. Goal 1, to report on a quarterly basis the following statistics for service provided. The measure is number of shipment and equipment delivered and processed per quarter. Goal 2, report on a quarterly basis the following statistics for service provided. Again, just to let you know, our department is pretty much service provider for the nation. So a lot of our criteria or what we list down is all service oriented. 3 is number of programs and department surplus equipment request process per quarter. So we need to keep track of that. That's 2. 3, number of vehicles registered, entitled, processed, and archived per quarter. That's also a service that we want to keep track of. 4, number of surplus Navajo Nation vehicles sold per quarter. That's the surplus vehicles that we put out for sale within the Navajo Nation. That's also part of our criteria. And the last one, number 5, to inventory 50 buildings and or infrastructure per quarter. And this is in the real property management side of it, where we need to inventory and keep track of building for the Navajo Nation, across the Navajo Nation. So those are the 5 items that we have as far as performance criteria for our department. Okay. If there's no question on this form, going to the next form, which is the position listing for the department. Again, we have...
Kenyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I did have a question on the performance.
Sure.
Chairman Henyo, may I ask my question? Yes, just continue with your report till Chair gets back on the line. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
The salary positions for our department, like I said, there was 14, now there's 16. I think you do have an insert in your binder on this. The total salary amount is $431,187. To add the fringe benefit, it totals out to $631,947 for the department. So that's on the salary schedule for this particular business unit. Going forward with the justifications, the personal expense is at $631,947, which consists of 16 full-time employees with property management. And that 631 is a makeup of the salary at 2,080 hours, which is the whole 12-month projection. I noticed that previous departments had 9 months or less than the 12 months. So we have it at the 12-month projection, and that is the 12 months amount for personnel expense. Next item is a travel expense, vehicle usage to conduct physical inventory and that we do, and then delivery of equipment and materials out to the field or department. That's at $31,957, which includes personal travel, conducting physical inventory at 5 locations. We have 5 offices: Fort Defiant, Tiba City, Chinle, Shiprock, and Crown Point. So we have staff out there under property management department. So a lot of our work involves traveling from one point to another, and doing updates. So that's where that budget is from. Going to the next page, which is supplies. Again, we have a combination here, general office supplies and operating supplies at a total of $4,000. This $4,000 for office supplies, or the supplies that we're asking for, is for the 16 staff members and at the locations that I mentioned. So hopefully we will stretch this 4,000 out to the next year, right? Fiscal year 2021. Next item is communication and utilities. This is telephones and internet. Again, at 5 locations with 16 full-time employees. We're requesting $20,000, $15,000 for internet and basic telephone service, $5,000. So that adds up to $20,000. Next item is repair and maintenance services. We're requesting $2,000 in this line item. This is just to pay for service or repair expense on our bay doors to the warehouse. We're constantly using their electrical doors, and they're frequently used, so they have to be maintained. And sometimes we do experience them breaking down, and we have to have someone outsource it and get repairs done. So the other is the forklift that we utilize here.
Mr. King?
Yes.
Pardon, this is Delegate Crotty. Chairman Henyo or Vice Chair, are you on the line? I'd just like to know, was the instructions to go through all of these budget forms, or are we just reading from budget form 1 and asking questions? Chair Henyo or Vice Chair Smith? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, my Delegate Crotty. Yes, I did ask that question about the budget forms recommendations to Mr. Biel, and his response was that, well, he had made that recommendation to the committee, but the committee never offered any type of recommendations or response or acceptance, because he had recommended just doing Form 1 and Form 2 and to move forward. But because since there was really no response from BNF as to his recommendations, it's up to the committee here as far as how we wish to proceed for each presentation. Therefore, committee members, I'll go back to defer to the committee. What's your preference as far as, do you wish for the presenters to go through the whole budget, each page, or is there specific forms that we should just be covering committee members?
I would say the 4 sets only is the Elmer Begay.
What was that, Senada? Delegate Elmer Begay, what was your response? Go back to my Delegate Crotty. What would be the preference?
Thank you, Chair, for allowing asking the question. If there's no if anybody can be in agreement, I would ask for budget form 1 and budget form 2, and thank Mr. Bial for that suggestion. And then open it up if there's any questions. Thank you, Chair. That's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. With that, committee members, any grievances on only going over Form 1 and Form 2 of the budget?
Chair, this is Yellow Hair.
Delegate Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna try another one. I hope you guys don't put me in the red spot. As long as budget summary agree with the title with the Form 2 budget justification, all the budget ones are important. Make sure that all guidance balance out what it's for. Remember, we had some experience last year. There's some budget justification. We're not tied in with the budget summary report. That's the only thing, Chair.
Okay, Shana, Viva. Any other committee members? I'm here. We'll go with recommendation Form 1 and Form 2 as we move along with our presenters. So back to you, Mr. King. Who's this?
Delegate Smith, Vice Chair.
Oh, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Are we saying we're just going to listen to Budget Form 1 and 2 and that's it? Move to the next program?
Yes, if there's no questions beyond that, though. If there's questions on the other forms, then each delegate can ask those questions. But as for presentation, we can just do Form 1 and Form 2. And if there's no questions beyond that, then we'll move to the next presenter.
Chair. This is Delegate Yellow.
Go ahead.
Chair, your order check check budget form and budget form 2, though budget form 4. Budget form 4, it does change the object code description and also specification. The total amount I'm adding in my mind by total by major object code between an LOD 6 and LOD 4, and every cross check. Although that's my business anyway. What I call or calculate that. So I do check those my part anyway. To the chair, make sure everything's all balanced out.
But you're okay with our presenters just presenting Form 1 and Form 2? Presenters go along.
Yeah.
With that, committee members, that's how we will proceed here. Forward Form 1 and Form 2, but if we have questions beyond the two forms, then you're free to ask those questions also. But for presentation, Form 1 and Form 2. So, Mr. King, are you done with your presentations? We will be doing Form 1 and Form 2.
Yes, I presented 1 and 2 already, so if Honorable Henyo, I'm sorry. Yes, if I don't need to go any further on my presentation, that's fine.
Okay, Shana, committee members, any questions for Mr. Francis King with Navajo Nation Property?
I have a question that the chair. Everything's okay according to Francis. The budget for this coming year, he's proposing for 16 positions, and this current year is 14 for next year. Coming October 1st, he will have 16 positions and 6 vehicles will be in his budget. So I guess that's what it is. That Francis, if everything's okay like that, that's how I see.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, committee members? I'm not hearing any, so we can move forward. Peggy, who's our next presenter?
You. On your agenda,
Elmer Begay.
Your agenda says Office Supply Center Proprietary Fund.
Okay, that should be. Hopefully, I think that's the easy one. Delegate Elmer Begay.
I'll just tell you that I'm back online again.
Okay,
I'm trying to just to let you know that I'm trying to get the booklets just all the way in now.
Okay, with that, next
Chair Henyu.
Chair Henyu. Vice Chair?
Chair Henyu, Francis King.
Okay.
Can I just quickly do a shout out?
Sure, go ahead.
This is my first budget process with the Navajo Nation, and I just want to, give a shout out to Shakis, that really helped me, Jeremy Ben with Procurement Department. So I just want to thank him for that, and then as well as Selena Begay with OMB, our assigned accountant. She's very helpful in helping me out on getting this thing done. So I just want to say thank you to those two individuals. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. King. Shout out.
Okay.
Give thanks. So, thank you. Program Manager for our Navajo Nation Office Supply.
Chair, this is Jeremy Beng again from Purchasing. I'll be presenting the Office Supply Center budget.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ben.
Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and go through budget forms 1 and 2, Going into Supply Center, this is Business Unit 807001, Office Supply Center. The proprietary fund in the amount of, for this year, 2021, is going to be $200,000. Part 3, you can see the FY 2020 budget was appropriated for $200,000. For this year, it's going to be a reduced cost to $200,000. Number of positions budgeted is remaining at 4, and then there's also a total number of vehicles, just 1. For moving into page 2, I guess the personnel, there's 4 positions budgeted for full year at $119,768 for personnel. I don't know if you want me to go through the full budget forms here. I can just do a high level. I went through personnel already. This is going on to page 4. Travel expenses at $9,498. Going on to page 5. Office supplies is going to be at $6,036 for office supplies. Lease and rental, basically just rental equipment, $500. Going on to the last page, page 6, your communications, telephone, internet, or telephone, $3,720. And then repair maintenance for equipment at $500. And then last is just your programs and then your insurance. Those total to $4,214. And that would be it for the presentation for Office Supply Center. Go ahead, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Questions, comments? Chair, which business unit is that one?
Which business unit is that one, Mr. Ben?
Mr. Chair and Honorable Yellowhair, I'm sorry. The business unit is 807001, and I believe it's the tab. It's labeled Office Supply Center.
Did you get that, Yellowhair?
Oh yeah, I got. I put the number down there.
Christina, any other questions, committee members?
I'm looking for that one. Okay, I got that one now. All right. The budget is let's see. The budget for is $200,000. That is how much is right here at that one, and everything's on full board right here. According to Mr. Ben, I'm checking the summary budget right here. Make sure they're all tied in.
Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, my delegate Friday. Who has the question?
Chair, that was Peggy.
Okay, I'm sorry, Peggy. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is a question to the program. Jeremy, can you explain why the Office Supply Center has a performance assessment score of 1.60, and how do you plan to address that?
Somebody mute their phone. We can hear you.
They're not in
Somebody mute their phone. We can hear you talking and typing. Get back to Mr. Ben.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, to answer the question, earlier today we talked about the issues with Supply Center, not the issues, but the FMIS related. So the reason for the performance assessment is because partial is because of the COVID-19. Yeah. So when offices shut down for COVID-19, there wasn't a lot of sales going on. So the gross profit margin for Supply Center wasn't going up because nobody was buying stuff. You know, a lot of these departments programs were shut down. So there's not a lot of sales going on for COVID-19. The other, I guess, half of that is, you know, sometimes the programs like to go around the PO process, which would, you know, they would go about purchasing items through, you know, the P card or an RDP, which wouldn't, those types of procurements don't go through Supply Center. So, you know, they're not, I guess, marked off the orders, so there's no, so in terms of if there's items available at Supply Center, they're not purchasing them through Supply Center, so they're purchasing them from outside, I guess, entities, so they're not recorded as a Supply Center sale. So those two issues are really what caused the performance assessment to go down. So just to answer the question,
Hello, online. Where are we?
Chair, this is
Go.
Peggy. I just got an email saying that the budget form 1 is incorrect. Selena, can you go over that, please, from OMB?
Go ahead, Selena.
Good afternoon. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst with OMB. On the current business unit 907001 with the Office Supply Center, there was a correction made to BF1. And if you look at the column on Part 2C, all the way it's 0. There's supposed to be an amount there. And we did a correction with that with Serena. And for some reason, it wasn't inserted, the correct one. I just want to bring that to your attention. That's it. Other than that, there's no number change. It's just that column C was not, the amount was not inserted. Thank you.
The difference amount is not in there, is what you're saying?
Yes, it's supposed to be B minus A, and on the difference of the column. And then like I said, I did. Serena did the correction on this form. For some reason, it wasn't inserted to replace the incorrect one.
Chair, how we can fix that is just to deal with it at the revisits if you want.
Okay,
I'm not sure where the correct form is.
Okay, if we can hold this during for a revisit, and then we'll have forms committee members. Serena, will you have it Friday?
Jeremy is representing Serena today.
Okay, Mr. Ben, will this be available before Friday?
Okay, Chair, this is Jeremy.
They asked if this available for Friday.
Yes, the corrected form that
yes.
was brought about OMB.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeremy. The form was submitted to OMB, so it's ready. It's ready now.
Okay.
I do have. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I do have the correct forms, and this is going to be also for the next one, 907001 and 907002, just to let you know. Thank you.
Okay. If you do have it, email them to Peggy, and then she'll disseminate it to the committee members.
Thank you.
So we can move forward then if they are available. Any questions or comments regarding the corrected form, committee members? Chair, this is Delegate Elliott. Go ahead, Samantha.
Credit performance measure decrease of the need. My binder, then Chair, come back to you, Chair.
Okay, it's easy, Samantha. I could barely hear you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, let me raise my voice a little bit. I can't find a performance measure for this program for Office Supply Center. So somebody mentioned that in here that okay, I got it right here. No, this is 500509088 because we're looking at it, the 807001. So I don't have a performance measure in this budget program.
Chair?
Okay, send that back to Peggy, if you would.
It's in the OMB report under C. It says FY 2020 third quarter performance assessment report, and there's a one-page report that includes for the Office of the Controller, and that program is listed as number 6. It says PMD, Tribal Office Supply Center.
Delegate Yellier, did you find it?
I'll look for that one now. Thank you.
Shina, committee members, any other questions, comments? Office Supply Center. Let's move forward. Next office on our agenda is Peggy.
Chair, that is the Credit Services Department Proprietary Funds, and this is Farron Garcia or Noreen McCrae. And there's the Home Loan Program and the Personal Loan Program.
Dr. Shina, with that, Farron Garcia, are you online with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, he knew I am.
All right, good. Welcome. And we'll begin with your presentation. Did you get the oath back to Peggy?
I sure did.
Yes, he did.
Augustina Viga. Augustina, let's move forward.
I'm sorry, Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty. Yes. I'm following based off of the budget. How are we doing this? I just need to know then where this budget is at. Because after property management, just let me know where we are in this budget. Thank you.
Okay. We're following the agenda that rolled out, relying on Peggy to guide me on the agenda. That's what we're following.
Okay, Chair. If you look in your binder, there are some of the other budgets that are intermixed in there. You kind of have to look. I believe Ramona may have tabbed yours with colored stick-on tabs, did she? Because the home loan program is right after the Office Supply Center budget. So that's how she has it in my binder. And I think she tried to be consistent throughout the binder. So if you, it's sort of, it's like maybe halfway somewhere in there. There's actually they're at the end of the controller's presentation, I believe. Yeah, they are. And then after that is the fixed cost, or actually the investment, land acquisition funds, and some of those other funds that we have.
Thank you.
Let me know if you find it. Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for fair.
Hello, Chair. Honorable Hino. Oh, okay. If you notice, this goes, what Selena actually mentioned earlier was that there was a correction to budget form 1 on both home loan and personal. The only corrections that were reflected were on column C, so I just want to clarify that. Those revisions I sent as a corrected scanned copy to Peggy along, I believe Selena just sent that out as well. And it's just reflecting the parentheses, so I just want to go ahead and clarify that really quick. So going in with our home loan program, which is 907001 business unit, we are a proprietary business, and pretty much we reflect our revenue off of the money that we currently make within each year. And taking a look at it, both personal and the home loan is a shared cost department for personnel. So we reflect, of course, 50% for both personal and home loan to pay out each employee. So I kind of want to go ahead and just mention that. And then not only that, just as far as success goes for our home loan program, we've actually closed out in FY20 so far. We've actually closed out and paid in full 20 homes right now. And that's pretty much all the customers that have been really paying forward and wanting to get their payments completed. What's really making a great accomplishment to this as well is what Controller Kirk mentioned earlier was we created a online system payment program so customers can actually pay after hours or pay from home or at work if they want to make an additional principal payment. They're able to do that with going onto the controller's website, Navajo Nation controller's website, and clicking under credit services, that red button that's pretty much right there, it says pay here. It's pretty self-explanatory as you're making a merchant payment. If it's a credit card, if it's a vehicle payment, the same setup that you see on your current bills would be the same thing that credit services is currently utilizing for those customers. So going in with our budget right now, I just want to share that as far as a success measure for credit services for home loan. Our personnel expenses, what we're looking at proposed budget is $352,151. There is a current difference right there of $4,874. That parentheses that you currently see that was in the binder should not have a parentheses there. So just want to clarify that. Travel expenses, we're at proposed budget of $33,786. Difference of $382. Meeting expenses, we currently don't have any of those. Supplies, right now, what we did have was $31,807. We've actually proposed $16,292, which has a difference of $15,515. Lease and rental, we do have that within our budget. We do have 3 storages that we currently rent right now for customers' profiles, our current files that we do have with paid in full, non-accruals, as well as currently that are sitting in a storage place that we currently rent, and that right now we don't have any difference for that, so we're currently budgeted for that, which is still going to be the same. Communication and utilities, of course, we do have that $1,000 there. We don't have $0 as well as far as total. Maintenance and repairs currently are budgeted for $20,000. Right now, we're just taking a look at that $20,000. We will be utilizing that. We're actually going to be transferring and actually updating our current loan ledger system. We're actually going to, that loan ledger system that's currently on there, we're going to be transitioning to a new system which is more updated, more innovative. That's going to be more accessible for customers. Customers are going to be getting pre-printed statements. They're able to go ahead and create and make applications online. Just due to the fact that with the whole incident of COVID, I know we didn't ask for this pandemic to actually start and happen, but we're trying to live through it as far as getting customers accessible to. So in case an event, if the second wave comes around, and if for any reason we had to work remotely, we can actually sign on to this current system that we're going to be looking at, to where we can actually process applications online. We're able to do all the underwriting and closing all online. So it's going to be really cool. I mean, as far as like, it's going to be more efficient and more accessible, which is going to create more revenue. Contractual services, we don't have anything there. Special transactions, we're at $12,267 and a difference of $9,741, and that's for those types of transactions. Public assistance, we don't have $0 there. Capital outlay, $0. Matching funds, $0. Indirect costs, $0. And if you currently look at the subtracting of A and B, we do have a difference of $20,000 there. Positions and vehicles, we currently budgeted for 14 employees, which we currently have budgeted there. And we did have 4 vehicles, but unfortunately which is a good thing, we actually relinquished those other 2 vehicles. Now we actually are budgeted for 2 vehicles at this time, and that's coming from the home loan program. Taking a look at the budget form too, our goals, we actually did set the same goals. Right now, we are currently open for business. We are actually accepting applications, and not only that, we did one personal loan closing today. So customers are actually asking and calling in and asking us, are you guys currently open? I need help as far as like, I want a new home for the winter. What can I do? I've been doing a lot of consulting for our customers, knowing that I did come from Wells Fargo, and I was a branch manager at Wells Fargo here in Winter Rock. And I know a lot with credit. I was actually the top credit champion for all of Arizona. And just with my expertise and my skills, I've been actually helping customers actually seeing the end of the light with their credit. So I've been really helping and doing a lot of financial education. Within FY20, I've actually conducted on a running total right now close to 700 customers with just financial literacy. Jerry, my other loan officer, her and I, we actually double team, and we've actually done presentations. We were invited to NHA's Home Expo. We did a presentation there. We actually got 30 applications right within a 2-hour period. And we actually did a presentation also at the Navajo Nation Fair, and we've got close to 300 applications, and that was just strictly with a combination of home loan and personal. And right now, just how our goals are set, we did meet and exceeded our goals in some areas. And right now, we've been actually helping customers with our home loans right now. We actually got one home loan that's currently approved and pending. It's just up to the customer to go ahead and find a home that suits them. So we've been really having a lot of success, knowing that credit services was closed for a period of time. But now, since we are back open and running with me actually helping and guiding this department, we've actually seen a lot of success. So I'm done with my presentation for the home loan.
Hey, committee members, any questions regarding the home loan program?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
The question, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I want to request if I could schedule a meeting with your office or yourself offline. I would like to know more about the home loan program. For the budget, what I'm interested in, and I think the performance criteria appears to be very low. So evaluating 12 applications, that's very low. I'd like to make a recommendation to increase that number. I don't want to increase it to a point that sets you up for failure, but that we can. So I would ask, what is a better number instead of just 12? 3 loan applications, that's 1 a month, but you have a fully funded staff, so I'm trying to understand that dynamic. I just want to say there's a quick little typo on goal 2 on your performance measure. Comprehensive is spelled wrong. Just give us that correct information. And again, in this goal statement, 12 presentations seems low, so that's once a month. Maybe that's more like in person, but as we go to telecommunication, there could be webinars, there could be incentives to provide that information. And so I would want to see a larger number, and I'm willing to hear from the program what they think is doable. But right now, for me, 12 is too low. Actually, all of your numbers are too low. So I'd like to receive a little bit more guidance. Just thinking if number 5, if this still is a goal, is that an internal issue? Was that an audit finding that you were not submitting loan accounts for litigation? Give me a little bit background information. Thank you, Chair. I'll go back on mute. I apologize for the text, the noises. Sorry. That's just life of a delegate.
Okay. Thank you, Alan, for your questions. Come on, Delegate Karate, and anybody else, committee members.
Chair, this is Yellowhair again.
Go ahead, Senator Delegate Yellowhair.
This is a credit service home loan program, 907001. That's business unit number, yeah. Chair, still there?
I'm trying to get my phone to work here. Business unit 9070010.
Joe Craig, you clear under okay, question, budget form 1. It says that right now they said they have 14 positions. For the current proposal will be 14, but the when you count the position itself, it has 13 positions. Y'all have 13 positions in there, not 14. It doesn't coincide with that one, Chair, and also presenter. That's my questions on that one. Going back to you, Chair. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, Mr. Garcia. Question from Delegate Yellowhair here regarding the number of positions that's listed on Budget Form 3, and so he wants some clarification on that, and also for Delegate Karate's questions also.
Okay, Honorable Chair Hino, and along with members of the Budget and Finance Committee, going in with Delegate Honorable Karate, yes, I would definitely want to go ahead and do a one-off as far as collaborating with other questions or concerns. Not only that, how can we be more innovative to actually having more success? I would definitely like to have that meeting with you. Yes. Going in with the goals, I believe the goals are for us and what we have actually seen is actually a lot doable, because at a point in time we've actually gotten a lot of personal loan applications as opposed to home loans. And right now with the home loans, we've actually started. We're going to be actually advertising and taking a look at right now. We actually generate and have the rates from the Wall Street Journal. The prime rate is currently at 3.25%, and we've actually seen a decrease in homes right now, and a lot of it we've actually seen an increase with good current rates right now. And taking a look at it, we've actually only seen, of the applications that we've actually seen as the time that we've been open, we've only seen 3 home loan applications. And we've actually seen a whole lot more personal loan applications. And right now, we've been actually reaching out to those customers that actually have good credit and letting them know we've actually streamlined a process and kind of doing like phone calls and saying, hey, you know what, are you still interested in doing a home loan application? At a point in time, you did actually apply for it. So right now the current rate is 3.25. I'm not saying that you're going to be able to get that, but it's very it's doable where you can actually, did you do any type of that's when I go in with the open-ended questions to the customer and ask them, did you do anything with your credit? Did you run your credit from the time that the pandemic started? Did you purchase a vehicle? Did you do any online did you actually do any lines of credit? Did you do a credit card? I ask those open-ended questions to kind of get an idea of where we can actually help and set these customers in. And we've actually, with this application process, we did have a with NHA, we were actually going to start a partnership to where we can actually do the financing for NHA, and that was actually under the past CEO, Mr. Wayesta. We've actually came to a process where we can actually streamline, where they're going to be utilizing their own construction personnel to actually construct a home, and for those financing part of it, we can actually do the financing, but they were going to do all the legwork as far as pre-qualifying the customer. We actually do the qualifying on the hard end, which is actually running their credit, running their references, taking a look at their application process, and that was actually during the that was under the control of Mr. Ballesta. But now, since there's a new CEO, we've actually haven't had those talks yet. And that was something that was going to be really creating a lot of business, a lot of revenue, but then again, also a lot of it for customers. And we can actually do a lot of refinancing too for customers. And I'm actually working on one with one customer right now that's actually going to be doing a refinancing on a home. And it is a little challenging, but the only challenging part of it, which is creating those applications to be where they're at, our goal to be where they're at right now, is a lot of customers are reaching out to us and trying to have us go outside the lines of our policy, but policy states it has to be on the Navajo Nation. And a lot of customers are trying to go ahead and go the metropolitan areas where they want to see better homes, but at this point in time, we have to have that collateral base, which has to have that structure be within the Navajo Nation radius. So I think at this point in time, that application process is the goal's right where it's at. I think that's very measurable until we actually see that increase of customers, and we can definitely raise it to like 24 or 32 if we were in a metropolitan area. Going into it with, I hope that answers your question there, Delegate Crotty. Going into with number comprehensive presentations, you're seeing that 12 is there. We've actually been doing, we're going to be starting to do webinars to where we can actually help customers. I've actually got the Change Labs of Tuba City. They are an entrepreneurship business, and they're actually going to be, they've actually reached out to me several times. Not only that, we're going to be getting the exposure for the business for credit services, but not only that, they invited me for a kind of like a town hall to where I can be on a panel to where I can actually talk about credit on the Navajo Nation and what credit looks like for the Navajo Nation. How does home buying look for the Navajo Nation? And that's actually going to be started as of September 1st. And I've actually been invited, so I'm going to be taking a look at actually going through with that because it's more exposure and free publicity is good business for us. Not only that, it actually helps us be on the forefront for additional businesses to reach out to us because we are a Navajo-owned business, being a proprietary. Taking a look at the audit issue, or you were saying for the statement for litigation, that's actually, we've had a little bit more of a challenging, that's really challenging in that area because we're trying to find a way to where we can actually start foreclosing on homes right now. And there is some homes that we currently that are currently up for foreclosure, and we definitely want to go through the process. We've actually are going to be submitting some documentation to the DOJ to where we can actually go through with that. But trying to find a way and trying to find, I guess, the guidance to go ahead and go through with the repossessions of any type of home or if there's a foreclosure. I think that right now we've actually are challenged in that area right now. And going in with Mr. Yellowhair, you're seeing the 13 possessions when we have 14, and you want to know the reason for that. We currently have one position that's currently in grievance, and due to the fact that that grievance is still active, unfortunately I'm unable to elaborate on that, but it's a grievance position that's currently on there. We do have two positions that are currently vacant for credit services. We do have a collection officer, our collection clerk, and we do have an accountant. Our accountant's actually going to be our current accounting technician is going to be promoted into that accountant position. So we've already submitted the documentation to DPM, and I'm just waiting on the OMB to see if the documentation is still suffice, knowing that all this documentation was submitted during the pandemic, right before the pandemic, and we had to actually have that shutdown. And I just wanted to make sure, because they're actually not in office yet, and I'm just waiting for a return email to let us know, hey, you know what, if documents are still valid, we're going to go through with it, and we have the blessing of DPM as well.
Okay, thank you for that response. Any other questions or comments, committee members?
Yellowhair again.
Chair, this is Delegate Brown. This is Delegate Brigade.
Casino, I'll go with Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Then I'll go to Delegate Yellowhair. We'll go to Delegate Gay. Go ahead, Delegate Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Shinanta, President of Finance Committee. Really, my question is, I know I have not heard this have been done, but with the 7 locations with the Sandstone Housing, formerly Fort Defiance, if people that are interested in buying out the house, has anyone applied? All of them are on the Navajo Nation, and what will that look like? Or if it has not, is that something that your department is interested in doing? We do have people who want to buy out the homes. I'm specifically looking and working with the Sandstone Estates in Kayenta, the Kayenta property and Chimbito property. We have been working with Sandstone Housing with the CEO, Ms. Shelby Garcia, as well as on the Canton Township, in what we are interested in. And I know that there's a transition, and I'm not sure how much you're aware of the possible purchase of the sandstone properties on the Navajo Nation. I'm not sure if that's going to go forward. I know that during the pandemic, a lot of work has halted. So if you know anything about that, or if not, what will that look like? Yeah.
And then I'll go to Delegate Yellowhair. Samantha, go ahead.
Okay, I guess on your budget form, page 3, budget form 3 needs to be updated, and you have only 2 position vacancies according to your report, and there's one is already hired. And my next question is, how many of your customers have been denied from your office for home loans? Because this is based on your performance rating on that one. And then, as my concern was 13 employees, you said 14. You put down your description under specifications that you put down a fixed benefit rate, I guess, based on the grievance. If the person wins his or her case, that it's going to be put on a salary system of $5,325, and then with a fixed benefit rate, I guess that one is $2,475. This is based on what did you put your number in here, $5,325. If this person wins his or her case anytime first part of October, what's the meaning of that $5,325? That money is probably too small. And then let's go to the having issues on it on the budget. Thank you, Chair. Going back to you. Going back on mute.
Commissioner Sananda Delegate Yellowhair. Then we'll go to Sananda Delegate Elmer Begay. Go ahead, Elmer Begay. Sananda, are you ready to ask your question?
Chair, Vice Chair has a question.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. When you get a loan, do you have to have a contractor build your house, or build it on yourself? And do you have to have a home site lease, or can you just put it anywhere? And then a lot of people are buying those sheds that are out there by Gallup. Can you finance that at 3%? And has there been any repos, and are they up for sale? The repos say that someone builds their house, but they didn't make the payments, and now that you repoed it, is there any for sale? Thank you, Chair.
Are you talking about the shed repoed?
Anything repoed, yeah, whether it's built.
Okay. Back to presenter Farron. Go ahead.
All right, Honorable Hino, along with the...
hello. Are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair, Honorable Hino, along with the Budget and Finance Committee. Just to go off of the questions of Mr. Brown, knowing of the 7 locations on the Navajo Nation about the sandstone housing, yes, if a customer wants to go ahead and currently buy out a home, they're able to, as long as it's within the guidelines of our policy. And taking a look at it, we are able to only, if it's a refinancing, we can actually, credit services is only able to go ahead and refinance 95% of the actual principal balance. And going in, if it's an existing structured home that's currently built already, and if it's a private owner that currently selling grandma's home and they want to sell it for $50,000, we're able to submit an application for that up to $100,000, and that goes for the sandstone housing too as well. And not only that, and something that we did take a look at, and like I said, this was a conversation that we've had with NHA here in Fort Defiance. We've met on several occasions. I believe there was about 7 interactions that we currently had with them. We were almost at that point to go ahead and shake hands and call it a partnership, but unfortunately, Mr. Ballesta was no longer employed. So taking a look at it, if a customer or if a homeowner that's currently paid off on their home with NHA, they've actually can go ahead and do like a home improvement loan if they want to go ahead and add an addition to their current home. They can actually do that up to $10,000, and that's with credit services, and that is going to be like it's kind of like a personal loan, but it's going to go strictly to the actual home itself. So if a customer as an example, a customer wants to go ahead and has a sandstone house and wants to purchase it, they did with their own money or 401k, whatever, and they wanted to have the electricity and they didn't have the extra funds for that, we can actually do a personal loan that's subsidized for that specific need, which is the home loan, which is going to be the home improvement. They can do up to $10,000, and they can actually add like additional amenities if they want to add utilities and sewer and utilities all together, and it adds up to close to 10,000. They're able to, just depending, the customer has to be credit worthiness. They actually have to have good credit and are good income as well. We are able to go ahead and do those applications with a co-signer too. So that's just pretty much making sure that the customer is credit worthy. And going in with Mr. Yellowhair, unfortunately, I was unable to hear what your question was. There was a lot of static and a lot of kind of like you were talking too close into the mic, sir. Can you repeat your question? May you please repeat your question?
We'll go back to Mr. Delegate Yellowhair after. Go ahead and finish up with Delegate Vice Chair Smith's question, then we'll go back to Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, and then Mr. Begay also had a question about Mr. Smith actually had a question about having a home site lease or if you wanted to purchase a home. Yes, if you wanted to purchase a home within the vicinity of the Navajo Nation and you want to go ahead and have actually constructed new home site build, yes, you would definitely have to have your own contractor. The contractor has to have license as well as being bonded within the Navajo Nation. For that type of structure, we've actually can lend up to $200,000, and that contractor has to be approved within Credit Services. We actually have to do pretty much the reference check. We have to kind of see what their credentials are like and seeing their blueprint, and that actually has to be in agreement with the concurrence of the customer as well. And sometimes a lot of the times what we've actually seen, and we haven't had a customer actually go through with we've had several. I believe there was about 8 customers right now that actually were approved for a new constructed home site built, and unfortunately there was no overhead to go ahead and pay employees for the contractor, and the contractor wanted additional money, and knowing that the fact that they know that the Navajo Nation is like a cash cow, they wanted more money, but unfortunately we're unable to do that because we can only stay within the guidelines within our policy. And going into it with the repos, with those sheds, unfortunately that is actually not tied into the ground as far as having any collateral base, so unfortunately we're unable to do any type of those shed slash homes that are currently on the reservations that they currently sell within the parking lot. That you can actually purchase and finance those homes as a recreational home through a bank or a credit union. They can actually do those types of those financing for those homes.
Okay, is that in your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kasi again, sneak aided those little sheds. Samantha, Delegate Yellowhair, would you repeat your questions?
Okay, earlier I had a question about your performance on the papers. Form page 3, Form 3. You have 13 positions in there. And then you have on Form 1, on page 1, you had 14 positions in there. You explained that, but then I looked through the object code description specification. You had that 5,000. See, hold on, please. Let me get back here. It says one regular full-time position, and you said right now it's in an agreement. You had $5,305. That's how much you coded in there for the salary. And then you did 46.56% for percentage rate. It came out to $2,479. I said, how did you come up with $5,325 on a regular full-time position? Because that's with 14 positions. Is that position the person when either her or he when they went to agreement? So I question why how the 5,325 that you came up with that figures. That's my question, Chair. I hope you understand. To represent
with that. Okay, go. Hold that thought. I'll go to Delegate Elmer Begay. Go ahead.
Mr. Garcia. I have a question. All the information that you brought up, then all the questions that probably people usually normally ask or frequently ask, all those if you go into websites, is it all those answers or those questions that people ask us? Is it on there when you go on your website? And I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going, inquiring on this home building because of the pandemic, that happened. So even just my question. But my main question about it is since we're talking about homes, then you told us about that there's gonna be homes that are foreclosure. The amount that are being appraised for that foreclosure. Can the CARES Act fund be qualify for those homes? Maybe some people that are out there that needs a home, like that they need to get help from it. That'll be my question. Not to cause Go ahead.
Back to Mr. Garcia. You have two, Delegate Yellowhair and then Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay, Chair. Along with the Budget and Finance Committee, going into it with Mr. Honorable Yellowhair. Okay, I understand your question now. Taking a look at that, you see that money that's currently sitting there as far as $5,325. We did actually have a current grievance that was currently paid within this year, and that was actually taking up one of our collection officers that we did pay out. So that one was actually cleared, and that's where you currently see that that difference right there. And then taking a look at with Honorable Begay, knowing that you had questions around customers that actually could possibly have questions, and you want to have more information that's needed to kind of have like a setting of a checklist and requirements of what we do provide and how we actually provide services to customers. Yes, we do actually have that on the controller website. And if you click on the controller website, you can actually take a look under credit services. We do have a checklist that's currently on there that's very clear that are requirements for customers that want to apply for a home loan. Those are the requirements that are currently on there. If customers do have trouble locating that information or have questions, we definitely telecommunicate with them. We let them know where to go. So when they have that, we actually provide that to customers. Not only that, if they're actually seeking and if they don't want to do it that way, if they actually communicate with me, I actually send those out as an attachment folder with all the documents that are required. And I've actually sent that to a lot of customers, just kind of keeping them on a streamlined listing. And then taking a look at with the CARES Act for the foreclosure, that would really have to be up to the customer. I mean, of course, they're going to have to still apply. I mean, they have to actually go through, if they take a look, if we have the homes that are currently foreclosed, they would actually have to find their own appraiser to see how much that current home is, how much equity is currently still in that home. And for us, we actually would have to do all of that and see what we're able to do with as far as like trying to resell a home, and that pretty much would be following the guidelines of the policy, following the guidelines of submitting an application as well.
Okay, with that, any other questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Go ahead.
Yellowhair too.
Thank you, Chairman. I did look on the website. Again, I know we're asking like program questions. I'd recommend, Chair, if we could add this program and receive a report. We know how important housing is. But in terms of the budget, my concern is we're paying, this is in terms of your budget, the overall budget for 12 loans. I'm just not sure if Navajo Nation is getting the biggest bang for their buck. I understand, and looking at the personal loans, it looks like more of your time is spent on personal loans because your goal is like 60. And so I'm going to need a little bit more information about the origins of this funding that's administered. And I'm looking into in terms of if you're asking, I think it's either 60 or 40% of your salary to be to come from the home loan program, but yet we're only seeing 12 home loans. To me, that's not making sense. I think there should either be a better division of the funding. I don't know. It looks like this is how it's historically been allocated. And so I just want to raise that as a legislative concern. If our advisor document, my legislative concern is the percentage of funding that's budgeted for home loans regarding, the 12 home loans. I think that needs to be reevaluated. I do see that the plan of operation was updated in 2018. And so I'd like to reevaluate that policy to see how we can do better, especially when it comes to home loans. The second area is, and I'm waiting for your credit report or your credit presentation, because it actually looks like you have 2 vehicles for the home loan and then 2 vehicles for the credit. So it does look like you have 4 vehicles. I'll need that to be explained. And I'm looking at your supplies. And so it seems realistic if your employees were just dedicated to home loans for this supply, but then in looking again at the credit. So this is a large amount of travel and supply for in combination of a program that doesn't really provide as many home loans as we need to see they're out on Navajo Nation. In the last report from 10 years ago, there's a need for 35,000 homes on Navajo Nation. And so that's why I'm not satisfied with the 12. And then we'll need some documentation on how you're advertising the program. Thank you, Chair. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, with that, Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, now on this, Clay, custody there, how many customer has been denied the turn away? How many applications have been denied from your Mr. Garcia's office? That's my another one. He answered me about the agreement, but then I think with the 14 position, he said 14 positions it will be made with 2021 budget. But that position is the salary is not in the 2021 position. It's one of those. It's going to be short on one position. Mr. Garcia, hope you understand. Thank you, Chair. Going back to you and going back on mute.
Christina, so go back to Fair. Mr. Garcia, go ahead. Your response
Okay.
to the two delegates.
Okay, Chair, along with Budget and Finance Committee, going in with Honorable Crotty, and you're wanting to go ahead and see about documentation about advertising. We've actually been on the radio with the whole we've actually provide 3 current loans for the program. We do have the home loan, the personal loan, and then we have the holiday loan. The holiday loan does kick in October, and it runs through the month of October, November, and December. So customers can go ahead and qualify at a minimum of $500 and getting a maximum of $1,500 just to kind of give them that extra cushion to have a good holiday or good holiday, and not only that, a good Christmas for their family too as well. So we do have that advertisement that actually does go in that type of leeway. And then with our how we've actually had it with last year with the advertising too as well, we've actually reached out to all the agencies and we've actually did presentations there. And unfortunately, due to COVID, I don't want to blame it on it, but I'm just saying that having that face-to-face interaction with customers really does make a difference. And just taking the literacy and trying to communicate in layman's terms to customers via phone, it does get a little complicated. And not only that, it actually frustrates and it actually demoralizes the customer from actually wanting to do an actual application with us. So trying to find that time to where they can actually come in. Like I said, I've done over so many credit app presentations with customers. Customers actually calling in, and I've actually been staying here working through lunch and asking questions, having customers ask questions. And like I said, when I was working at Wells Fargo, if a customer came in with a concern or if they have a question, I was always there to answer it, even if I had to stay late, even working on Saturday staying late. And that goes the same thing with how I have that mentality here with credit services and having the controller bring me in with these guidelines that I want to set to where we can actually have this program get to the vision of being an enterprise. I mean, because taking a look at Delegate Crotty's question around the home loans that evaluate the home loan versus the personal loan, actually our home loan right now is actually our bread and butter, and that actually makes us a lot of revenue points. And taking a look at right now, we've actually dipped into our revenue right now by reversing fees back to customers that currently have home loans with us from March, April, May, and then also part of we've actually returned those fees, and we've actually gave those customers the late fees back. And the most that we've actually given to a customer was like almost close to $300. And that's just me being me as a human, and me because in a situation I definitely would, and that's how I see myself when I was at Wells Fargo. I always put myself in the customer's and seeing exactly how the customer would feel. And knowing that we had this pandemic and multi-generational families currently living in one home, that's where the part of having those 12, setting the goal at 12, because right now we've actually been educating families and their kids with credit literacy and taking a look at it, living in a multi-generational home. And I don't want to go ahead and feel like I'm better than anybody, but this is just the reality of things and how we currently see it, is that right now they're actually stealing their kids' credit, Social Security information, and utilizing their kids and delinquentizing their credit and having repossessions on their credit history. And those people that actually want, those customers that actually want to come in and do an application with us, we're unable to do to approve them, knowing that they've actually had these repossessions. They have like 5 possessions on a home, or 5 repossessions on a vehicle and 1 on a mobile home, and they had like 3 credit cards. They're currently their credit is actually not shot, they can still work on it, and I can still help them with that. I can show them the guidance, and I can actually rehabilitate their credit to where they can actually see the end of the tunnel, like I said earlier. And I think taking a look at it right now, we've actually, like I said, close to the 20 homes that we've currently closed right now, we've actually seen 120,000 per home, 80,000, 105,000, 110,000 current homes that are currently being paid off. And that's our bread and butter. And a lot of the times customers don't meet the requirements because, like I said, they live in a multi-generational home and they don't have their own credit or their own home site lease. And that's one of the main things that we need to have some sort of collateral so we can actually have those customers stay within the guidelines of our policy. Yes, our policy was approved. Operations were approved back in 2008 prior to coming into office within the credit services, and taking a look at what you mentioned earlier to see how we can actually generate more revenue and more publicity, I could say, for credit services along with the home loan. I'm all for that if you see a vision that I don't currently see. But right now, even when I used to work for Wells Fargo, when I was there, I actually did not even see a home loan. Within that 10 years that that 10-year span that I was with Wells Fargo, I only seen one application for a home loan, and that was a customer that had very, very good credit, and their interest rate was very high, but I only seen one application. Like I said, that's just the reality of current seeing both sides coming in from the outside and coming into the inside of the government. That's what I currently see as far as applications being taken for home loans. And then also you're seeing the vehicles. Like I said, we're currently a share cost proprietary business. So everything is pretty much 50-50 coming in from our home loan and our personal loan. And that's how you currently see the two vehicles. We did have, like I said, we did have four, but we currently relinquished two back, and we currently have two current vehicles right now. And we do utilize those vehicles for at a point in time prior to the pandemic. That was part of our collection. That was part of our collection. Our collection teams do utilize those vehicles where they can actually go out and see customers, talk to customers, start collecting from customers, sending out letters, hand letters, point of contact, skip tracing. They actually utilize those vehicles for that specific reason. And then also going into it with Mr. Yellowhair's question, knowing that how many customers we currently see or turn away, taking a look at it, I don't know if his question was specifically for the home loan. But
hold on.
Chair,
can
you hold on? Hello? Can you mute your phone? Go ahead, Aaron.
Yes. All right. Thank you, sir. Chair and DNF committee, going in with Mr. Honorable Yellowhair's question, how many customers we currently seen that were declined and turned away. Just taking a look at statistic-wise that I currently have a running total here. Out of 100% of customers that are submitting applications for home loans, 37% was actually 47% were actually declined, and the rest of it is actually approved customers. So it's almost a 50-50 kind of thing. It's pretty much almost there. But if they weren't approved within that that time period, I informed the customers, don't be disengaged. Don't feel like your morale has actually been shot. Just look at it as a positive thing, because at this point in time, you know what's currently on your credit. And these small amounts can be paid, and I can show you how to pay those, because I know, just looking at their credit report, I know how to fix those credit for customers to actually have them get back into the green. And I've actually worked with 4 customers right before the pandemic in February. 2 of the 4 customers actually were at a 676% or 670 credit score, and the other ones actually jumped up 15 points from where they currently were at. So if you take a look at it, 100K home evaluate, I mean, you can actually evaluate that to 20 personal loan average. So taking a look at that ratio, you're currently looking at a 1.2 ratio versus a home loan versus the personal loan. We are accepting the personal loans, and see that there is customers that more fluctuate towards and gravitate towards more of the personal loans, because at this point in time, yes, they need that money right now, and they need that extra cushion, or they need to make a down payment on a vehicle, or they need to pay their current spouse's expenses, or if they want to have what we've currently seen right now is tax as well as scholarship. They've actually are applying those applications strictly for those because students are currently going back to school, and that's what they're utilizing that personal loan for.
Our committee member questions or comments?
Chairman Hanyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
No, go ahead, Crotty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm gonna just work on some performance measures when we do our revisit. I think I hear what home loan program is saying, but I think we're not being the drive to me in understanding the challenges. None of that is part of this performance. And so just having 3 evaluations, I think we're short-ending what's the possibilities of this program. And so if the home loan is the bread and butter of these 2 programs, I think we should have more investment in home ownership. And that could be in how it's being advertised. I'm looking at the website, and there's definitely room for improvement, being a little bit user-friendly, and understanding the challenges of credit. There are like NAFOA. I was on a webinar yesterday regarding how to improve family finances. So there are resources out there. I understand that there's a demographic who may feel more comfortable face-to-face, but I think there should also be space for innovation. So if the controller is still on the line, I think we can agree that we have to be very innovative in how we do this. My concern will always go back to this budget. So I'm just looking at the budget is $440,000 for 12 home loans. It's just not sitting well with me. So I'm going to look at some program performance. I think I'll need to talk to some of the surrounding credit unions who may be financing loans on Navajo Nation, because I think it's really unrealistic to think that only 12 people across Navajo Nation are getting home loans. So what are other credit unions offering or providing? And I also think that there should be a way to do this, not in person. I understand that approach, but I also think we should have that conversation. So I think at the very least, committee members, if there's no objection, I think the goal statement should be doubled, at least 24. We're talking about applications. We're talking about just evaluating, and that's what I'm getting at is they're not saying that they're going to approve them. They're just an evaluation. And at this point, we should be asking more from the home loan program. And so I'll be making those recommendations, Chair. I'll just need a little bit of guidance, either from our advisor or legislative council. Does that need to be a directive, or is that just on the record that these program performance criteria will be modified before we meet again for the revisit? Chairman Henyo?
Okay, my comments, and we can do a revisit with the home loan program and focusing on the performance Form 2 of the budget forms and for Friday, and we'll schedule that as a revisit. And in the meantime, I guess with that, Mr. Delegate Crotty, if you wish to issue a directive to the program manager as to revisit their performance numbers on Form 2, do that, and they could bring the information back to us on Friday.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So just with the minor spelling errors, I would ask for the goal statement 1 to be doubled, so at least to evaluate 24 applications. So that would be 6 per quarter. I think that's realistic. To conduct 24 comprehensive presentations, so to double to 6 for each quarter. I'm not sure about goal 3. Well, let's just say 12. To certify 12, no, it should be doubled. Certified 16 potential homeowners to home buyers education, so that would be 4 for each quarter. Will process and approve 4 home loan applications per quarter. And I'll leave number 5 alone until we get more information, unless Mel with DOJ on the line can provide me more guidance in terms of what this can look like or what are the issues. And I would request our legislative office, so Ms. Ramona, if you could send me their plan of operation, so that'll be BFN-41-8. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, that's your directive, to program manager. And also, is there a second to that directive?
Gallagher, I'll go ahead and second.
I
have questions too.
Okay, there's a second to that directive. Okay, with that, back to I guess if I may, committee members, I am part of this home loan program. I refinanced my home back in 2012, and it's a trying program, meaning where you have to go through many hoops, just like a regular conventional home loan. I had to go through home buyer education with Navajo Partnership for Housing, financial literacy education with Navajo Partnership for Housing. You had to reevaluate my credit, make sure my debt-to-income ratio was acceptable to where I could afford the house payment. And then from there, I had to raise some capital for my down payment. And again, that was the hardest part, was getting the $5,000 raised for my the difference in refinancing. As Mr. Garcia had indicated earlier, they only pay up to 95% of refinancing, so I had to come out with the 5%, which was $5,000, and so that took a little bit of time. But in the end, we were approved and we were refinanced, which is terms were better as opposed to 10.5%. It went down to 5%, and so it's making me pay off my house faster, meaning the balance. I still pay the same, but the balance comes down way fast. So that's the advantage. I thought I'd bring that out, committee members. Delegate Yellowhair, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question for a friend. On replugging my cell phone right here, my bed is going out. Anyway, a collateral. No, you have a collateral. When you go to the bank, Wells Fargo, because of we're insolvency here, Navajo Nation, for the vehicle, it's easy to do a finance or mobile home. Something that construction from the foundation and the ground, it's kind of hard to do a loan. Yet the bank, they don't want to lose money. And the reason is we had to have a home site lease, and then where the building will be demolished, so we're going to move on to your house if your house is going to be repossessed with the foundation. That's the hardest thing. The bank can't do it. Hold on, please. On the mobile home, it all they lost with us, and they finance it. Because they finance this. I agree with my other crowd. It should all with Adida. We're trying to make money out of this. No, I invest a lot. Makes 12 positions in pay. Out of mobile home, need about the 3 years she financed Nalia. I don't know how much finance charge will be still in your debit account. Could she be in hard now? How she investment fee peso the and the program the business loan or the overcar is they don't make money. I don't think they make money because this only, for example, could just $352,000 personal and for next year now none of the 700,000. Now, how much money we make these interests? I should start basically on the sheet either. I think this program should be even under the controller. Should be in another program, another branch. Cause the sheet or the executive branch stuff. This don't make money, it doesn't make revenue. Okay, yeah, should be maybe this needs to be revisited, or maybe something like hire someone to study this area without on this case. To control the finance loan. So basically, either a task force up in the United States without no conflict of interest. They can justify and tell what is this loan program for. Out of the on the patient division, maybe executive branch as a bit of the program, but based on the initial there, so they can do the collections. And then how much money has been collected and forced collection. I should start another when they might go on a bankrupt. Put out on the loan. Not speedily, Mr. Garcia. I hope you understand. With this, go back to you, Mr. Henio's brother. Because it was his own small this case. Even performance in that. How do you rate these performance? These loans that people get behind. It's a personal issue. The bank loan. You can't predict this one right here. I started this for loan. It's a good loan. You apply now. They thought this. The never loan for credit on Johnny and other buyers and Lenita. I should start not in the open certificate because not the card on the CA put up in the performance management for that data. Unless you only put one or two that over the day. Channel use our former councilman, Mr. Leonard Suki. Performance rating is it's not even. I don't disagree with this one right here. Chair, I'll go back to you and go back on you.
Okay, I think that's we'll save that question. We're on the directive. Any questions on the directive?
Chair, I have a comment.
On the directive?
Just overall with as far as like what Honorable Crotty stated earlier, as far as like the performance for going to be increased to from 24 to 12 or 12 to 4, I'm sorry, and the innovative.
Yeah, go ahead, continue on.
Okay, I'm sorry. On the being more innovative as far as having that collaboration. I'm actually in collaboration with the Colville tribe, Mr. John Smith, and we've actually I'm trying to get as far as like how he currently does his advertising. And if you take a look, you take a look at the Credit Services website. It's very broad, it's very bland. I understand that, yes. And how I'm actually going to be fixing that is, like I said, with the new system that we're currently wanting to purchase at this point. I have all the documentation for that. That actually is going to streamline a lot of revenue, a lot of more applications for credit services. Yes, it's going to be very user friendly, just like how we currently created the payment plan, the online payment plan. It's at that point, I mean, credit services have never actually thought about having it be actually have it done. And I've actually got it created along with the controller, and it's up and running. And I'm actually going to be helping other departments, and we've actually already started with the vet for San Benito. They're going to be doing online processing too as well. So this is a good step for us. I mean, it's a huge step for credit services because we finally have that online and where we can actually have customers start utilizing that. And I do get a report daily, and I do get receipts from customers that make those payments. But with this new system, it's actually going to generate a lot more advertising because there's a lot of stuff that's currently additional items that we actually can purchase to actually make that advertising more applicable for customers to actually say, hey, you know what, sign with the bright lights, and hey, you know what, come and do an application with us. And I understand as far as like seeing it as far as our goals being too low. I mean, if you take a look at, I do have like a running statistic, and this is by age. Chinling Agency submitted 241 applications, Eastern 208, Fort Defiance 423, Northern 90 applications, and Western 83 applications. Of only 3 were approved. Going in with it with Eastern, only 1 was approved. Fort Defiance has 5, and Northern has 2, or actually 3, and then Western actually has 2 right now. So we have only seen those, and that was going into it with the FY20, and that's what we currently see right now. And that's just a running total of just as far as applications and applicants being approved and applicants being signing up for an application, and I've actually had that running total at this point in time. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, any questions on the directive? Can I'll call for the question on the directive? Delegate Yellowhair.
I will bring.
Gashina Ados, Vice Chair Smith, Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Amber Crotty.
Thank you. Delegate Amber Canisval-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Going back up, Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. We have 2 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. We don't have a quorum at this time to vote on the directive. It's 5 o'clock. Committee members, used to recess. We don't have a quorum. There are 2 remaining.
Adjourn, our friends. Okay.
Delegate.
Motion recess.
Who's this, Vice Chair Smith?
Yes.
Yeah, we're still on voting on the directive. There was no quorum. So on the directive issued by Delegate Crotty, how do you vote?
What's the directive? I lost signal. Like I said, my other phone.
Okay, it's a directive to the home loan program to revisit Form 2 of their budget forms, and looking at the numbers, ADEG, Goal Statement 1, the Goal Statement 2, Goal Statement 3, Goal Statement 4, ADEG to look at increasing the numbers as far as their activity on home loans is concerned. So that was the directive, and second by Delegate Yellowhair.
Vote green.
Agustina, with that, we have 3 in favor, chair not voting. Director.
I'll vote green. I'll vote green.
Agustina, Delegate Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Green 2, so we have 4 in favor. Chair not voting. This directive passes, and we'll do a revisit on Friday. Mr. Garcia, thank you for your presentation and your knowledge in the loan program. With that, did I hear a motion to recess? Vice Chair Smith?
Motion recess.
Okay,
Second.
motion to recess. Is there a second? Second that.
Yellow hair.
Second delegate.
Delegate Yellow Hair to 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yellow hair.
So 8 o'clock
Get
tomorrow
out
morning.
with
With that, all those in favor of recessing, Delegate Yellow Hair.
yes. Oh,
Vice Chair Smith.
Green.
Other Smith, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Guinness Crotty vote green.
Okay, others Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Others Delegate Elmer Begay.
Green.
Christina, with that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we have Mr. Garcia. Thank you for the home loan program. Tomorrow morning, we'll start with the personal loan. The personal loan. Personal loan program. Christina, and all our presenters, thank you for being on the call today. And go home, be home safely, travel home safely, and we shall be reconvening tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Chair.
I got my binder, so I went to Winthrop. So I'm on way back.
Christina, all right.
Vice Chair.
Yes.
Tomorrow I'll be late. Since I'm done, I'll be back at budget hearing.
Okay.
Also,
okay. Christina, it's noted.
what?
Okay.
Chair.
Christina.
Chair, just the yellow hair. Chair, can you call me?
Huh?
Call Shadili.
Okay. All right, we're going to Teen Arden, but
Christina, actually, con.
Christina.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you.
Chair,
yes.
You might have to consider sending 2 members to represent BNF at NABI. We have 6 legislations left after we get done with this one. Altogether, there's 7.
Yes, I saw your message. Oh, so we'll figure that out tomorrow. We'll come back on reconvene.
Okay, thank you.
Christina, thank you. We'll see you everybody in the morning.
Thank you.